Our story opens beneath a clear and beautiful sky. A monk speaks to someone, questioning if they really want to know about Yeonho. This monk is no ordinary figure. He's introduced as Master Musin, known as the Living Buddha. In front of him stands a skinny scholar who eagerly expresses his desire to learn more about Yeonho. He explains that he's currently compiling records to document Yeonho's life and legacy. With an awkward smile attempting to mask his unease, the monk begins to speak. He describes Yeonho, officially known as the Radiant Martial Sovereign, as a man of great virtue, kindness, and moral integrity. The monk even claims that Yeonho must have been sent by Buddha himself. The scholar's eyes light up with excitement. He immediately begins scribbling down notes, confirming it's just as he suspected. He then asks the monk about Yeonho's daily life. What kind of man was he truly? The question clearly rattles the monk. His composure cracks. The calm facade vanishes. Suddenly, he explodes in frustration, unleashing curses at the very mention of Yeonho's name. It's so shocking coming from a monk that the startled scholar practically falls out of the sky. The scene shifts abruptly to the Hube Penglan. The scholar is now being violently thrown out of the Pang clan residence. We're introduced to the furious supreme elder of the Pang clan, Pang Dojuk. Upon hearing Yeonho's name, the elder erupts with rage. He demands to know why a miserable lowlife like the scholar would even dare to bring up that name in his presence. He doesn't stop there. The elder immediately commands his people to bring out a whole bag of salt and scatter it around the area where the scholar had stood, as if to purge the very memory of Yeonho's name. The scholar, shaken to his core, is overwhelmed by the identical reactions he keeps encountering. No matter where he goes, people become hostile and disturbed the moment he mentions Yeonho. Yet, Yeonho, this same man everyone seems to hate, was once hailed as the Radiant Martial Sovereign. We are reminded of his grand reputation, a legendary figure who ended an era of chaos. He was celebrated as a paragon of virtue, a gentleman, a chivalrous warrior, and by some, the greatest martial artist who ever lived. Still puzzled, the scholar continues his journey, using a Qigong technique to travel swiftly. As he moves, he reflects deeply on why everyone avoids speaking of Yeonho. As a historian, he feels responsible for uncovering the full truth, even the parts buried in shame or secrecy. And now, he believes he might finally find a reason. Next, we meet the divine Mad Dog, a notorious figure among beggars. The moment he hears that the scholar was chased out of both Shaolin and the Pang clan, he bursts into uncontrollable laughter. The scholar confirms it, sharing that wherever he went, he faced nearly the same kind of reaction. Every time he brought up Yeonho's name, he doesn't even get to finish the sentence before the Mad Dog interrupts him. He declares that it's no surprise people respond like that. The scholar, caught off guard by this sudden and confident reaction, is stunned. Then, the narrative formally begins. 100 years ago, in the Guangdong Wai clan, lived a boy named Yeonho, known in his youth as Wonho. Far from being a hero, he was considered the worst kind of person. We're taken back to when he was just 12. Young Wonho is seen half asleep, mumbling about his dream to become the strongest. From Mad Dog's point of view, there was once a boy with a grand ambition of becoming the greatest under the heavens. Raised in a martial clan, he was immersed in the values of chivalry from an early age. He already understood what it would take to reach the top, relentless effort. There was, however, one problem: he just couldn't get started today. We see Wonho standing, staring at the sunset. He looks deep in thought, but moments later pulls the blanket over himself again and lies down. He laments how today was supposed to be the day he started laying the foundations for greatness. But alas, he decides it's better to get a good night's sleep and begin tomorrow. Suddenly, footsteps echo in the hallway. Someone enters the room, calling for Yeonho to get up. The command is repeated, this time louder and angrier. Yeonho sluggishly rises from bed. Now we meet his father, the patriarch of the Guangdong White clan, Wi Yeonho. Also known as the righteous chivalrous swordsman, he sternly asks his son if he even knows what time it is. Yeonho casually replies that he saw the sun. His father points out that despite seeing the sun, Yeonho is still in bed. Yeonho cheekily argues that the sun is setting, so technically it's still sleep time. His father grows more frustrated and asks how long he's been holed up in his room. Yeonho guesses, was it 2 days? Maybe 3? He settles on 2. But the truth hits hard. It's been 4 full days. His father calls him a useless brat, appalled that Yeonho has been lazing around for that long, wrapped in a blanket. He even jokes that not even a bear would lie still for that long without turning over from the sweat. Trying to deflect the scolding, Yeonho laughs nervously and claims he does get up every now and then. That only angers his father more. Yeonho then tries to explain he meant to train today, truly, but each time he opened his eyes, the sun was already setting. And of course, when the sun sets, it's bedtime again. One must rest to train early the next morning, right? Fed up with the excuses, his father explodes in rage. He flips the bed over, yelling that today he will finally fix his son's rotten attitude once and for all. From Mad Dog's perspective, the scene is both ironic and amusing. He comments with a pun, "Today, in the mighty Guangdong Wi household, the sun was already setting." The scene transitions to the Wi clan's administrative office. There, the patriarch sits visibly stressed. The administrator, Zhou Bang, gently inquires whether the second young master is the source of his troubles. The patriarch confirms it. Who else would it be? Zhou Bang tries to reassure him, saying Yeonho will eventually grow up and mature. But the patriarch blames himself. We are then given more context. When Yeonho was just 2 years old, Zhang Han had left on a martial dual pilgrimage. He had expected to be gone for only 2 years. But fate had other plans. Caught up in unexpected events, he ended up wandering for 8 long years. Though he returned a famed warrior with the honorary title of the righteous chivalrous swordsman, the cost was great. By the time he came home, everything had changed. His once gentle wife had grown fiercer than a tiger, and the son he had thought would turn out just fine had become a hopelessly lazy sloth. Back in the present, Zhang Han sighs deeply, consumed by regret. Zhou Bang tries once more to reassure him. Surely, there must still be a way to turn things around. The patriarch, upon hearing something vague, asks for clarification. The administrator reminds him of an important person who is returning soon. At first, the patriarch doesn't understand who he means, but quickly realizes the implication. The administrator is referring to someone returning after 3 years at the academy. The patriarch gives a knowing smirk. He's reminded of the only person Yeonho genuinely fears. At that moment, someone quietly arrives behind Yeonho. Yeonho suddenly feels uneasy, like a chill ran down his spine. When he turns around, he sees his older brother, the eldest son of Guangdong's Wi clan, Sanho. Sanho casually asks Yeonho how long he's been asleep. Yeonho, clearly caught off guard and nervous, asks when Sanho got home. Sanho replies by pointing out that he asked first. Yeonho scratches his head awkwardly, unable to respond. Sanho fixes his gaze on him, prompting Yeonho to blurt out that things aren't as they seem. He claims he trained hard early that morning and only napped because he was tired. He insists it's true. Sanho then asks if Yeonho really trained, and Yeonho confirms it. To check his progress, Sanho tells him to use a technique on a nearby candle, wanting to see how much Yeonho has improved in 3 years. Yeonho reluctantly readies himself with a sword. Sanho, watching him hesitate, urges him to continue. Yeonho tries to stall, pointing out that they're indoors and implying it might be unsafe. Sanho firmly assures him it's fine and tells him to demonstrate what he has. Yeonho begins preparing and attempts to perform a sword move, the soaring dragon technique. He strikes, but the candle remains untouched. Realizing the move failed, Yeonho panics internally. Sanho, disappointed, remarks that after 3 years, one should have mastered such a technique and moved on. Instead, Yeonho seems to have regressed. Later, the family gathers in the dining hall for dinner. Yeonho feels uneasy and certain that the food will only give him indigestion. The patriarch asks Sanho about life at the martial academy and whether he faced any challenges. Sanho responds that everything was fine. In fact, difficulties are essential as they help one grow. The patriarch commends Sanho's perseverance and acknowledges the hardships he must have endured. Sanho humbly returns the sentiment, saying his father had it harder being away from home. Then the patriarch asks if there are any other issues. Sanho brings up one, concerning Yeonho. The matriarch asks what it is, and Sanho responds that he believes Yeonho should be taken to the martial academy. This catches everyone off guard, especially Yeonho, who is overwhelmed by fear and anxiety. The scene shifts, with the narrator known as the Mad Dog, noting that even well-known martial figures like Master Muzin and Pang Dojuk react strongly at the mention of Hae Yeonho's name. He hints that this moment was the start of something significant, though no one could have guessed that the lazy Yeonho would one day make a name for himself. And so, Yeonho ends up being sent to the academy, mostly against his will. His family, especially his younger sister Warren, is emotional. She cries and begs him not to go. Their father jokes lightheartedly, encouraging him to return as a man. Yeonho tries to console his sister, promising to come back. From Mad Dog's view, the journey of Sanho and Yeonho seemed smooth, at least for Sanho. During the journey, Yeonho asks if they're nearly there. Sanho tells him there are 10 more days left. This shocks Yeonho, who's clearly exhausted. Sanho adds that they could have arrived in 5 days if Yeonho knew how to ride a horse. Yeonho points out that he's never ridden before. Sanho clarifies that he wasn't blaming him, just explaining. Later, Yeonho asks to take a break, mentioning how steep the path is and how much pain he's in. As they travel, Yeonho spots people lying beneath a tree and suggests they join them to rest. Sanho takes a closer look and suddenly appears alarmed. He dismounts to inspect the bodies. Yeonho, confused, asks what he's doing. Sanho reveals that the people are already dead. He shows Yeonho evidence of a martial technique called the flower indulging palm. It used to be known as the crimson flower palm, but became infamous due to a criminal named Kwok, who committed crimes using this technique. Yeonho, shocked by the mention of a rapist, asks if that person is nearby. Sanho explains that Kwok targets women climbing the mountains, and based on the situation, he likely ambushed this group while pursuing a woman who may still be in danger. Sanho tells Yeonho to stay put while he goes to investigate. Yeonho protests, upset that he's being left alone with the corpses. But by the time he reacts, Sanho is already gone. Frustrated and anxious, Yeonho looks around. Surrounded by bodies and growing storm clouds, he feels helpless. As the rain starts falling, he begins panicking, calling out for Sanho. He wonders what's taking so long and whether something bad has happened. Worried, he starts trying to move the bodies onto a horse, thinking he can't leave them to become food for animals. But the horses resist. Then lightning strikes, and in the commotion, one of the horses kicks Yeonho, sending him tumbling down a hill. When he wakes up, sore and muddy, he curses the horses. He finds himself at the entrance of a cave and is relieved to have found shelter from the rain. Soon after, the horses arrive too. He ties them up and scolds them, though he knows he can't do anything more. Looking at his soaked clothes, he complains about the situation and thinks that this is why he prefers staying home. He marks the cave entrance in case Sanho comes looking, then lies down to rest. After some sleep, Yeonho wakes briefly and hopes that nothing bad has happened to his brother. He reassures himself that Sanho is strong and will be okay, then goes back to sleep. Later, an unusual blue light begins to appear around Yeonho. The light gently lifts his sleeping body and carries him away, eventually taking him through an invisible barrier. Yeonho wakes up again, disoriented. The space resembles the cave he was in, but something feels different. He wonders if he somehow rolled deeper inside while asleep. Then, a mysterious voice addresses him, calling him a fated human. Yeonho, startled, backs up in fear and notices a glowing blue spear. The voice welcomes him to a place called the Fated Place, and refers to Yeonho as the successor of his radiant sword. Yeonho, confused, asks if the voice is coming from the glowing object. The voice confirms, explaining that its speaker has long transcended the physical world and is communicating from beyond time and space. He tells Yeonho to accept his will and lead the world. Yeonho reacts fearfully, mistaking the voice for a ghost. The voice reassures him that he is already dead. Only his will remains, left behind for someone who might arrive and be worthy to inherit it. Yeonho recognizes the setup: a remote cave, an old man's voice, a final will. He starts wondering if this might be a destined opportunity. Maybe, he thinks, This is the reward for his suffering and a way to avoid the harsh martial training. The voice explains there's no time to waste. He tells Yeonho to inherit his sword technique, train relentlessly, and one day write the new morals of the world. If Yeonho has his bloodline, then he should have a talent. With 30 years of dedicated training, Yeonho might eventually replicate his skill. Hearing the time span, Yeonho reacts with disbelief. He immediately rejects the offer, saying he's not interested in training for 30 years and suggests the voice find someone else. The voice pauses, clearly not expecting that answer, and asks why. Yeonho says he'd rather give it up than spend the next 30 years stuck there. Back in Mad Dog's narration, he reflects on this unusual event. He says this strange encounter was the beginning of Yeonho's transformation. The moment when the boy once dismissed as lazy started down a path that would eventually make him famous. Yeonho tells the old man that he doesn't believe this is fate and suggests he find someone else, then leaves. The old man calls for him to wait. When Yeonho turns back, he sees the light forming into the shape of an old man. This is the first appearance of Baek Muhan. Seeing him, Yeonho concludes he was right all along. The old man is a scammer. The old man reacts to this accusation, questioning how Yeonho could call him that. Yeonho explains that the old man pretended to be something else at first, only revealing his true nature when his act failed. The old man denies pretending and explains that he is a spirit who has left his physical body. Yeonho doesn't believe it and tries to hit him, but his hand passes through, causing him to fall. Surprised, Yeonho realizes the old man might really be a ghost. The old man clarifies this is a rare technique called the spirit transmission arts, used only by extremely high-level martial artists. Yeonho casually calls such people ghosts, frustrating the old man, who insists he's not one. Back with Mad Dog, he tells a scholar that this is how Yeonho met his master. The scholar questions whether spirit transmission arts really exist. Mad Dog confirms it's a technique mastered only by the most elite. The scholar then asks who among martial artists can use it. Mad Dog brings up the Sword Emperor. The scholar immediately recognizes the name. He's known as the strongest in history, head of the Baek clan, and a legendary figure. Mad Dog confirms that Baek Muhan, the Radiant Sword, later known as the Sword Emperor, was Yeonho's master. The scholar is surprised since the Sword Emperor lived 300 years ago. Mad Dog agrees, saying the Sword Emperor belonged to a long-forgotten era. Still, it's true that he trained Yeonho. The scholar assumes Yeonho must have begged to become the Sword Emperor's disciple. Mad Dog corrects him. It was the Sword Emperor who sought a disciple after centuries of being ignored by his own descendants. Back in the cave, Yeonho asks the old man why he's overreacting and insists again he can't learn from him. The old man closes the entrance, trapping Yeonho. He explains that with Yeonho's current skill, he can't move the thick stone gate. But if Yeonho learns his martial arts, he'll be able to slice through it easily. Not convinced, Yeonho takes out a sword and starts scraping the wall. The old man is surprised and asks what he's doing. Yeonho replies that he's digging, since even a stone wall can be worn down with metal over time. He estimates it'll take a year or two. The old man is taken aback that Yeonho is willing to spend that long. Yeonho jokes that it's shorter than the 30 years of training the old man suggested. Frustrated, the old man realizes he can't even punish Yeonho. He hovers and tries to persuade Yeonho to learn, promising not to disappoint him. Yeonho still refuses, saying he doesn't like him. The old man offers a deal, leave after 20 years. Yeonho lies down and says 20 is too long. He would consider it if the old man had said 3. The old man, trying to stay calm, questions Yeonho's expectations. Even the greatest masters couldn't achieve that. Yeonho shrugs and says maybe it just isn't meant to be. The old man, overwhelmed with frustration, finally proposes 5 years, vowing to make Yeonho the strongest in the world. That makes Yeonho pause. He reflects that maybe this old man really was the strongest martial artist. Yeonho agrees to train. Back with Mad Dog, he explains that Yeonho didn't know the old man's identity. It was unfortunate that the legendary master ended up with someone so lazy. Meanwhile, the old man is frustrated that Yeonho sleeps all day. Yeonho argues he's human and needs sleep, unlike the spirit. Baek Muhan grumbles, but encourages Yeonho to train. Still, Yeonho trains only lightly, prompting Baek Muhan to estimate it'll take 50 years at that rate. Yeonho asks if there's an easier way. The old man says it's already as easy as it gets. Yeonho thinks the old man would be less irritating if he just stayed quiet. He jokes that this is why one needs a skilled master. The old man seethes with frustration, but can't do anything without a physical body. He laments his condition and wishes he could properly train Yeonho. While Yeonho lies around, he asks how the old man operated the stone gate. Baek Muhan explains he triggered a device using psychic energy, not physical force. This makes him realize something new, that he can still manipulate objects with chi. Laughing, he tests it out. Yeonho gets nervous as he sees this. When the old man levitates rocks, Yeonho backs away and tries to reason with him. The old man sends the rocks flying at Yeonho. From then on, training continues day and night. Yeonho practices swordsmanship daily and uses a special dream-based art at night. Over time, his life becomes fully focused on martial arts. 5 years pass quickly. One day, the old man wakes Yeonho up early. Yeonho is confused by the serious tone. Baek Muhan explains his lifelong pursuit of martial arts, how it led him to neglect family and relationships, and how that distance is why no one came to find him. He says that through Yeonho, he finally learned about emotion and connection. Yeonho senses something is off. The old man confirms it's time for him to go. Yeonho panics and insists the old man can't leave. They agreed on 30 years. But the old man reveals he used up his energy maintaining the elixir that allowed Yeonho to survive without food. There's no energy left. Yeonho is upset, saying he would have left and returned if he had known. The old man doubts Yeonho would have come back. Still, he expresses gratitude for their time and says his hope is that Yeonho will explore the world, learn from it, and not repeat his mistakes. He tells Yeonho that even if no one remembers him, his teachings live on in Yeonho's swordsmanship. As the old man fades away, his last words to Yeonho are to be happy. Yeonho, crying, says the old man could have at least warned him. Back in the present, Yeonho is annoyed. He finds a cloth the old man left behind, covered in writing. It explains that Yeonho's martial arts are still incomplete, and the elixir in his body is a double-edged sword. If he doesn't keep training fast enough, it'll kill him. Frustrated, Yeonho curses the old man. Another note tells him to travel and experience the world. That's how he'll grow further. The script ends with Yeonho realizing that the journey isn't over, and the old man made sure he wouldn't slack off again. The old man advises Yeonho not to be content with living a limited life in a small place. Baek Muhan also encourages him to broaden his vision, to see more, experience more, and become someone capable of greater things. As a starting point, Yeonho is told to go to a place called Ruin to find the world's greatest scholar and stay with him. It's expected that Yeonho will learn and feel something important through that experience. Yeonho reflects on this. Though he initially intended to return home, he decides to delay that plan until he settles what he needs to. With resolve, he bows deeply to his master and then sets off for Ruin. Outside the cave, Baek Muhan reappears and bursts into laughter, mocking Yeonho in his usual rough manner. He calls Yeonho a fool and says that if Yeonho doesn't learn more about the world, he'll waste away like a dried-up mummy. He insists that martial arts developed in isolation have no value. To Baek Muhan, letting Yeonho stay tucked away in some remote place would be a loss. With a content expression, he says it would be a waste of Yeonho's martial talent. The story moves to the city of Kiang. Yeonho is visibly thin from starvation, looking skeletal. He approaches a beggar who turns out to be Jangyul, the branch leader of the beggar sect in this area. Jangyul is taken aback by Yeonho's appearance and internally wonders who this dried-up person is. Yeonho says he came with a question, but Jangyul immediately asks for money in exchange. When Yeonho questions if payment is necessary, Jangyul tells him that nothing in the world is free. Though he considers helping Yeonho out of professional respect, he sticks to the rules of his organization. Jangyul assumes Yeonho is a beggar and says so. Yeonho questions the assumption, but Jangyul replies that anyone who begs is, by definition, a beggar. He even jokes that Yeonho could make money just by sitting on a street corner. Then, unexpectedly, Yeonho asks if Yeonho wants to work with him. Later, we see a pile of money in front of Yeonho. Yeonho is thrilled. They've earned 6 months' worth of operating funds in just half a day. He calls Yeonho the god of wealth and is ready to give him the information he asked for. Yeonho wants detailed info about famous scholars and blacksmiths, their locations, hobbies, and specialties. Yeonho says it'll take 7 days and asks Yeonho to return. Yeonho replies that he has nowhere to go and nothing else to do, so he'll wait right there. Yeonho agrees, something he soon comes to regret. A few days pass, and another beggar runs up to Yeonho, saying they're in trouble. When Yeonho asks what kind of trouble beggars could possibly face, the beggar explains they are on the verge of starvation. He leads Yeonho to the source of the problem. There, Yeonho finds a crowd tossing coins at Yeonho, who's just sitting on the roadside. People are saying that if you want to be a beggar, you should at least reach Yeonho's level. Yeonho is both stunned and unsettled by how quickly Yeonho has taken over the streets. Yeonho, now acting comfortably, complains that he's thirsty and asks Yeonho to bring water. When served, he complains about the bowl being dirty and the water being lukewarm. Yeonho scolds his subordinates and tells them to bring cold water from mountains. Yeonho lounges and mutters how nice it is, further frustrating Yeonho. Yeonho feels humiliated. As a branch leader, he's now forced to serve someone he sees as an upstart. Yet, he knows that kicking Yeonho out would demoralize his whole group. He's increasingly desperate for the information to arrive. When the documents finally come, a beggar rushes in with them, and Yeonho is visibly relieved. But Yeonho reviews the contents and is disappointed. He asks if this incomplete report is really what Yeonho wants to sell. Yeonho takes a look and realizes that the information is only partially complete, less than half of what was requested. He worries that this may have been intentional and decides to take Yeonho elsewhere to complete the task. They arrive at another location, where a woman greets Yeonho sarcastically, calling him Foxdog. This is Gaenong, the branch leader of the House Sect in Kyang. She notes the rarity of Yeonho visiting her organization, given that the House Sect and Beggar Sect are rivals. She wants to know why he's come. Yeonho says he isn't here on behalf of his sect, but as an individual bringing a client. Yeonho continues to tease Yeonho, calling him Branch Leader Dog, which catches Gui's attention. She becomes suspicious and offended, thinking this could be an insult or provocation. Gai refuses to offer information to the Beggar Sect. Yeonho clarifies that he isn't part of them. Gai is still wary and warns them not to insult her sect. Yeonho criticizes her professionalism, pointing out that if she's selling intelligence, she should at least know who her clients are. This angers her, and she calls in her subordinate, Gongmu, to identify Yeonho. Gongmu reports that Yeonho is not from the Beggar Sect. Still irritated, Gai refuses to help and tells them to leave. Yeonho remarks that she's turning away a paying customer, which he sees as bad business sense. Gai warns him to watch his mouth, threatening violence. Yeonho calls her an old lady, provoking her further. Gai orders Gongmu to teach Yeonho a lesson. As Gongmu lunges, Yeonho effortlessly counters, knocking him out in one blow. Everyone is shocked. Gai realizes that Yeonho is a martial master. He apologizes and says it was just reflex. Yeonho, who had suspected Yeonho had some training, now fully understands that Yeonho is far stronger than he thought. Yeonho himself casually blames it on the old man. Gai, now visibly shaken, quickly shifts her stance. She acknowledges that they may not have come with hostile intentions and asks what Yeonho wants. His voice booming as he commands everyone to freeze. But his aggressive stance quickly fades. He apologizes to the lady in charge, admitting that he isn't a killer and has no intention of harming anyone. Both the beggar and the lady stare, shocked by the sudden shift in his demeanor. The woman's mind races, sensing a powerful, unusual aura surrounding him. An old lesson from his master flashes through the protagonist's mind, a reminder that a person willing to attack once will likely do so again. He explains this to the lady, noting that while he disliked the old man, his words were never wrong. The woman realizes the gravity of the situation. She now believes she has severely misjudged him and is in over her head. The protagonist takes a moment to compose himself, his thoughts turning inward. He understands that a single mistake could lead to the downfall of the entire house sect. With a newfound respect, the lady asks him what he wants. He answers simply, information. She presses for more details, confirming she has the papers he's looking for. He points to the blank spots on the documents, asking her to fill them in. She is taken aback, thinking it's absurd that a powerful person like him was needed for such a simple task. She concludes that the sect is overcomplicating things. She assures him the task is not difficult and asks if he can wait while she completes it. He agrees, and she promises to return in 15 minutes. The lady then turns her attention to the beggar leader, summoning him to her. The beggar leader is overjoyed, his face lighting up with excitement. The protagonist, seeing the beggar's expression, bursts into laughter, teasing him about looking like a dumpling and questioning if the lady had beaten him. Beggar leader cuts off the protagonist, telling him to be quiet. Annoyed, the protagonist mocks the beggar sect, suggesting it must be weak if its leader is getting beaten up by the house sect. The beggar leader becomes defensive, asking if the protagonist thinks the woman is just an ordinary member of the house sect. The beggar leader shouts that she is the daughter of the house sect's leader, the sect's future heir. He explains that she grew up eating rare miracle medicines and other luxuries. He throws his hands up in frustration, asking how he could possibly be a match for her. Just then, the lady returns, holding the information. The protagonist thanks her, but she responds with a serious tone, stating that the house sect has its own rules. The protagonist is confused, so the beggar leader quietly whispers to him that there is an information fee. The protagonist asks the lady how much it is. She quickly replies, 5 yuan. Thinking this is a low price, the protagonist hands her some coins. The beggar leader gasps, revealing that a yuan is actually a silver niang, an extremely valuable currency. The protagonist is shocked. He questions why the fee is so high, and the lady explains that the information was highly secure and not easily accessible. The protagonist accepts this, but the beggar leader immediately asks where he's going. The protagonist replies that he has to go earn 5 silver niang. The beggar leader panics and grabs the protagonist's foot, pleading with him not to go. He cries that he brought the protagonist here for a reason. The protagonist, annoyed, asks what he's supposed to do instead. The beggar leader sobs for him to wait. It is revealed that the beggar leader, Jang Il, had to use all the money he had saved, along with what his companion, Wi Yeonho, had earned to pay the 5 silver niang. What he couldn't cover, he had to borrow with an IOU. He mourns the loss of his savings. The protagonist notices the beggar leader's tears and asks if he's crying. The beggar leader, frustrated, yells at the protagonist, calling him an evil bastard for forcing him to spend his entire life savings. The protagonist ignores the insult and focuses on the information, noting that it is incredibly thorough and far superior to the intelligence the beggars usually gather. The lady comments on the dynamic between the beggar leader and the protagonist, noting that they seem to be on entirely different levels. The protagonist then hands her a letter, asking her to send it to Guangdong and inquiring about the cost. She replies that the service is more expensive than using an escort agency, but she will do it in exchange for answers to some of her questions. She starts with his name. Wi Yeonho, he replies. She then asks for his age, and he tells her he is 17. The beggar leader is shocked, shouting that the protagonist is even younger than him. The lady's mind reels, surprised that he's only 17. She can't believe a 17-year-old could possess such martial prowess. She repeats his name to herself, Wi Yeonho, a name that seems familiar. A realization hits her, and she asks him directly if he is the second son of the Guangdong Wi clan. He is surprised and asks how she knows him. She explains that the Guangdong Wi clan has an outstanding request with the house sect to find him. The beggar leader is just as shocked, exclaiming that the protagonist is the younger brother of Sanho, whom he considers a friend. The protagonist is surprised to learn that the beggar leader knows his brother. The lady confirms that she will send his letter to the Guangdong Wi clan, but warns him that it will take at least 10 days to arrive. The beggar leader, frustrated, laments that he has been acting as a subordinate to a mere child. The protagonist reassures him, saying that after waiting 5 years, 10 more days won't make a difference. The lady then presents him with a special token, explaining that it marks him as a special guest of the house sect. She tells him that if he ties it somewhere visible, a house sect informant will come to him. The protagonist muses to himself about the kind of person who could defeat the Four Swords at 17. He then asks if the token and its services are free. She replies with a firm no. The protagonist thinks to himself that a person of that skill level doesn't exist in the Central Plains. The lady, hoping to build a connection with him, feigns disinterest, saying, "In that case, it's useless." Then, she changes her tone, offering to give him information for free next time. The protagonist, intrigued, asks if she's serious. She confirms that it's a special offer, just for him. The lady tells the two men that she doesn't want to lose a customer over what happened earlier. The protagonist laughs it off, saying that nothing really happened. The beggar leader immediately disagrees, complaining that his face is bruised and he's now broke. The protagonist dismisses him, thinking that the beggar leader is a loser, and this is a common occurrence. Outside the lady's house, the beggar leader argues with the protagonist, complaining about his lost money. The protagonist advises him that money comes and goes and that a beggar shouldn't be so greedy. "Tap into your beggar roots," he says. The beggar leader gets upset, realizing he can't beat the protagonist. He then asks if they can finally go their separate ways now that the protagonist has the information he wanted. The protagonist stops him, a surprised look on his face. He reveals that there's a new problem. The beggar leader, exasperated, asks what it is. With a smile, the protagonist admits that he doesn't have any money. The beggar leader curses to himself in frustration. Meanwhile, the lady gives an order to her servant, Gongmu, to send a letter to the sect. She tells him to report that the second son of the Guangdong Wei clan has been found and has returned as a martial master. The scene shifts to the Great Hanlim Institute. A man named Mun Yuan, the third grand scholar, is enjoying a cup of tea. His daughter, Mun Yunji, comes to him, telling him he has a guest. He's surprised since he has nothing on his schedule. She explains that the guest wishes to play a game of Go with him. Mun Yuan is intrigued. He greets the protagonist, assuring him he's not intruding. He confirms the protagonist's desire to play Go, and the protagonist replies that it's the only game worth playing. Mun Yuan agrees, offering the protagonist the first move with the black stones while he plays with the white stones. As the game begins, Mun Yuan thinks that he shouldn't expect much from the young man. He assumes the protagonist is just looking for a free meal, and he plans to help him afterward. However, the protagonist's first move surprises him. He is fast and deliberate, showing that he is no beginner. Mun Yuan is impressed by his speed and experience for his age. The two play back and forth rapidly. Mun Yuan soon realizes that the protagonist isn't just fast. There's a strange, almost demonic quality to his moves. He is in deep thought when the protagonist smiles and asks, "Aren't you going to play?" Mun Yuan's inner monologue reveals a shocking realization. He's a war demon. A player is deep in thought during a game of Go, questioning a move the protagonist has just made. He thinks it looks like suicide, but quickly dismisses the idea of it being a mistake. He recognizes that his opponent is the legendary Undefeated, and concludes that it must be a trap. The player cautiously avoids the move, congratulating himself for not falling for the protagonist's supposed plot. Meanwhile, the protagonist is internally frustrated. He can't understand why his opponent backed off and didn't take the bait. He just wants to lose the game. The opponent suddenly shouts that he needs to lose so he doesn't have to play Go forever and that he will intentionally lose in 10 moves. A few moments later, the opponent admits defeat. The protagonist sighs in annoyance. Afterward, the protagonist returns to his room, his back aching. He reflects on his failed attempts to lose, realizing that his intentionally stupid moves are only scaring off his opponents. He worries that more and more people will continue to show up to challenge him. He thinks to himself, "I'd rather do the laundry." Suddenly, he hears a commotion outside his room. A man named Manhwa is speaking to Mun Yunji. He asks her if she really doesn't want to marry him. She replies with a firm no, and then clarifies, absolutely not. Manhwa warns her that she will regret it, but she stands her ground. He then takes a more forceful tone, telling her that he always gets what he wants and that his current offer won't remain an offer for long. He questions whether she's willing to risk the Great Hanlim Institute's downfall because of her refusal. Mun Yunji angrily asserts that the institute won't fall easily. He responds that he can make it happen, and she hates that he thinks everything will work out in his favor. Manhwa coolly replies, "It's not impossible." Mun Yunji loudly and angrily rejects Manhwa once again, telling him it is impossible for her to marry him. She turns to leave, but Manhwa grabs her hand. She screams, demanding that he let her go. He tells her in a menacing tone that it's in her best interest not to anger him, warning her that he could take her right there and then. Suddenly, the protagonist appears and calmly tells Manhwa that his behavior is inappropriate in someone else's house. Mun Yunji, still frightened, glares at Manhwa. She then turns to the protagonist and asks if he's finished all his chores, as if surprised to see him. The protagonist takes her hand, looking nervous. He says he's been playing Go and asks to borrow something. He then quickly takes the cord she uses to tie her hair and removes the tassels from it. Manhwa calls out the protagonist for eavesdropping, but the protagonist apologizes with a smirk, admitting his lack of manners. He then points out Manhwa's own hypocrisy, asking if someone who truly cared about manners would act the way he does. Manhwa, seemingly impressed, calls the protagonist a genius of Hanlim. The protagonist thanks him, but admits he has no idea who Manhwa is. Manhwa begins to introduce himself, but the protagonist quickly cuts him off with a laugh, saying he really doesn't care. Manhwa praises him again as the genius of Hanlim, and tells him he should have just stayed and played Go instead of getting in his way. The protagonist smiles and replies, "What a shame. I'm really good at getting in people's way, just like right now." Manhwa, enraged, curses at him. A crowd of people has gathered, all of them avid Go players. They ask the protagonist if he's there to play Go, with one person enthusiastically requesting to play with him again tomorrow. He agrees. Manhwa, annoyed by the crowd, says he'll leave, but not without a threat. He warns the protagonist that if Mun Yunji doesn't agree to marry him within 3 days, he'll take matters into his own hands. The protagonist turns to Mun Yunji and asks who that was. She sighs and tells him that the man is Manhwa, the adopted son of a powerful imperial palace attendant. When the protagonist asks what he wanted, she explains that he wants to marry her, and she said no every time. The protagonist jokes that Manhwa seems like a good catch from a good family and determined. He then feigns a serious tone, asking her if she wants to die. She explains that Manhwa doesn't like her. He just wants to use her. Her father, the owner of the Great Hanlim Institute, has a powerful network in Rulin and is considered a perfect candidate for a political position. She reveals that her father hasn't taken a civil service role, not because of his love for Go, but because the eunuchs of the imperial palace are wary of him. The protagonist is surprised. He questions why the eunuchs would be wary of a mere institute owner. Mun Yunji explains that the Great Hanlim Institute is unlike any other. It is not affiliated with any other organization, which has allowed it to form deep connections with various groups. The eunuchs are in power because the forces of Rulin haven't united against them. She says that if her father were to unite the forces of Rulin, the eunuch's power would be threatened. The protagonist realizes that this is the reason Nak Mokpung's father is so desperate to stop her father from entering civil service. He now understands that Nak Mokpung's new plan, marrying Mun Yunji, would allow him to both neutralize her father as a threat and gain a powerful connection to Rulin. Meanwhile, Nak Mokpung reports to his father, Nak Gi, the head of the eunuchs. He apologizes for the difficulty in carrying out their plan, explaining that a so-called genius of Han Lim has appeared. Nak Gi scoffs at the idea, calling the genius a useless good-for-nothing who only plays Go. Nak Mokpung clarifies that the problem isn't the man himself, but the crowd of people from all over the nation who have gathered to play Go against him. He explains that with so many eyes watching, his actions are limited. Nak Gi accepts his son's reasoning, but reminds him that the mission to take over the imperial palace is not just for their sake, but is a direct order from a higher authority. He tells his son that failure is not an option for either of them, and that he is more afraid of disappointing this figure than he is of death itself. Nak Mokpung acknowledges this, and Nak Gi then tells him sometimes violence is necessary. Nak Mokpung is shocked, but his father clarifies. He should use the crowd to his advantage. Kill them all, he orders, including the genius of Han Lim. The scene shifts back to the protagonist. Someone calls his name. Hey, Mr. Y, open your eyes. He mumbles in reply, still seemingly sleepy. At the Great Han Lim Institute, two men, Wi Yeonho, the head of the inspectorate office and the emperor's younger brother, and Man Yuan, are playing Go. Wi Yeonho asks Man Yuan if he still has no intention of taking a government post. Man Yuan apologizes, but Wi Yeonho presses on, emphasizing the need to maintain balance to counter Nak Gi. Man Yuan remains silent. Wi Yeonho then addresses him directly, stating that Nak Gi's recent movements are unusual. He mentions unsettling activity within both military and scholarly circles, and widespread corruption orchestrated by Nak Gi. When Man Yuan tries to interject, Wi Yeonho anticipates his question. Is he wondering why a eunuch, driven by past humiliation, would attempt a rebellion? Man Yuan confirms this. Wi Yeonho then proposes an alternative. What if Nak Gi served a different hidden master? He explains that the eunuch's power struggles are far more complex than they seem. He finds it strange that Nak Gi, despite having no established foundation, managed to defeat all his rivals and rise to his current position. He points out the suspicious frequency of accidents and sudden illnesses that befell those hostile to Nak Gi, suggesting that someone might have paved the way for his ascent. Man Yuan considers this, acknowledging that it could also be a coincidence. Wi Yeonho admits he thought so too until recently, but Nak Gi's latest actions have made him suspect a hidden hand. He concludes by stressing the vital need for Man Yuan's help in uniting the scholars to resist. Man Yuan says he will think about it. Wi Yeonho quietly accepts this, then shifts the conversation, asking about the talented individual Man Yuan mentioned. Man Yuan is surprised by the question, but quickly describes Wi Yeonho as an extraordinary person who seems to be hiding his true abilities. Wi Yeonho, pleased by Man Yuan's praise, expresses his own curiosity and asks when he can meet Wi Yeonho. Man Yuan replies that his daughter, Yunji, has likely gone to bring him now. Just then, they hear Yunji's voice calling, "Father." Man Yuan turns to see his daughter and Wi Yeonho. He welcomes them in. Wi Yeonho asks if he was called. Man Yuan apologizes for the early intrusion and asks if he slept well. Wi Yeonho promptly replies that he slept very well. The protagonist tells Man Yuan that he could have slept better if someone hadn't poured cold water on his face, but laughs it off. Man Yuan chuckles in response, relieved that the protagonist seems to have slept well despite the interruption. He explains that he called him to introduce him as someone. Wi Yeonho introduces himself simply as an old man passing by. The protagonist sees through this vague explanation and directly asks what his business is. Wi Yeonho replies that he's with the Han Lim Academy and simply wants to play a game of Go. The protagonist, however, immediately refuses. Wi Yeonho is surprised. He points out that the protagonist has been playing Go with all the other visitors. The protagonist clarifies that he's not refusing to play Go, but rather insists on respecting the established order. He tells Wi Yeonho that there are others who came first, and he must wait his turn. Wi Yeonho laughs, saying he can easily solve this problem by asking the others for their understanding. The protagonist counters that this isn't a solution, it's coercion. He points out that given Wi Yeonho's high status, others would have no choice but to agree, even if they aren't convinced. He emphasizes the importance of principles and promises. Wi Yeonho thinks to himself that the protagonist has more resolve than he initially thought. He asks again how his plan wouldn't work. The protagonist simply repeats that he must wait his turn. Just then, Mun Yoonji steps in, telling her father she thinks she can solve the problem. She approaches the protagonist, her mind racing with his words about principles and promises. She offers to cancel all of the remaining Go games scheduled for the day. The protagonist is visibly shocked by her offer. He hesitates, saying that while it's tempting, he also has his own principles and duties. He then asks if she can cancel them until tomorrow. She sees through this and warns him not to play any tricks, telling him he has to make a decision now. He accepts her offer, saying, "The match I will begin." As they play, Wi Yeonho thinks to himself that the protagonist is the worst. He considers him to be all talk and no action, but is bound by his own code to finish the game. He decides to see what the protagonist is truly made of. The game continues long into the night. Manhwa approaches Wi Yeonho and asks if he's enjoying the game. Wi Yeonho simply hums in response. Wi Yeonho reflects on Wi Yeonho's Go playstyle, finding it incredibly ferocious and unlike anything he's ever seen, even on a battlefield. He wonders about the kind of life Wi Yeonho must have lived. However, he concludes that this brutal side doesn't align with the lazy man he's observed, and he finds neither version suitable for the talent he seeks. He tells Manhwa that the game was a waste of time and that he can't understand why he values Wi Yeonho so highly. Manhwa immediately responds, "Because I have seen it." He explains that during a particularly intense game, he witnessed a divine move, a moment of pure genius from Wi Yeonho. He had taken his eyes off the board, and when he looked back, he saw a fleeting glimpse of a selfless, focused expression on Wi Yeonho's face. Wi Yeonho questions if he saw it incorrectly, but Manhwa is adamant, insisting he couldn't have been wrong. Despite this, Wi Yeonho states that he still has no intention of using Wi Yeonho. He says his time was not completely wasted because he was able to see Manhwa. He announces that he will be leaving early the next day. Manhwa asks if he is that busy, and Wi Yeonho confirms that the atmosphere in the imperial family is not good. He internally laments the situation. A fateful night meanwhile, Nak Mokpung and his soldiers are preparing for an ambush. The night is perfect, with everything in place. Nak Mokpung gives the order to subdue and arrest everyone. The soldiers charge, and the Serene Institute is immediately filled with screams and the sounds of struggle. Nak Mokpung smiles to himself, thinking that they should have listened to his earlier warnings. He orders his men to arrest everyone, confident that not a single person will escape the Great Hanlim Institute. In the midst of the chaos, Wi Yeonho remains fast asleep. That's it for today's video. If you made it this far, I hope you enjoyed it. And if you did, make sure to subscribe to the channel for more awesome videos like this. Thanks for watching. At the Great Hanlim Institute, two men, Wi Yeonho, the head of the Inspectorate Office and the Emperor's younger brother, and Manhwa, are playing Go. Wi Yeonho asks Manhwa if he still has no intention of taking a government post. Manhwa apologizes, but Wi Yeonho presses on, emphasizing the need to maintain balance to counter Nok Gi. Manhwa remains silent. Wi Yeonho then addresses him directly, stating that Nok Gi's recent movements are unusual. He mentions unsettling activity within both military and scholarly circles, and widespread corruption orchestrated by Nok Gi. When Manhwa tries to interject, Wi Yeonho anticipates his question. Is he wondering why a eunuch, driven by past humiliation, would attempt a rebellion? Manhwa confirms this. Wi Yeonho then proposes an alternative. What if Nok Gi serves a different hidden master? He explains that the eunuch's power struggles are far more complex than they seem. He finds it strange that Ji, despite having no established foundation, managed to defeat all his rivals and rise to his current position. He points out the suspicious frequency of accidents and sudden illnesses that befell those hostile to Ji, suggesting that someone might have paved the way for his ascent. Manhwa considers this, acknowledging that it could also be a coincidence. Wi Yeonho admits he thought so too until recently, but Ji's latest actions have made him suspect a hidden hand. He concludes by stressing the vital need for Manhwa's help in uniting the scholars to resist. Manhwa says he will think about it. Wi Yeonho quietly accepts this, then shifts the conversation, asking about the talented individual Manhwa mentioned. Manhwa is surprised by the question, but quickly describes Wi Yeonho as an extraordinary person who seems to be hiding his true abilities. Wi Yeonho, pleased by Manhwa's praise, expresses his own curiosity and asks when he can meet Wi Yeonho. Manhwa replies that his daughter, Yoonji, has likely gone to bring him now. Just then, they hear Yoonji's voice calling, "Father." Manhwa turns to see his daughter and Wi Yeonho. He welcomes them in. Wi Yeonho asks if he was called. Manhwa apologizes for the early intrusion and asks if he slept well. Wi Yeonho promptly replies that he slept very well. The protagonist tells Manhwa that he could have slept better if someone hadn't poured cold water on his face, but laughs it off. Manhwa chuckles in response, relieved that the protagonist seems to have slept well despite the interruption. He explains that he called him to introduce him as someone. Wi Yeonho introduces himself simply as an old man passing by. The protagonist sees through this vague explanation and directly asks what his business is. Wi Yeonho replies that he's with the Hanlim Academy and simply wants to play a game of Go. The protagonist, however, immediately refuses. Wi Yeonho is surprised. He points out that the protagonist has been playing Go with all the other visitors. The protagonist clarifies that he's not refusing to play Go, but rather insists on respecting the established order. He tells Wi Yeonho that there are others who came first, and he must wait his turn. Wi Yeonho laughs, saying he can easily solve this problem by asking the others for their understanding. The protagonist counters that this isn't a solution, it's coercion. He points out that given Wi Yeonho's high status, others would have no choice but to agree, even if they aren't convinced. He emphasizes the importance of principles and promises. Wi Yeonho thinks to himself that the protagonist has more resolve than he initially thought. He asks again how his plan wouldn't work. The protagonist simply repeats that he must wait his turn. Just then, Yoonji steps in, telling her father she thinks she can solve the problem. She approaches the protagonist, her mind racing with his words about principles and promises. She offers to cancel all of the remaining Go games scheduled for the day. The protagonist is visibly shocked by her offer. He hesitates, saying that while it's tempting, he also has his own principles and duties. He then asks if she can cancel them until tomorrow. She sees through this and warns him not to play any tricks, telling him he has to make a decision now. He accepts her offer, saying, "The match I will begin." As they play, Wi Yeonho thinks to himself that the protagonist is the worst. He considers him to be all talk and no action, but is bound by his own code to finish the game. He decides to see what the protagonist is truly made of. The game continues long into the night. Manhwa approaches Wi Yeonho and asks if he's enjoying the game. Wi Yeonho simply hums in response. Wi Yeonho reflects on Wi Yeonho's Go play style, finding it incredibly ferocious and unlike anything he's ever seen, even on a battlefield. He wonders about the kind of life Wi Yeonho must have lived. However, he concludes that this brutal side doesn't align with the lazy man he's observed, and he finds neither version suitable for the talent he seeks. He tells Manhwa that the game was a waste of time and that he can't understand why he values Wi Yeonho so highly. Manhwa immediately responds, "Because I have seen it." He explains that during a particularly intense game, he witnessed a divine move, a moment of pure genius from Wi Yeonho. He had taken his eyes off the board, and when he looked back, he saw a fleeting glimpse of a selfless, focused expression on Wi Yeonho's face. Wi Yeonho questions if he saw it incorrectly, but Manhwa is adamant, insisting he couldn't have been wrong. Despite this, Wi Yeonho states that he still has no intention of using Wi Yeonho. He says his time was not completely wasted because he was able to see Manhwa. He announces that he will be leaving early the next day. Manhwa asks if he is that busy, and Wi Yeonho confirms that the atmosphere in the imperial family is not good. He internally laments the situation. A fateful night meanwhile. Mokpong and his soldiers are preparing for an ambush. The night is perfect, with everything in place. Mokpong gives the order to subdue and arrest everyone. The soldiers charge, and the Serene Institute is immediately filled with screams and the sounds of struggle. Mokpong smiles to himself, thinking that they should have listened to his earlier warnings. He orders his men to arrest everyone, confident that not a single person will escape the Great Hanlim Institute. In the midst of the chaos, Wi Yeonho remains fast asleep. Thinking about Yeonji, Mokpong decided that today he would teach her a lesson. Soon after, the masked men gathered all the scholars and tied them up. Confused by the sudden situation, Yuan demanded to know what was happening. Mokpong calmly explained that they had received reports of suspicious activity within the Great Hanlim Institute. According to the information they gathered, many people with great political and martial influence have been visiting the institute recently. Hearing this, Yuan angrily argued that there was nothing suspicious about it. With a smug expression, Mokpong responded that there could only be one reason for powerful figures to gather in one place. They were planning a revolution. Yuan immediately denied the accusation and explained that everyone had simply gathered there to play Go. Mokpong mocked the explanation, asking if he truly expected anyone to believe that so many influential people had assembled just for a game. Growing nervous, Yuan insisted he was telling the truth and said Mokpong must have heard the rumors about the genius. Mokpong admitted that he had heard them, but dismissed them as unreliable stories that could easily be fabricated. He then demanded to know where this so-called genius was. One of the masked men informed Mokpong that there was nobody else left inside the building. Realizing Yeonho had likely escaped before their arrival, Mokpong cursed him for being lucky, noting that escape would have been impossible after they surrounded the area. Mokpong then assured the scholars that if they were truly innocent, they would eventually be released and even receive an apology. At that moment, one of the masked men returned carrying a ledger, claiming he had found evidence of an agreement made by the revolutionaries. Hearing this, Yuan was shocked and immediately denied the accusation. However, Mokpong held up the ledger and declared that the proof was right in front of them. Yuan quickly realized they had been set up from the very beginning. The scholars desperately protested their innocence. Some claimed they knew nothing about any revolution and insisted they had never come there for such a purpose. Amid the chaos, Lai Huana suddenly stood up and remarked that the situation was becoming quite interesting. The moment Mokpong noticed him, his expression stiffened in shock. Lai Huana immediately ordered him to address him properly as the royal head inspector. The masked men fell silent while the scholars looked relieved, believing that Lai Wanga's presence would clear their names since he had witnessed everything himself. Mokpong quickly greeted him respectfully and claimed he would never have acted this way if he had known Lai Huana was present. Lai Huana coldly told him to stop wasting time and release everyone immediately. After regaining his composure, Mokpong calmly asked Lai Huana a question instead. When Lai Huana demanded to know what it was, Mokpong asked why he was planning a revolution. With a disturbing smile, Mokpong revealed that he had known about Lai Wanga's presence from the very beginning. Lai Huana was stunned by the accusation, but before he could react further, the masked men forced him to the ground. Mokpong explained that every revolution required a central figure, and it made far more sense for that role to belong to someone connected to the imperial family rather than a group of ordinary scholars. Furious, Lai Huana shouted that Mokpong's arrogance had gone too far. He demanded to know how Mokpong dared to frame him, and warned that he would never escape the consequences once the emperor learned the truth. Mokpong, however, calmly replied that Lai Huana misunderstood the situation. There would be no opportunity to report anything to the emperor because none of them would ever leave alive. According to him, the punishment for revolution was immediate execution. Mokpong further claimed they already possessed the revolutionaries' signatures, making the case appear undeniable in the eyes of the emperor. After explaining his plan, he burst into laughter. Lai Huana cursed him and declared that the heavens would never forgive such evil deeds. Mokpong simply told him to continue talking while announcing that the first person who needed to die was Yeonji. Turning toward her, Mokpong reminded Yeonji that he had warned her he would handle things his own way. He blamed her rejection for the fate awaiting everyone there. Mukpong then asked if she was willing to change her mind now. In response, Yeonji spat directly in his face and declared that she would rather die than marry someone like him. Mukpong's expression twisted with anger. As he touched Yeonji's cheek, he told her not to worry because he had no intention of killing her. Instead, he planned to make her wish for death. He promised to inflict suffering far worse than anything she could imagine. Desperate, Yeonji attempted to bite her own tongue, declaring that she would rather die than allow herself to be humiliated by him. Mukpong immediately threatened her, saying that if she killed herself, her father would suffer in her place. If her father also chose death, then everyone else there would be tortured instead. He continued by reminding her that the families of traitors accused of revolution were always executed as well. If she truly wanted to die, she was free to do so, but the others would simply pay the price for it. Yeonji gritted her teeth in helpless anger. Mukpong grabbed her by the hair and mockingly encouraged her to kill herself, saying he would only gain more entertainment from the suffering of the others. Then, while touching her cheek once more, Mukpong quietly asked if they should begin. Unable to resist or do anything to stop him, Yeonji silently prayed for someone to save her. When Yeonji opened her eyes again, her expression darkened. She saw Yeonho quietly trying to leave the scene. As he climbed over the wall and prepared to escape, Yeonji suddenly shouted his name, causing everyone to turn toward him at once. Caught in an awkward situation, Yeonho let out an embarrassed laugh. Confused by his reaction, Yeonji demanded to know what he was doing. Yeonho casually replied that he was obviously running away. When Yeonji stared at him in disbelief, he wondered if she disliked the way he phrased it and jokingly asked if he should instead say he was excusing himself. Yeonji angrily reminded him that he had learned martial arts and should be helping them instead of fleeing. Yeonho immediately refused, saying it was already difficult enough to keep himself alive and that she was greatly overestimating his abilities. According to him, the smartest choice in a situation like this was to pretend he had seen nothing. He even waved toward the intruders and told them to continue whatever they had been doing because he truly had not seen anything. Hearing that, everyone could only think about what a shameless person Yeonho was. Mukpong suddenly shouted for Yeonho to stop, warning him that he was already involved in the so-called revolution. He claimed the entire world would hunt him down and that there would be nowhere safe for him to hide. Yeonho casually replied that Mukpong could not be certain about that. Calling him a fool, Mukpong declared that although the world was large, there were eyes everywhere, and finding him would not be difficult. Still attempting to leave, Yeonho simply told him to try finding him later. Irritated, Mukpong immediately ordered the masked men to capture him. The masked men rushed toward Yeonho while Yeonji urgently told him to run. Hearing that, Yeonho looked confused and pointed out that she had been demanding his help just moments earlier, yet now she was telling him to escape. He asked what exactly she expected him to do. One of the masked men suddenly missed a strike and became confused, wondering if he had just seen an afterimage. In the next moment, Yeonho drove his elbow into the man's body and slammed him into the ground before casually muttering that this whole situation was becoming troublesome. He then remarked that Yeonji was a very strange woman. Meanwhile, the masked men ended up sprawled across the ground in awkward positions. The scholars were left speechless, and even Mukpong could not understand what had just happened. Realizing Yeonho possessed real skill, Mukpong admitted that he had abilities after all. Yeonho thanked him for the compliment, though Mukpong angrily clarified that it was not praise. Furious from the humiliation, Mukpong ordered another masked man to step forward and deal with Yeonho immediately. The masked man apologized for the delay and promised to handle it at once. Mukpong specifically warned him not to kill Yeonho because he intended to tear him apart personally. As the masked man charged forward, Yeonho suddenly stopped him and asked for a moment to retrieve his sword from his room. The masked man stared at him in disbelief and called him insane. Yeonho complained that the man already looked old enough, yet was still making such a fuss when a younger person politely asked to fetch a weapon. The masked man angrily told him to shut up. Looking around, Yeonho noticed a broom nearby and sighed that 5 years ago the world had not been this harsh. Picking up the broom, Yeonho declared that since they would not let him get his sword, he would simply use that instead. Enraged, the masked man accused him of mocking him, But Yeonho calmly replied that if he disliked it so much, he should have allowed him to retrieve his sword. The masked man then rushed toward him in fury, swearing that although he would not kill him, he would inflict enough pain to make him beg for death later. Still looking half awake, Yeonho lazily told him they should just begin already because he had only recently woken up and still felt sluggish. The masked man became even more enraged and charged at full speed, but Yeonho instantly struck him across the head with a broom, sending him flying backward. As the masked man collapsed unconscious, Mukpong, Yuan, and Lai Hwana were left stunned by the unbelievable sight. Holding the broom over his shoulder, Yeonho casually remarked that trash was best cleaned with a broom after all. The masked man soon regained consciousness but still could not understand what had happened. Pointing the broom toward him, Yeonho calmly told him to be grateful ended with only that much damage because it was Yeonho standing before him. He also advised him not to rush and recklessly. However, before Yeonho could finish speaking, the masked man cursed at him in anger. Yeonho immediately started beating him repeatedly with the broom, while complaining that he had only been trying to explain things kindly. The masked man quickly realized that Yeonho was unbelievably fast. Although he hated to admit it, Yeonho was clearly far more than a mere loudmouth. Still, the masked man reminded himself that in real combat, strength alone did not guarantee victory. He immediately drew out a deadly poison known as the seven-step soul-chasing serpent. Seeing the poison, Yeonho asked if the man did not think such methods were dirty. However, he casually added that poison would not work so easily on him. The masked man questioned whether Yeonho was immune to all poisons. Yeonho denied it, joking that he had never boiled and eaten rare ginseng roots or anything like that. Poison definitely worked on him. Before he could fully explain himself, Yeonho suddenly dashed forward at incredible speed. In an instant, he appeared directly in front of the masked man and knocked the poison dagger from his hand. Without giving him time to react, Yeonho followed with another attack. The masked man instinctively thought he needed to block it, but Yeonho immediately mocked him for believing he could actually defend against the strike. In the next moment, Yeonho's attack landed cleanly, and the masked man was completely unable to avoid it. The masked man collapsed onto the ground unconscious once again. Looking down at him, Yeonho casually remarked that his master always taught him one thing. Whenever an enemy looked like they were preparing something impressive, the safest option was to knock them out before they could finish. Mukpong could hardly believe what he was seeing. The man Yeonho had defeated so easily was Hyuk, the leader of the dark force his father had spent decades building. Yeonho then advised Mukpong that if he chose to back down now, things would end better for both of them. Instead of becoming angry, Mukpong slowly clapped his hands and praised Yeonho's martial skill, calling it exceptional for someone his age. Hearing the compliment, Yeonho awkwardly became embarrassed. Yeonji immediately questioned why he looked pleased after receiving praise from someone like Mukpong. Mukpong admitted it was unfortunate that Hyuk failed to defeat Yeonho, but from another perspective, simply meeting a martial artist like him made the entire situation worthwhile. He then openly invited Yeonho to work for him. Yeonho looked genuinely surprised by the offer, while Yeonji demanded to know what Mukpong was plotting now. With intense determination, Mukpong promised Yeonho unimaginable rewards if he joined him. He offered him immense wealth and enough power to hold the world in his hands. Yeonho then declared that any sensible and honorable person would never be tempted by such sweet words. For a brief moment, Yeonji felt moved by his response. However, Yeonho immediately ruined the moment by admitting that he personally was interested and wanted to hear the actual numbers involved. Yeonji instantly looked disgusted and told him he should just die instead. Lai Hwana also shouted at Yeonho, asking if power and money truly mattered that much to him. Without any shame, Yeonho confidently answered that they absolutely did. Surprisingly, Mukpong agreed with him, and even Yeonji reluctantly admitted that wealth and power were indeed valuable. Lai Hwana became flustered and quickly argued that he could also reward Yeonho. Curious, Yeonho immediately became interested. Mukpong mockingly asked what Lai Hwana could possibly offer. Although Lai Hwana was related to the emperor, he had already abandoned his pursuit of power and wealth. At best, he could only provide Yeonho with a government position. Mukpong, meanwhile, claimed that his father could give Yeonho limitless authority and riches beyond imagination. Yeonho bluntly told Lai Huana that he was clearly losing this negotiation. At that moment, Yuan stepped in and pointed out that helping evil men carry out conspiracies was completely different from exposing conspiracies. He then asked Yeonho whether his master had never taught him proper morals. Hearing his master being mentioned, Yeonho suddenly became serious and asked if Yuan truly wanted to know what his master taught him in situations like this. Yuan believed that because Yeonho constantly mentioned his master, he must deeply respect his teachings. Surely no master would raise a disciple with terrible morals. As all the scholars watched with anticipation, Yeonho finally revealed his master's advice. According to him, his master always said to side with whoever offered more money. Morals and reputation had no value because they could not put food on the table. If money was offered, the correct decision was to accept it rather than pretend to be righteous. Hearing this, Yuan could only wonder what was wrong with both the master and the disciple. Mukpong, however, praised the teaching and agreed completely. He argued that morals and recognition meant nothing compared to usefulness and loyalty. Once again, he asked Yeonho whether he would work for him. The moment the word work was mentioned, Yeonho visibly frowned and asked if he truly had to work. Yeonji quickly seized the opportunity and promised that if he sided with them, they would not force him to work at all. Instead, they would provide him with good food while allowing him to rest comfortably every single day. That immediately caught Yeonho's attention. Mukpong also realized his mistake and quickly assured Yeonho that he would not need to work either. He promised that Yeonho would still receive every reward he mentioned earlier. Yeonho excitedly asked if he truly meant it. Then he casually walked over to Mukpong, wrapped an arm around him, and praised him for being generous and manly. Mukpong awkwardly laughed along and humbly replied that he was nothing compared to Yeonho. Watching the two of them get along so well, Yuan, Yeonji, and Lai Huana were filled with silent rage and cursed Yeonho in their minds. Yeonho then asked Mukpong what exactly he needed to do. Mukpong let out another unpleasant laugh before calmly ordering Yeonho to kill everyone there. Since they were traitors accused of treason, execution was only natural. Looking toward the tied-up scholars, Yeonho casually repeated Mukpong's claim before asking why they had supposedly committed treason in the first place. Unable to contain her frustration any longer, Yeonji exploded in anger and shouted that there had never been any treason at all. Mukpong had fabricated everything from the start. She demanded to know whether Yeonho actually believed him. Yeonho pointed out that the situation looked convincing enough, especially since the ledger of signatures had been discovered. Furious, Yeonji cursed him as a complete bastard. After thinking for a moment, Yeonho admitted that killing them all felt excessive. Besides, he had never killed anyone before. Mukpong then decided to do it himself and ordered one of the masked men to bring him a sword. He calmly explained that although he disliked dirtying his own hands, punishment should never be delayed. Yuan desperately tried to stop him. He argued that Mukpong was supposed to be a learned man and questioned how he could commit such betrayal against the nation. Sword in hand, Mukpong coldly replied that everything he was doing was for the sake of loyalty to the country. As Yeonji cried out for her father, Yuan quietly closed his eyes and apologized to her, preparing himself for death. Just as Mukpong was about to cut off Yuan's head, Yeonho suddenly stopped the sword with one hand and calmly told him that it was enough. Mukpong immediately realized he could not pull the blade free from Yeonho's grip. Shocked, he could not understand how Yeonho possessed such strength. Mukpong then reminded Yeonho about the agreement they had just discussed, but Yeonho replied that he had not forgotten anything. He simply said he was tired of playing along. Yeonho then explained what was truly necessary for living a lazy life, avoiding troublesome situations altogether. He recalled how he once broke an ink slab his father treasured while his father was away from home. Yeonho had run away for 3 days, but those days felt worse than death itself. When he finally returned, his father beat him nearly to death. However, after enduring it, Yeonho actually felt relieved afterward. Lai Huana coldly commented that Yeonho's father should have killed him back then. Completely confused, Mukpong demanded to know what Yeonho was talking about. Yeonho then mentioned another lesson from his master. According to him, while people should never forget hatred, they also should never forget kindness. Anyone who failed to repay what they owed would eventually pay an even greater price later. Debts had to be settled before the interest continued to grow. Hearing those words, Yuan, Yunji, and Lai Huana began seeing Yeonho in a completely different light. Yeonho calmly declared that it was finally time for him to repay his debts. The others stared at him in surprise, while Mukpong realized Yeonho was openly declaring that he intended to stop him. Instead of panicking, Mukpong burst into loud laughter. He then asked whether Yeonho truly believed he had tried recruiting him because he feared him. Scratching his head, Yeonho admitted that it never really seemed that way. Mukpong immediately raised his hand and unleashed a massive palm of condensed chi. As powerful waves of energy gathered around him, he declared that if he truly wanted to, he could kill Yeonho effortlessly. He even told Yeonho to consider it an honor to die by his hand. Yuan and Lai Huana were both shocked to discover that Mukpong could also use martial arts. In the next moment, Mukpong unleashed his technique. Numerous giant palms formed from chi rushed toward Yeonho from every direction. While laughing confidently, Mukpong mocked Yeonho and advised him not to live lazily in his next life. However, as the attacks closed in, Yeonho casually remarked that the martial art looked strangely familiar. Mukpong became pleased, believing Yeonho had finally realized the power of the technique. Since Yeonho appeared skilled, Mukpong had used one of his ultimate techniques immediately, assuming Yeonho would not even have time to react. But before Mukpong could finish his thoughts, Yeonho effortlessly slipped through every incoming strike. Mukpong froze in shock. Before he could even understand what happened, Yeonho suddenly appeared behind him and casually asked if he was done already. Terrified and stammering, Mukpong questioned how such a thing was possible. Yeonho simply replied that he had watched through the entire process carefully. Without wasting another word, Yeonho kicked Mukpong hard enough to send him crashing into a wall. Afterward, Yeonho casually remarked that one kick was more than enough to clean up trash like Mukpong. The scholars could only stare at him in complete awe. Yeonho then began untying everyone. Lai Huana asked whether Mukpong was dead, but Yeonho said he had only kicked him lightly. Considering how much fat Mukpong had, he was probably perfectly fine. Yeonho then walked toward Mukpong while stretching his arm and casually asked whether they should continue where they had left off. Mukpong immediately panicked and shamelessly proposed, pretending that none of this had ever happened. Hearing that, everyone else became speechless. Lai Huana immediately rejected the idea and ordered Yeonho to seize him at once. Addressing Lai Huana respectfully, Mukpong desperately pleaded for mercy. Lai Huana coldly asked if he had ever seen the Inspector General allow a traitor to walk free. Mukpong then revealed his final card. If he failed to return, his father would realize the plan had failed and make one last desperate move. Regardless of the outcome, the imperial family would suffer irreversible damage. Lai Huana called him a wicked man. However, he also understood the danger of the situation. If this single incident pushed the conflict too far, the imperial palace itself could be drowned in bloodshed. Even if he tried to prevent it, the forces behind Mukpong's father would throw the empire into chaos. Lai Huana knew that a cornered enemy like that would only resort to even more ruthless methods. Mukpong then calmly claimed that this was simply politics. If the inspectorate overlooked the matter for now, they could seize weaknesses later and maintain temporary peace. After hearing him out, Lai Huana remarked that the eunuchs faction truly were like rats, always preparing countless escape routes in advance. In the end, Lai Huana reluctantly ordered Mukpong to leave while he still had the chance. As Mukpong departed with his men, Yeonho suddenly called out to him and offered a piece of advice. He recognized Mukpong's martial art as the art of flowing grace and admitted it was an impressive technique. However, because Mukpong was simultaneously maintaining a bone-shrinking art transformation, the effectiveness of the martial art naturally decreased. If Mukpong truly intended to fight Yeonho properly one day, he would be better off releasing the transformation first. Mukpong quietly replied that he would remember that advice for next time. Yeonho immediately answered that he would prefer there not to be a next time at all. However, Mukpong calmly reminded him that as long as Yeonho continued wearing that disguise, the identity of the genius of Hanan would remain tied to him. After the long night finally came to an end, morning arrived. Letting out a tired sigh, Yeonho declared that everything was finally over. He then noticed everyone staring at him expectantly. Ignoring their looks, Yeonho casually announced that he was going to sleep and that they could handle the rest themselves. Yeonji angrily asked whether he intended to sleep again already. Yeonho reminded her that she had promised him full board and lodging, so she would not dare take back her words now. As he hurried toward his bed, Yeonho warned Yeonji not to wake him under any circumstances because he intended to sleep straight through until the next day. Yeonji could not understand what kind of person Yeonho truly was. Her father and Wi Yeonho felt the same way. Even after the incident, Yeonho continued living comfortably without a care in the world. While Wi Yeonho and Yuan spent their days dealing with the aftermath of Mukpong's scheme, none of those responsibilities reached Yeonho. Every meal was delivered directly to his room, filled with delicious food, and nobody bothered him for sleeping all day. To Yeonho, it truly felt like paradise. 7 days later, Yeonji finally entered his room and told him to wake up. Yeonho remained motionless, pretending to sleep. Growing irritated, Yeonji shouted that he should stop pretending because she knew he was awake. Yeonho finally sat up and complained about what happened to his promised full rest. Yeonji explained that her father wanted to see him and told him to complain directly to Yuan if he had a problem with it. She also pointed out that after lying in bed for 7 straight days, he could hardly refuse now. Yeonho lazily suggested telling Yuan he would meet him later instead. At that point, Yeonji completely lost patience. She yanked away his blanket, causing Yeonho to fall directly onto the floor. Not long after, she dragged him to meet Yuan and Wi Yeonho. As soon as they arrived, Yeonji announced that she had brought Yeonho. Yuan praised her effort and told her she could leave now. Unexpectedly, both Yeonji and Yeonho greeted them as if they were leaving together. Seeing this, Wi Yeonho immediately became irritated and clarified that Yeonho was the one staying behind, not Yeonji. Pretending to misunderstand, Yeonho acted as though Wi Yeonho was asking Yeonji to remain instead. Yeonji angrily corrected him while Wi Yeonho looked close to exploding. After awkwardly scratching his head and forcing himself to calm down, Yeonho finally sat down. Wi Yeonho then presented him with an embroidered sword. Yeonho immediately grabbed it excitedly without hesitation. Curious, Wi Yeonho asked whether he even knew what the sword was. Yeonho honestly admitted that he had no idea. Wi Yeonho then asked why he accepted it so quickly without even questioning it. Yeonho simply rubbed his fingers together and explained that it looked expensive. According to his master, if something looked valuable, he should grab it first and ask questions later. Wi Yeonho tried explaining the importance of the sword, but Yeonho instantly cut him off and declared that there were no takebacks. He even warned Wi Yeonho not to act stingy, saying that a man of his standing surely would not take back something he had already gifted. Wi Yeonho clarified that he never intended to reclaim it, but Yeonho insisted it was too late anyway because he had already spat on the sword, making it officially his. At that point, Wi Yeonho finally snapped and shouted at Yeonho to listen carefully before he ruined his entire clan. He then revealed that the sword was the sacred relic of the inspectorate. Anyone carrying it would be treated as an equal to Wi Yeonho himself. Yeonho quietly examined the sword for a moment before asking whether that was all it did. He wondered if it had any practical benefits, like helping him buy food or a house. Wi Yeonho stared at him in disbelief, while Yeonho continued explaining that what he did that day deserved something more realistic. In his view, the world operated on give and take, and people preferred rewards with actual value. Awkwardly gesturing with his hands, Yeonho implied he was talking about money without directly saying it. Wi Yeonho clenched his fist and angrily asked whether Yeonho expected him to forget about the sacred relic and simply hand over cash instead. Yeonho replied that he would never say something so crude because he still had manners. Unable to contain himself any longer, Wi Yeonho hurled an inkstone at him. Yeonho casually caught it and immediately asked whether that belonged to him now, too, since it also looked expensive. Meanwhile, Yuan silently mourned the loss of his precious inkstone. After calming down slightly, Wi Yeonho repeated himself. The sword represented the authority of the Inspector General. Carrying it was effectively the same as holding an official government position equal to his own. Yeonho immediately summarized it as additional work. Wi Yeonho argued that it was a prestigious government post, but Yeonho insisted that government positions and extra work were the same thing. Frustrated, Lai Huana eventually gave up trying to explain and simply ordered him to accept it as something different. Out of respect for his elders, Yeonho reluctantly agreed to let the matter slide. Yuan then explained that the inspectorate had once sent secret inspectors throughout the Central Plains, but the position had remained vacant for a long time. He suggested that Yeonho take up the role. Holding up the sword, Yeonho asked whether the position really came with only that reward. Lai Huana immediately clarified that he had no intention of forcing Yeonho into actual government duties. The sword itself was simply a reward. He even declared that he would sell his own house if necessary to properly compensate Yeonho, while angrily calling him a stubborn turtle. Relieved, Yeonho admitted he had been worried things might become troublesome. That comment immediately made Lai Huana and Yuan suspicious. Remembering Yeonho's constant gestures about money, both of them realized he had likely been planning to sell the sacred sword. Lai Huana then asked Yeonho about his clan and his master. Yeonho calmly refused to answer. Lai Huana questioned whether Yeonho distrusted him. Then, growing angry once again, he shouted that despite knowing his status, Yeonho still refused to reveal his identity. With a completely straight face, Yeonho explained that the issue had nothing to do with status. The real problem was that he could not trust someone who deliberately hid his martial arts while pretending otherwise. He then directly asked Lai Huana how long it would truly take him to subdue Mukpong, 5 seconds or maybe only 3. The sudden question immediately caught Lai Huana off guard. Yeonho admitted that being forced to move according to someone else's plans felt unpleasant. As his expression turned serious and his aura spread through the room, he openly said he could not stand being treated like a piece on another person's chessboard. Lai Huana fell silent after realizing that Yeonho had seen through him from the beginning. After a moment, he finally asked whether Yeonho had known all along that he was capable of martial arts. Yeonho explained that he had found the entire situation suspicious from the start. While he understood that some people were deeply obsessed with the game of Go, traveling hundreds of kilometers just to play was excessive. Too many influential people had gathered there under the excuse of playing Go, making it obvious that something else was happening behind the scenes. That alone had already made him suspect a hidden agenda, and Lai Wanga's sudden appearance only increased his doubts. Then Mukpong appeared, and the situation escalated completely. At that moment, Yeonho realized he had to decide which side he would stand on. Lai Huana asked whether helping them had not been the obvious choice from the beginning. However, Yeonho seriously admitted that Mukpong's accusations had actually sounded more believable at first. Even if the ledger of signatures was fabricated, Lai Huana truly had been secretly gathering influential figures together. From an outsider's perspective, it was difficult not to suspect treason. Lai Huana then questioned why Yeonho had still chosen to help them. Yeonho admitted that it was because Yunji had called out to him. Originally, he fully intended to escape if he had not been noticed. However, Yunji genuinely seemed unaware of the conspiracy surrounding her, and he could not bring himself to abandon her. He added that his master always taught him that worldly matters and personal gains were important, but none of that mattered if a person could not even see the individual standing directly in front of them. Lai Huana realized that was why Yeonho had spent the entire incident carefully observing his reactions instead of blindly taking sides. Yeonho admitted that was true, though he bluntly added that the entire situation had been exhausting. He then directly asked the question that mattered most. Was Lai Huana truly planning treason? Rather than denying it immediately, Lai Huana asked what Yeonho would do if the answer were yes. Yeonho casually replied that he would simply return to sleep comfortably. Lai Huana pressed him further and asked if that answer would remain the same even if he genuinely intended to rebel against the empire. Yeonho sarcastically asked whether Lai Huana expected him to pray for the success of the rebellion. Lai Huana then questioned whether Yeonho felt no loyalty toward the emperor. Yeonho answered honestly that he had never received anything from the emperor in his entire life, so he saw no reason to feel loyal to him. In fact, he admitted he felt more favorable toward Lai Huana since Lai Huana had at least given him gold. The two stared silently at one another for a long moment. Then Lai Huana suddenly burst into laughter. He admitted that while he already expected Yeonho to be clever, Yeonho had turned out to be far sharper than anticipated. After calming down, Lai Huana became serious once more and swore on his own name that they were not planning treason. Instead, They had only been gathering strength in preparation against Nagji. Yeonho quietly acknowledged his explanation. Lai Hua then revealed the real problem. Nagji had already noticed their movements. Mukpong had not been sent to expose a rebellion directly. Instead, the true goal had been to force Lai Hua into killing Mukpong himself. If that had happened, Nagji would have gained proof that Lai Hua was secretly hiding martial arts skills while gathering allies in private. Lai Hua openly admitted that Yeonho's unexpected interference was what completely ruined Nagji's plan. After revealing the truth, Lai Hua bowed deeply toward Yeonho and apologized sincerely if it had seemed as though they were using him like a pawn on a go board. He explained that both he and Yuan had simply been desperate. Yeonho casually replied that it was fine. Lai Hua still insisted on asking him to believe his sincerity, but Yeonho simply repeated that it was fine. The conversation soon shifted again as Lai Hua asked whether Yeonho would consider accepting the position of secret royal inspector. Yeonho immediately made his stance clear, saying he had no intention of voluntarily taking on work. Lai Hua calmly responded that it did not matter because the world would never leave someone like Yeonho alone, no matter how much he tried to avoid involvement. Pouting slightly, Yeonho asked if that was supposed to be an insult. Lai Hua smirked and replied that it was not an insult, but the path destined for a hero. Yeonho rejected the idea immediately and flatly answered no. Lai Hua warned him that fate was not something a person could simply refuse forever. At that point, Yeonho stood up and announced that he was leaving. Lai Hua also rose from his seat and revealed that he too would depart that very day. Before leaving, Yeonho honestly admitted that he hoped they would never meet again. Lai Hua simply smiled and replied that he had a feeling they would. After Yeonho left, Yuan quietly approached Lai Hua and asked for his thoughts. With a grin, Lai Hua admitted that Yeonho had exceeded all of his expectations. He already knew Yeonho's martial arts were extraordinary, but he never imagined Yeonho would be perceptive enough to realize that Lai Hua himself was hiding his abilities. Lai Hua confessed that he originally believed he had discovered a dragon, but Yeonho was closer to a monster. If they were not careful, there was even a chance Yeonho might eventually devour them instead. Yuan calmly replied that the risk was still worth taking. Lai Hua nodded and added that Yeonho's martial strength was not the only frightening thing about him. He was intelligent as well. Lai Hua admitted that Yeonho was even more dangerous than he first thought. Yeonho had understood everything happening around him from the beginning, yet he deliberately chose not to act until the final moment. That combination of strength, patience, and judgment made him far more frightening. He then wondered what kind of person could have trained someone like Yeonho. Turning toward Yuan, Lai Hua ordered him to investigate Yeonho thoroughly. Even if they could not uncover anything about his deceased master, they at least needed to learn which family he belonged to. Yuan accepted the order without hesitation. Later that night, Yeonho rested alone on the rooftop beneath the moonlight. A voice suddenly called up from below, asking whether he was planning to leave. Yeonho sat up and looked down to see Yuan standing there. He replied that after being allowed to stay there comfortably and eat well, he would not leave without saying a proper goodbye first. Yuan pointed out that Yeonho had already planned to leave earlier. Yeonho admitted that was true, but he also confessed that he had learned many things during his stay. Curious, Yuan asked what exactly he had learned. Yeonho answered that he realized two things. First, even scholars who spent their lives studying books often failed to live according to the teachings they praised. Second, the world of Rulon itself was frightening. Yuan asked why he considered it frightening. Yeonho explained that among everyone he had met in the Jianghu, the strongest person he encountered turned out to be someone from Rulon. Yuan admitted that Lai Wanga's martial arts were indeed impressive. Yeonho smirked before directly asking Yuan why he continued pretending. Yuan was visibly startled and asked whether Yeonho had known all along. Yeonho calmly confirmed that he had. After sighing helplessly, Yuan admitted that things had become troublesome. He then asked Yeonho for a favor and requested that he keep his secret hidden because he genuinely wished to continue living as a scholar. Yeonho agreed immediately, but only if Yuan answered one question first. Once Yuan permitted him to ask, Yeonho explained that his master had sent him out into the world of Rulon to witness it for himself. He originally thought he would encounter justice or some great truth. Instead, all he saw was corruption and dirtiness. Yuan lowered his head before answering seriously. He explained that every person carried an ideal in their heart, but each ideal differed from another. Once those ideals collided, people realized they had to surpass reality itself to achieve them. Everyone understood that worldly attachments should be severed, yet untangling those bonds naturally took far too long. Many people eventually lost patience and searched for shortcuts instead, attempting to cut through the knot entirely. That path created arrogant individuals with corrupted hearts, people willing to sacrifice their own lives or even abandon those close to them for their ambitions. Yeonho then asked whether the entire world was truly like that. Yuan admitted that the imperial palace was even worse in certain ways, though he doubted the rest of the world was much better. Looking up at the sky, Yeonho confessed that he still did not understand what his master truly wanted him to see. The world moved far too quickly for someone as lazy as him to fully grasp. Yuan reassured him that there was nothing wrong with that. He explained that if the world moved quickly, Yeonho could simply follow it slowly. Those who rushed ahead might learn many things, but people who move slowly often notice details others overlooked. There was no need to force himself to understand everything immediately. He only needed to continue walking at his own pace and see the world with his own eyes. Eventually, the world itself would show him the answer he was searching for. Hearing those words, Yeonho's eyes widened slightly. Quietly repeating them to himself, he realized he simply needed to experience the world as it was while remaining true to himself. The moment he closed his eyes, a wave of enlightenment washed over him. Aura began surging around his body as he entered a deep state of meditation. Watching from below, Yuan smiled softly. In a single movement, he appeared beside Yeonho on the rooftop. After some time passed, Yeonho slowly opened his eyes again. Yuan asked whether he felt he had gained some understanding. Scratching his head awkwardly, Yeonho admitted that he honestly did not know. Yuan burst into laughter and assured him that it was perfectly fine as long as he understood things in his own way. Then, in another instant, Yuan disappeared from the rooftop and landed back on the ground below. Before leaving completely, he looked back one final time and expressed his hope that Yeonho would someday discover the answer he sought. Yeonho quietly watched him disappear into the distance before lying back down on the roof. Touching his chest, he felt that something inside him had changed. He wondered whether the orb his master once gave him had reacted somehow. Looking up at the full moon, Yeonho imagined his master staring down at him and asking whether he finally understood now. Turning onto his side, Yeonho softly admitted that he still did not. A few weeks later, Yuan entered Yeonho's room and found him lazily lying on his bed once again. Yuan reminded him that he had supposedly planned to leave long ago. Yeonho immediately sat up and claimed that since the day was already almost over, he would definitely leave tomorrow. This time, he insisted he truly meant it. Yuan dryly pointed out that Yeonho had been saying the exact same thing for over half a month already. Yeonho casually replied that delays sometimes happened. Yuan admitted that was technically true, but it was still becoming a problem. At that moment, a loud voice suddenly echoed from outside the room, formally introducing the Swift Dragon Escort Bureau and asking what cargo needed transportation. Confused, Yuan turned toward the source of the voice. The sound drew closer until the door finally opened. Standing there was Yunji. Yunji stepped into the room, pointed directly at Yeonho, and coldly declared that he was the one. Confused, Yeonho pointed at himself and asked if she truly meant him. An awkward silence filled the room until one of the escort warriors looked at Yunji and carefully remarked that the person she pointed at appeared to be an actual human being. Placing her hands on her waist, Yunji calmly replied that he only looked human. In her eyes, he was no different from baggage. Another escort warrior awkwardly explained that while the escort bureau did transport people, passengers were normally handled separately. Since this escort was meant for transporting goods, bringing along a person would be difficult. Yunji crossed her arms and assured them there was no issue. After all, livestock was loaded into cargo wagons all the time. Yeonho might appear human, but to her he was no different. She instructed them to place him on top of the cargo, feed him 3 meals a day, and promised he would not cause trouble. Then she offered to pay passenger fare for him. A moment later, she corrected herself and declared she would pay double instead. The escort warriors still tried to refuse, insisting that rules existed no matter how much money was offered. Before he could finish, Yunji loudly raised the price to triple. The warrior once again tried to object, but Yunji immediately shouted that she would pay quadruple. Without hesitation, the escort warrior instantly shook hands with her and accepted the deal. Another warrior approached Yeonho and politely informed him that they would take him along, asking him to come with them. Still sitting on his bed, Yeonho loudly protested and demanded to know whether Yunji was seriously planning to load him onto a wagon like baggage and send him away. Yunji looked aside and calmly replied that at least he was quick to understand. Watching the scene unfold, Yuan finally asked his daughter what exactly she was doing. Yunji bluntly answered that it was best to get rid of the freeloader as quickly as possible. Hearing that, Yeonho exploded in outrage. He complained that although he already knew the world had declined, he never imagined it had become bad enough for people to sell off their own benefactor like luggage after being saved by him. Yuan awkwardly admitted that Yeonho had a point. However, he also argued that allowing him to travel freely now could still be considered a form of repayment for the favor he had done them. Yeonho turned away dramatically and lay back down on the bed with his back facing everyone. Yunji then pointed out that if they continued leaving him alone, he would probably stay there until next year. In her eyes, she was actually helping him. Yeonho immediately sat back up and demanded to know how forcing him out could possibly count as help. Yunji reminded him that he once mentioned wanting to visit the Hubei Sacred Beast Pavilion. Yeonho froze in surprise and asked what she meant. She explained that the escort bureau's route passed through Hubei anyway, so he could simply travel with them instead of walking all that distance himself. Yeonho reluctantly admitted that her reasoning made sense. Smiling faintly, Yunji explained that the horses would do the work, the escort bureau would earn money, and she and her father would finally be rid of him. According to her, everyone benefited from the arrangement. After thinking quietly for a moment, Yeonho finally admitted that her argument was surprisingly convincing. Not wanting to hear more complaints, Yunji immediately ordered him to stop talking and follow the escort warriors. As Yeonho followed them outside, he quietly muttered that his mother always warned him never to follow strangers. Yunji reassured him that the men were trustworthy, their business was legitimate, and there was nothing suspicious to worry about. Although Yeonho still looked reluctant, he eventually followed along. A short while later, he sat atop the cargo wagon, resting comfortably among the goods. Looking around quietly, he admitted that he never expected to leave so suddenly. Standing nearby, Yunji and Yuan came to see him off. Yuan told him to take care of himself on the road. Yeonho then noticed Yunji smiling brightly and remarked that she looked extremely happy about his departure. Yunji openly admitted that she was. Yeonho then told the escort warriors to depart already. As the wagon slowly began moving, Yeonho lay back down on the cargo. However, before fully relaxing, he turned sideways to look one final time at Yunji and Yuan. Waving toward him, Yunji shouted for him to stay healthy. Annoyed, Yeonho yelled back, asking how she could throw him out and still tell him to stay well afterward. Yunji immediately fired back, telling him to fix his laziness while he was at it. Pouting slightly, Yeonho reluctantly agreed before lazily waving back at them. Once the wagon disappeared into the distance, Yuan told Yunji to come back inside. She agreed, though before turning away, she glanced one final time toward Yeonho's fading figure. As the wind brushed past her, a gentle smile quietly formed on her face. Some time later, the escort group stopped for a break. A stern-looking man approached the wagon with obvious displeasure written across his face. Introducing himself as Gokbang, the head of the Swift Dragon Escort Bureau, he looked up at Yeonho, who was still asleep on top of the cargo. He then asked the others whether this was truly the item they had. They had accepted. One of the warriors awkwardly confirmed that it was. Frowning deeply, Gokbang demanded to know whether they were playing games with him. He reminded them that transporting a person required entirely different preparations compared to transporting ordinary cargo. The escort warrior explained that they originally intended to refuse the request, but because it came from the prestigious Hanland Great Academy, rejecting it was difficult. Gokbang asked how long Yeonho had been in such a condition. The warrior replied that Yeonho had been like that ever since leaving the academy. Crossing his arms, Gokbang stared at Yeonho, who remained deeply asleep atop the cargo. He quietly thought to himself that never seeming to tire was impressive in its own strange way. Another warrior added that the academy only instructed them to feed Yeonho 3 meals a day, much like livestock, and assured them he would quietly behave until they reached their destination. Gokbang admitted he could not understand the situation at all. He called out to Yeonho, but Yeonho did not respond. Growing irritated, Gokbang knocked loudly against the crate beneath him and shouted again. This time, Yeonho slowly opened his eyes, looked down at him, and lazily asked what he wanted. Clearing his throat, Gokbang introduced himself as the head of the escort bureau. Yeonho simply responded with a curt acknowledgement. Gokbang then explained that escort bureaus existed to transport goods, not serve passengers. If Yeonho insisted on traveling with them, the journey would likely be uncomfortable. He asked whether Yeonho was still willing to continue. Yeonho calmly answered that there was nothing to worry about since he was apparently registered as cargo rather than a person anyway. Although Gokbang warned him again that the trip would not be pleasant, Yeonho casually replied that he could endure it. If all he needed to do was lie there quietly until they arrived, then it sounded worthwhile to him. Amused by the response, Gokbang remarked that Yeonho was unexpectedly optimistic. He then ordered the escort group to continue moving. Yeonho lazily waved at him and said he would leave himself in their care. 5 days passed after departing from the Hanland Great Academy. One morning, Yeonho woke up atop the wagon, stretched his body, and let out a long yawn. He muttered that his current situation was unbearable. Whenever he stayed awake, he felt bored to death, but whenever he slept, his fraudulent master appeared in his dreams to torment him. Cursing the Dream Lotus arts, Yeonho wondered how long this strange suffering would continue. He even worried that it might last for the rest of his life. Eventually, he gave up thinking about it, muttered that he no longer cared, and lay back down again. At the front of the convoy, Gokbang suddenly noticed movement within the bushes ahead and immediately ordered everyone to stop. Raising his voice, he formally introduced himself and requested whoever was hiding there to reveal themselves. Yeonho slightly lifted his head, glanced toward the bushes, and casually commented that it was probably bandits. Meanwhile, Gokbang's expression became tense. He quietly realized that the situation was dangerous. If the hidden figures continued delaying instead of revealing themselves, it meant they were either incompetent amateurs or extremely dangerous opponents. If they were merely inexperienced bandits, then the group was fortunate. However, the fact that he could not sense a single presence from the bushes suggested otherwise. Slowly drawing his sword halfway from its sheath, Gokbang loudly warned that if they refused to reveal themselves, he would consider it a direct attack on the escort bureau. The entire area fell silent as everyone stared toward the thicket. After several tense moments, the bushes finally rustled and a broad-shouldered man stepped out. The escort warriors immediately drew their weapons, but the man calmly placed his sword on the ground, bowed respectfully, and introduced himself as Paying Dog of the Hubei Punk clan. The moment Gokbang recognized the clan name, he returned the bow and asked why someone from the Punk clan was traveling through such a place. Picking up his sword again, while clutching his stomach, Paying Dog explained that enemies were pursuing him. He admitted he could not escape them alone and desperately requested the escort bureau's help. He further warned that the matter could eventually grow into a crisis affecting the entire martial world. Meanwhile, Yeonho simply watched the scene silently from atop the wagon. Much later in the future, the Divine Mad Dog would recount this moment to a historian. He described it as his first meeting with Paying Dog, the same man who once turned the historian away from his gates. At the time, neither of them realized that this encounter would eventually drag them both into a river of misfortune. Gokbang silently thought about the reputation of the Hubei Peng clan. People from that clan were famous for acting with their muscles before their brains, yet their sense of honor and chivalry was unmatched anywhere in the martial world. After thinking briefly, Gokbang agreed to help. He quickly instructed Paying Dog to hide inside one of the barrels before the pursuers arrived. Paying Dog immediately agreed and climbed inside, though a sly smile briefly crossed his face as he hid. Yeonho, who had nearly fallen asleep again, was stirred awake by the movement. Opening the barrel slightly, Gokbang quietly warned Paying Dog to remain completely silent. From inside, Paying Dog thanked him sincerely and promised that if they survived this safely, everyone involved would be properly rewarded. Yeonho lazily replied that rewards were meaningless if people ended up dead. Paying Dog was momentarily caught off guard. Yeonho bluntly pointed out that Paying Dog was dragging innocent people into danger. According to him, anyone with even a small amount of conscience would have simply walked away instead of involving strangers. After saying that, Yeonho casually declared that he was going back to sleep. From inside the barrel, Paying Dog quietly answered that he understood. As the wagon continued down the mountain path, Gokbang quietly thought that they were almost at the bottom. Fortunately, nobody seemed to be searching for Paying Dog yet. For a moment, he wondered if they had successfully slipped through unnoticed. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted for them to stop. The convoy came to an abrupt halt as men in green robes appeared from all directions, surrounding the escort group completely. The leader of the Green Forest Bandits stepped forward and pressed his sword against Gokbang's throat. Trying to remain calm, Gokbang quickly realized who they were. He respectfully introduced himself as the head of the Swift Dragon Escort Bureau and greeted the members of Green Forest politely. The squad leader immediately asked whether they had seen a young man dressed in red. Gokbang calmly replied that they had not encountered anyone matching that description. The bandit leader narrowed his eyes and warned that lying would only bring misfortune upon them. Gokbang insisted there was no reason for the Escort Bureau to lie. The Swift Dragon Escort Bureau had maintained good relations with Green Forest for years, so there was no reason to hide a stranger and create unnecessary hostility. The squad leader's attention then shifted toward Yeonho, who was still lying asleep atop the wagon. He demanded to know who that person was. After hesitating briefly, Gokbang awkwardly explained that Yeonho was a special passenger. One of the bandits questioned what exactly that meant. Leaning closer, Gokbang quietly explained that Yeonho was someone with a weak body and unstable mind who was being escorted elsewhere. According to him, there was no reason for Green Forest to concern themselves with such a person. The squad leader stared at him suspiciously and asked whether he was implying that Green Forest had no reason to make enemies out of the Escort Bureau. Gokbang quickly agreed. However, the squad leader coldly replied that the problem had already begun because of the man lying on the wagon. He pointed out that he specifically asked whether they had seen someone wearing red clothing. At that moment, Yeonho slowly sat up, removed his outer robe, and revealed the red clothing underneath. Calmly, he remarked that he had not seen anyone dressed in red. Gokbang immediately broke into a cold sweat, wondering if Yeonho was seriously making jokes at a time like this. The Green Forest squad leader pressed his blade harder against Gokbang's throat and asked whether they were trying to play games with him. Inside, Gokbang panicked, fearing the bandits might already know Paying Dog was hiding there. The squad leader then calmly announced that if nobody spoke honestly, they would begin killing people one by one. Eventually, someone would reveal the truth before too many corpses piled up. Hearing that, Gokbang immediately protested. Ignoring him, the squad leader pointed at one of the escort warriors and demanded to know whether he had seen the man in red. Terrified, the warrior stammered nervously before insisting that he had not. The squad leader coldly replied that death would answer in his place instead. As the blade swung downward, the escort warrior screamed in terror. At the very last moment, Gokbang grabbed the squad leader's arm and stopped the strike. Cursing under his breath, he admitted that the man they sought truly was there. The escort warriors and Green Forest bandits alike stared at him in shock. Meanwhile, Yeonho slowly sat upright atop the wagon. The squad leader asked what Gokbang had just said. Yeonho calmly answered for him. He confirmed that the man they were searching for was indeed there. Then, without hesitation, Yeonho kicked open the barrel hiding Paying Dog. Telling him he had been caught already, Yeonho casually ordered him to come out. Gokbang shouted in shock, demanding to know what Yeonho thought he was doing. Yeonho simply replied that enough was enough. According to him, there was nothing more foolish than risking one's life for another person. He then looked toward the barrel and asked whether Paying Dog intended to remain hidden until everyone around him died first. After a moment of silence, the lid slowly opened. Paying Dog stepped out from inside. The Green Forest squad leader mocked him, saying that if he had continued fleeing, he might still have had a tiny chance of survival. Instead, he foolishly revealed himself. Paying Dog answered that if he had not stepped forward, everyone else there would already be dead. The squad leader scoffed and asked whether he was trying to play the role of some righteous hero. Paying Dog loudly declared that although he might not be a hero, he was not the kind of coward who would watch innocent people die while protecting himself. He then turned toward Gok Bang and thanked him sincerely for helping him up to this point. However, he admitted that he would now handle the matter himself since the enemy's target was him alone. According to Paying Dog, once he stepped away, the Swift Dragon Escort Bureau should no longer be in danger. Gok Bang looked worried, but Paying Dog reassured him that he would manage somehow. In truth, he admitted escaping Green Forest had always been nearly impossible anyway. After hesitating briefly, Gok Bang finally wished him luck and prepared to depart with his men. Just then, Yeonho suddenly stopped them. He calmly stated that they could not leave yet. Confused, Gok Bang asked what he meant. Yeonho sighed and asked how the escort leader could be so oblivious. He pointed out that even Green Forest would hesitate before openly making enemies of the Hubei Peng clan. If Paying Dog died there, and the escort bureau survived to spread the story, the entire Peng clan would draw their swords and sweep through the mountains in revenge. At that point, Yeonho bluntly concluded that Green Forest would rather kill everyone present than allow witnesses to survive. The Green Forest squad leader slowly realized that Yeonho's words were correct. After a moment of silence, he admitted it openly. Gok Bang also acknowledged that he had not considered the situation from that perspective, though the logic made sense. Hearing that, Yeonho looked at him smugly and asked whether he truly failed to think that far ahead. Furious, Gok Bang shouted at him and declared that he would fix the situation himself since the entire mess began because of his decision. Watching him, Yeonho thought the man was ridiculous. Gok Bang had dragged everyone into danger by accepting Paying Dog in the first place. Yet now he acted as though he was nobly taking responsibility. To Yeonho, it was like pushing someone off a cliff and then throwing them a rope afterward while demanding credit for saving them. Paying Dog then faced the Green Forest squad leader and asked whether they truly intended to kill everyone there. The squad leader coldly replied that he had no intention of repeating himself twice. Immediately afterward, he ordered all the Green Forest bandits to attack. The battlefield instantly descended into chaos. As swords clashed, the squad leader warned Paying Dog not to blame him if he died there. Their blades collided violently, sparks scattering into the air. While fighting, Paying Dog bitterly realized how naive he had been. The martial world was far larger and more dangerous than he imagined. Ever since people started praising him as a promising young talent, arrogance had slowly settled into his heart like poison. Now, because of his mistakes, innocent people were being dragged into danger alongside him. Filled with regret, Paying Dog apologized inwardly to everyone around him. The Green Forest squad leader then swung his sword with full force, declaring that everything would end there. Just as the attack was about to land, a streak of blue light suddenly shot across the battlefield. The squad leader's strike was blocked instantly, and the overwhelming impact threw him backward while knocking the weapon from his hand. The surrounding Green Forest members stared in shock. Breathing heavily, Paying Dog looked around in confusion. Meanwhile, from atop the cargo wagon, Yeonho casually watched everything unfold. With a lazy expression, he muttered that the entire situation was ridiculous while faint blue aura gathered around his hands. Yeonho called out to Paying Dog, telling him to stop getting distracted. Since he was the one who dragged all these enemies there like a drowning ghost, he should at least do his share of the fighting before dying. Nearby, Gok Bang struggled desperately against multiple opponents. Watching him, Yeonho casually remarked that he was going to die at this rate before throwing one of his glowing bowls. The bowl struck a Green Forest bandit directly and knocked him unconscious in a single hit. At the same time, Paying Dog was barely holding his ground against 3 enemies. Although he remained curious about Yeonho's strange behavior, he forced himself to focus and unleash the 5 Tigers Gate destroying blade against all of them at once. However, every enemy avoided the attack. At that moment, Paying Dog finally realized something important. This was not a duel. In a real fight, enemies would not foolishly face powerful attacks head-on. Before he could react further, all 3 enemies attacked him simultaneously. As Paying Dog froze and thought he was about to die, Yeonho's bowls suddenly shot through the battlefield again, smashing into all 3 attackers and sending them flying backward. Gok Bang shouted for Yeonho to stop sitting around and come help them properly. Yeonho lazily replied that a certain girl warned him not to move if trouble happened. Otherwise, she would chase him to the ends of the earth and harass him endlessly. Desperate, Gok Bang promised to take full responsibility if Yeonho helped. He even offered him 2 full days of rest at the next village along with unlimited food. The moment food was mentioned, Yeonho became interested. After receiving Gokbang's promise, Yeonho casually grabbed all the bowls around him and hurled them across the battlefield. The glowing bowls flew like a barrage of arrows, striking green forest bandits one after another and knocking them down instantly. Watching the scene, the green forest leader's eyes widened in horror as he realized Yeonho was a true martial master. Yeonho then jumped down from the carriage and walked over to Paying Dog. He immediately scolded him, pointing out that since he was the one who brought everyone into danger, he should be trying harder than anyone else to help. Yeonho criticized his fighting style again, explaining that using slow and heavy techniques against multiple enemies was suicidal. Instead, he should either use quicker attacks or focus on defeating enemies one at a time. He also pointed out that the Five Tigers Gate destroying blade wasted too much energy when swung recklessly into empty space. Before Paying Dog could respond, Yeonho casually snatched the sword straight from his hand. Paying Dog was stunned. He could not even react before his weapon disappeared. Holding the sword, Yeonho used the exact same technique Paying Dog had shown earlier. However, Yeonho's version was much faster and smoother. He explained that the technique itself was too slow in Paying Dog's hands. When fighting groups, speed mattered more than pouring excessive chi into a single heavy strike. Paying Dog stared in disbelief after realizing Yeonho copied the technique perfectly after seeing it only once. Yeonho demonstrated the attack again, this time even faster, before asking why such a simple concept was so difficult to understand. After handing the sword back, Yeonho told him to do better this time. Paying Dog faced the green forest leader again and focused himself completely. This time, he decided to prioritize speed and precision, even if it meant reducing the amount of chi in his blade. However, the moment he opened his eyes, he saw the remaining green forest members fleeing into the forest. Before disappearing, they shouted that they would return someday. Watching them run away, Yeonho simply sighed and muttered that the entire situation was frustrating. Paying Dog stood there awkwardly, unsure how to react. Some time later, after the journey safely continued, Yeonho thanked Gokbang for everything and admitted that the trip had been comfortable. Gokbang replied that there was no need for thanks since the escort bureau was already being paid. However, he assured Yeonho that they would never forget him, saving their lives. Yeonho jokingly asked whether he planned to repay him with only words before casually adding that he would simply collect compensation for Paying Dog later. Curious, Gokbang then asked why Yeonho had treated Paying Dog so harshly. Yeonho reminded him that everyone there nearly died because of one reckless person. Gokbang admitted that was true, but argued that Paying Dog seemed to be pursuing something righteous. Yeonho immediately answered that noble intentions did not justify innocent people dying. He recalled another lesson from his master. According to him, there was nothing admirable about risking one's life for matters unrelated to oneself. Justice and righteousness sounded impressive, but if innocent people needed to be sacrificed for them, then such ideals were meaningless. Yeonho concluded that protecting oneself first was more important than chasing some greater good. Gokbang quietly listened before mentioning that, in the end, the goods, the escort bureau, and everyone involved survived safely. Besides, the matter would eventually become the responsibility of the Venerate Heaven Orthodox Martial Alliance. Hearing that, Yeonho nodded in satisfaction. Afterward, he bowed lightly and bid farewell to the escort bureau. Gokbang smiled awkwardly and asked him not to say goodbye, so ominously, secretly thinking that Yeonho would be much easier to like if only he had a little more discipline. Eventually, Yeonho finally arrived at Nature's Hand Manor. Meanwhile, back at the Guangdongyi clan, Yeonho's mother remained deeply worried because nobody could find any trace of him. His father reassured her that Yeonho must still be alive somewhere. At that moment, a servant suddenly rushed into the room while panting heavily. Excitedly, he announced that young Master Yeonho had sent a letter. Elsewhere, Naki coldly reprimanded Mukpong for failing such a simple mission. He mockingly asked whether Mukpong feared death that much. Mukpong denied it immediately. According to him, if he had died by Lai Wanga's hands, then his death would have carried meaning. However, dying to someone unrelated would have been pointless. He insisted that he did not fear death itself, only meaningless death. Naki scoffed at the explanation and warned that he had no use for worthless dogs. If Mutpong wished to remain useful, then next time he should at least bring back some results. Terrified, Mutpong immediately bowed and promised that he would. Naki then dismissed him. As Mutpong stood and prepared to leave, Naki laughed quietly and remarked that ambitious pigs eventually jumped into the boiling pot themselves. After leaving the room, Mutpong muttered bitterly that Naki truly did not understand fear. At that moment, a man dressed in black suddenly appeared beside him. The man calmly stated that Mutpong was still useful, so keeping him alive for now had value. Mutpong turned toward him and questioned what use someone like him could possibly still have. The man in black replied that Mutpong's very existence acted as a restraint against the royal family. Mutpong insisted that he alone could serve as enough restraint against the royal family. However, the man in black shook his head and explained that Mutpong had another purpose to fulfill. He informed him that a summons had arrived from the pavilion and ordered him to head there immediately. Hearing that, Mutpong laughed in excitement, saying he would finally be freed from his disgusting body. As he walked away, he muttered that Naki was useless anyway. Someday, he planned to eliminate him and take everything for himself. Mutpong then asked what the others in the organization were currently doing. The man in black admitted he did not know the exact details, but it seemed they were beginning to involve themselves in the medical field. Meanwhile, at Nature's Hand Manor, Yeonho approached the receptionist with a recommendation letter Yuan had given him. After reading it, the receptionist calmly informed him that he had come to the wrong place. Confused, Yeonho asked what he meant. The receptionist explained that the letter was actually addressed to Sacred Hand Manor, not Nature's Hand Manor. Only then did Yeonho remember Yuan mentioning that he had connections with a master of Sacred Hand Manor and would provide a recommendation to ensure Yeonho received proper treatment. Sweating awkwardly, Yeonho asked whether this truly was not Sacred Hand Manor. The receptionist shook his head and gave him directions across the street and through a nearby alley. While wandering through the alley searching for the manor, Yeonho suddenly heard desperate voices begging a physician for help. A poor family knelt before a doctor, pleading for him to save a loved one. However, the physician coldly refused, saying he would not treat anyone without money. Watching the scene, Yeonho realized that not every physician cared equally for people. He had always assumed doctors helped the sick regardless of wealth, but reality proved otherwise. Once again, he was reminded how important money was in the world. As he continued through the alley, Yeonho finally noticed a worn sign lying beside a wall. Sacred Hand Manor. Staring at the plain-looking building before him, he wondered how such an ordinary house could truly be the legendary Sacred Hand Manor with over 500 years of history. Entering cautiously, Yeonho called out to ask if anyone was there. A young child walked out and asked why he came. Yeonho explained that he wanted to meet the manor master. The child casually told him to come inside. Confused, Yeonho repeated that he wished to meet the master and asked where the boy's father was. The child calmly answered that his father had died the previous year, making him the current manor master. The boy introduced himself as Jin Soa, the new master of Sacred Hand Manor. Hearing that, Yeonho grabbed his head in frustration. At this rate, he felt he would sooner be struck by lightning than receive proper treatment. Internally, he cursed his master again for sending him into such a situation. At that moment, a young woman stepped out from deeper inside the house and asked what was happening. Jin Soa explained that their guest came looking for their late father. The moment Yeonho saw the girl, he became speechless for a moment because of her beauty. She introduced herself as Jin Yurin. After reading Yeonho's recommendation letter carefully, Yurin explained that he apparently came to learn about the physician arts. Yeonho nodded in agreement. Although Sacred Hand Manor had lost much of its former glory, Yurin politely insisted that she could not simply turn away a guest who came with a recommendation. She invited him to stay comfortably, even if their conditions were modest. Yeonho awkwardly tried refusing and claimed he could stay somewhere else instead. However, Yurin quickly explained that if they turned away a guest, people would speak badly about Sacred Hand Manor. In the end, Yeonho reluctantly agreed to stay. Later, while resting quietly in his room, Yeonho sighed to himself. He admitted he should not have expected much from someone connected to Scholar Mun. Still, at least it was a physician's manor. Not long afterward, someone knocked on his door. When Yeonho allowed them inside, Yurin entered carrying an impressive tray filled with food. She shyly explained that she thought he might be hungry and hoped the simple meal suited his tastes. The moment Yeonho saw the amount of food, his eyes widened. In his mind, the meal alone looked sufficient to feed him for 3 entire days. As Yurin turned to leave, Yeonho invited her to eat together with him, but she politely refused and claimed she had already eaten earlier. Looking at the luxurious meal, Yeonho quietly started suspecting the manor might not be as poor as it appeared. However, moments later, he overheard Jin Soa whispering in the hallway. The boy asked his sister how she managed to prepare such a meal when they no longer even had enough rice left. Yurin immediately hushed him and told him not to worry about the manor's finances. But Jin Soa continued pressing her, asking what happened to her necklace. Yurin casually claimed she merely took it off temporarily. The boy became upset and reminded her that she never removed it because it was their mother's heirloom. Realizing the truth, Yeonho's expression slowly stiffened. Yurin finally admitted that she pawned the necklace at Milky Way Manor to borrow money temporarily. She promised she would retrieve it once their situation improved. Staring silently at the food before him, Yeonho suddenly felt unable to eat even a single bite. At that moment, Yurin returned and noticed the untouched meal. Worried, she asked whether the food did not suit his taste and immediately offered to prepare something else. Sweating nervously, Yeonho hurriedly denied it and instantly began eating. As he forced himself to finish everything, tears even formed in his eyes while he wondered whether it was still possible to refund a meal after eating it. The following morning, Yeonho wandered through the streets while clutching his stomach painfully. Although the meal had been far too heavy for him, he ended up eating every last bite. Eventually, he arrived at Milky Way Manor. Inside, an employee greeted him politely and asked what brought him there. Yeonho explained that he came looking for something. As the man guided him further inside, he asked exactly what Yeonho wished to retrieve. Yeonho calmly answered that he wanted the necklace Sacred Hand Manor pawned the previous day. At that moment, the branch owner of Milky Way Manor, Hak Defong, was introduced. Hak Defong explained that Sacred Hand Manor had not sold the necklace outright. It was only pawned, meaning he could not return it unless Yeonho officially belonged to the manor. Without hesitation, Yeonho immediately claimed that he was indeed from Sacred Hand Manor. Defong narrowed his eyes suspiciously and pointed out that he had never seen Yeonho before. Yeonho casually replied that he only arrived there yesterday. Taking out a pouch of money, Yeonho placed it on the table and asked whether it was enough to retrieve the necklace. Defong opened the pouch, glanced inside, and shook his head. Surprised, Yeonho argued that there were more than 2 silver niang inside. Defong calmly explained that the original loan was only 1 silver niang, but the repayment amount tripled when reclaiming the item. If 3 months passed, the repayment would increase to 6 times the original amount. Yeonho stared at him in disbelief and pointed out that the interest was absurdly high for such a small loan. Defong simply shrugged and stated that those were the rules. If Yeonho disliked them, he could always leave the necklace there permanently. Hearing that, Yeonho realized Sacred Hand Manor would never realistically be able to reclaim the necklace. Deep down, he was certain Yurin already understood that when she pawned her mother's heirloom. After thinking for a moment, Yeonho pulled something else from his pocket and asked whether Defong accepted additional collateral. Defong agreed. Yeonho then placed a gold-plated dagger onto the table and casually remarked that it should be valuable since it was made of gold. Defong unsheathed the dagger slightly and nodded, admitting it was genuine gold. According to him, it was worth at least 1 gold niang, though Yeonho would later need to repay 3 gold niang to reclaim it. However, while examining the sheath more carefully, Defong suddenly noticed a particular engraving, the Royal Inspectorate emblem. The moment he recognized the mark, Defong's face instantly stiffened. At that moment, he realized something horrifying. He had just accepted the personal item of someone connected to the Royal Inspectorate as collateral. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a subordinate hurriedly reported to a scarred man that their attempt to take control of the palace had failed. The scarred man immediately asked whether Naki refused to act. A man dressed in white explained that the royal inspectors remained firmly opposed, weakening Naki's influence significantly. Because of that, they might even need to abandon the entire plan. He also reported another issue regarding Green Forest. During their attempt to take control of it, the Hubei Peng clan became involved. The scarred man asked whether the Peng clan discovered their movements. The man in white clarified that it was actually the Orthodox Alliance interfering, not the Peng clan itself. Fortunately, Nobody seemed to realize the true intentions behind the incident. Everyone simply assumed it was an ordinary bandit attack. The scarred man remained calm throughout the report. According to him, problems were inevitable when carrying out a massive scheme. What truly mattered was how those problems were handled. The man in white then reported that all operations involving physicians and their other ongoing plans were progressing smoothly. Hearing that, the scarred man remarked that after enduring countless hardships since his retirement, they had finally gathered enough strength. Soon, they would reveal to the world just how terrifying their sword truly was. Back at Milky Way Manor, Defong's hands trembled uncontrollably. As Yeonho casually asked for the 3 gold niang, Defong suddenly dropped to his knees and apologized repeatedly for failing to recognize him earlier. Inside his mind, panic consumed him. He could not even decide what problem to fix first: cheating urine or demanding outrageous interest rates from customers. Trying desperately to recover the situation, Defong awkwardly explained that although the interest seemed high, many customers never returned to reclaim their items. According to him, after compound interest calculations, their actual profit was supposedly only around 4 or 5%. Confused, Yeonho asked what the annual interest rate actually was. Sweating nervously, Defong smiled awkwardly and admitted that it was roughly 60% at most. Yeonho immediately stared at him in disbelief. He pointed out that Defong was speaking about 60% interest as though it were something insignificant. Panicking further, Defong hurriedly argued that the necklace itself was worth around 10 silver niang anyway, so the rate was not that unreasonable. The moment he finished speaking, Yeonho's expression darkened completely. Earlier, Defong claimed the necklace was worth only 1 silver niang, but now he suddenly revealed it was worth 10. Realizing he accidentally exposed himself, Defong froze in horror. With a cold expression, Yeonho ordered him to lock every door in the building because they were going to settle the matter immediately. Meanwhile, Defong desperately followed behind him, continuously trying to calm him down. Later that night, Yurin quietly worked through paperwork inside Sacred Hand Manor when someone knocked softly at the door. Confused by the late visitor, she stepped outside. There, lying atop a folded piece of paper, was her necklace. Slowly picking it up, Yurin closed her eyes as memories of her mother surfaced in her mind. She immediately looked around the dark hallway, wondering who could have returned it. At the same time, Yeonho rested lazily on the roof of the manor, quietly hoping the necklace alone was enough to repay the cost of all the food he had eaten. Elsewhere, at the General Strategist Pavilion of the Venerate Heaven Orthodox Murim Alliance, Paying Dog sat nervously while studying a map spread across the table. His thoughts raced endlessly as he wondered why he had been summoned there. He feared he might have committed some major mistake. The moment someone entered the room, Paying Dog instantly stood up in panic. However, the man calmly told him to sit back down. Nervously bowing, Paying Dog obeyed immediately. The man before him was Johann, the divine strategist of the Orthodox Murim Alliance. Johann explained that he already heard everything regarding the Green Forest incident. He personally met the 10 Swords of Green Forest afterward. Hearing that title, Paying Dog's eyes widened in shock. Only then did he realize the enemies they fought were actually the infamous 10 Swords, which explained why they were so overwhelmingly powerful. Johann calmly assured him that the Orthodox Alliance would handle both the Swift Dragon Escort Bureau and the Green Forest incident properly. More importantly, the event might even help them uncover larger hidden problems. However, according to Johann, the truly important matter was the mysterious young man who helped them. He explained that although Paying Dog and the Swift Dragon Escort Bureau were skilled fighters, even they should have struggled against a single member of the 10 Swords. Yet somehow, one unknown young man defeated all 10 of them alone. Johann asked Paying Dog whether he knew the name of the mysterious young man who helped them. After a brief hesitation, Paying Dog quietly answered that his name was Yeonho. The moment Johann heard the name, he recalled receiving the same name earlier in a report from the Beggar Sect. A thoughtful expression crossed his face as he wondered whether the second son of the Guangdong Yi clan had truly returned after 5 years. The eldest son of the Yi clan was already famous for his martial talent. Yet now the younger son appeared with strength powerful enough to defeat the 10 Swords of Green Forest alone. Johann slowly began suspecting that the recent unrest within the martial world might somehow be connected to the Guangdong Yi clan. Standing from his seat, Johann asked where Yeonho claimed he was heading. Paying Dog answered that Yeonho mentioned going to Sacred Hand Manor. Hearing that, Yeonho frowned deeply. Something about the situation felt strange to him. If Yeonho truly returned after disappearing for 5 years, then why travel to Hubei instead of returning home first? Realizing he needed more information, Yeonho asked Paying Dog for his cooperation since he was the only one who actually knew Yeonho's appearance. Paying Dog immediately knelt on one knee and agreed. However, despite obeying, a worried expression crossed his face at the thought of meeting Yeonho again. The following morning, Yeonho remained asleep on the roof of Sacred Hand Manor. Jin Soa spotted him there and wondered how he even managed to climb onto the roof without using a ladder. For a brief moment, he suspected Yeonho might belong to the martial world. However, after looking at Yeonho's lazy appearance, he quickly dismissed the thought. There was no way someone who slept all day and looked practically homeless could be a true martial artist. At most, Jin Soa assumed Yeonho probably knew a few basic techniques. Suddenly, loud banging erupted from the front door as voices shouted for help. When Jin Soa opened the door, several workers rushed inside, carrying injured men on their backs. They explained that they worked at a quarry and were injured when massive boulders collapsed unexpectedly. Since they had no money for treatment, they came desperately seeking help from Sacred Hand Manor. Jin Soa immediately froze in panic, overwhelmed by the situation. At that moment, Jin Yurin stepped forward from behind him and immediately took control. Without hesitation, she ordered Jin Soa to separate the patients according to the severity of their injuries, move the non-urgent cases into rooms, and prioritize treating the critical patients first. Yeonho quietly watched from the rooftop as Yurin calmly directed everything with complete authority, while Jin Soa scrambled around, trying to keep up. Yurin ordered the critically injured patients to be laid directly on the ground. After checking one man's pulse, she tied up her sleeves and pulled out glowing acupuncture needles infused with medical chi. Her hands moved with incredible speed. The moment she struck a pressure point, the patient immediately coughed up dark blood. Some of the blood splashed onto Yurin herself, but she did not even flinch. Without wiping herself clean or pausing for a second, she immediately moved on to the next patient. At the same time, she shouted at Jin Soa to hurry unless he intended to let the patients die. Meanwhile, Jin Soa struggled desperately to keep pace with her treatment speed. While handling another injured man, Jin Soa realized he could not manage alone and finally looked up toward Yeonho. Shouting at him, Jin Soa asked whether Yeonho belonged to the martial world and demanded that he come help immediately. Yeonho crouched beside the patient and honestly admitted that he never properly learned acupuncture. Confused, he asked what exactly he was supposed to do. Jin Soa quickly instructed him to stimulate the Tanu acupoint halfway and the Yungfu acupoint fully. Yeonho followed the instructions, but the patient immediately began foaming at the mouth. Alarmed, Yeonho pointed out that something looked wrong. Jin Soa exploded in frustration and yelled that Yeonho pressed the wrong acupoint entirely. Irritated, Yeonho snapped back that he already warned him he did not know acupuncture. After adjusting his hand lower, Yeonho suddenly noticed the patient breathing properly again. Jin Soa quickly explained that the airway reopened, but now they needed to make the patient cough out the remaining blood. Realizing they were running out of time, Jin Soa panicked and shouted for Yeonho to suck the blood out with his mouth if necessary. Yeonho froze in horror. He demanded to know whether Jin Soa was seriously telling him to kiss an old man. Jin Soa desperately screamed that the patient would die otherwise. Growling in frustration, Yeonho complained that Jin Soa should have explained things more clearly from the beginning instead of making him sound insane. Then, instead of using his mouth, Yeonho calmly placed his hand over the patient's throat and mouth. Channeling his chi carefully, he forcibly pulled the congealed blood out from the man's airway. Jin Soa stared at him in shock and nervously asked what exactly he was doing. With a completely straight face, Yeonho replied that he was obviously saving a life. Elsewhere, under the night sky, Sanho stood alone while reading a letter sent by his mother. As he read, confusion slowly spread across his face. The letter explained that although she wanted to ask about his condition, something more important had happened. Yeonho was alive. After 5 long years, he finally sent a letter home. Hearing the news, Sanho tightly clutched his chest as relief washed over him. The letter further explained that Yeonho strangely claimed he was not allowed to return home yet. Because of that, both their parents planned to search for him personally. Since the letter originated from the Jiang branch of the Hua Sect, they intended to travel there immediately. After calming himself, Sanho realized this was not the time to get emotional. Remembering that Jiang was located near Jianghu territory, he immediately rushed off at full speed, chi surging beneath his feet. Back at Sacred Hand Manor, Jinsoa later knocked on Yeonho's door and asked whether he was asleep. Yeonho instantly answered yes. Jinsoa awkwardly pointed out that he clearly did not sound asleep. Sighing, Yeonho wondered aloud how a physician could distrust people so easily. After coughing awkwardly, Jinsoa lowered his head slightly and admitted that Yeonho actually helped a lot earlier. Yeonho immediately corrected him, saying he practically saved an entire patient by himself. Quickly revising his words, Jinsoa admitted that Yeonho was indeed a great help. After hesitating for a moment, Jinsoa finally asked him a serious question. He wanted to know where Yeonho thought Sacred Hand Manor's real problem truly lay. Yeonho bluntly answered that Sacred Hand Manor had too many problems to count. Confused, Jinsoa asked why he said that. Jinsoa then explained that he wanted to restore Sacred Hand Manor to its former glory, which was why he wanted an honest opinion from an outsider. After sitting up properly, Yeonho answered that their greatest problem was money. Jinsoa looked confused. In his mind, medicine should always come first for physicians while money remained secondary. Yeonho told him to think carefully about what actually destroyed their household. Jinsoa lowered his head and tightly gripped his apron before explaining that his father was genuinely kind. He never had enemies because he treated everyone equally and even offered treatment for free. However, all of that was only possible because Sacred Hand Manor survived on the wealth accumulated by previous generations. That wealth slowly disappeared around the time Jinsoa was born, and by the time he grew older, almost nothing remained. Even so, his father eventually realized their way of living was unsustainable and began searching for ways to recover financially. Yeonho immediately asked whether someone scammed him or assassinated him. Jinsoa stared at him in disbelief and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Still, Yeonho calmly pointed out that the fastest way to earn large amounts of money while taking enormous risks was usually gambling. Jinsoa admitted that his father eventually turned to gambling in an attempt to repay the debts. However, things only became worse. His father stopped eating properly, fell into alcoholism, and ultimately died from malnutrition and alcohol poisoning. Hearing that, Yeonho became annoyed and questioned why Jinsoa even bothered asking him for advice if he already knew the problem. Jinsoa explained that because Yeonho carried a recommendation from Yuan, he clearly could not be an ordinary person. Smirking slightly, Yeonho insisted that he truly was ordinary and told Jinsoa to seek advice from an actual expert instead. Later, at Milky Way Manor, Hot Defong greeted Yeonho enthusiastically and immediately guessed that he wanted help investing in Sacred Hand Manor. Yeonho confirmed it and asked whether the manor would have collapsed into ruin if Defong had been managing it instead. Defong confidently declared that it never would have reached such a state under his management. Yeonho pointed out that Jinsoa and Yurin possessed excellent medical talent, but lacked administrative ability entirely. Defong agreed and assured him that if he became involved, Sacred Hand Manor would definitely begin making money again. At that moment, Jinsoa suddenly interrupted and firmly declared that he refused to work with a loan shark. Yeonho immediately told him that his situation was too desperate to afford being selective. Jinsoa argued that Sacred Hand Manor carried a prestigious reputation, so cooperating with someone like Defong felt wrong. Defong instantly fired back, reminding him that Sacred Hand Manor itself was the one that squandered all its wealth. At the very least, he actually knew how to manage money properly. Yeonho then urged Jinsoa to think carefully about where Sacred Hand Manor's reputation originally came from. Did he truly believe the manor could survive for centuries while treating everyone entirely for free? Their ancestors built massive pavilions and established their reputation because they possessed wealth. Without money, none of it would have existed. According to Yeonho, Jinsoa now needed to do exactly the same thing. He first needed to earn money so people could once again believe Sacred Hand Manor was thriving. Disappointed, Jinsoa quietly admitted that he always believed medicine should exist purely for helping people. Later that evening, Yeonho thought back on Jinsoa's troubled expression and wondered whether he had been too harsh earlier. Ever since their conversation, Jin Soa looked visibly depressed. At that moment, loud commotion erupted outside the manor. A man was grabbing someone by the collar while demanding to know where Jin Yurin was. The man was Jael from the Black Earth clan. Hearing the disturbance, Yurin immediately rushed outside and demanded to know why he was dragging patients into the matter. She angrily asked whether he lacked even basic empathy. Jael looked directly at her and asked whether she was Jin Yurin. He then explained that her father borrowed money from the Black Earth clan under Sacred Hand Manor's name. Since the debt remained unpaid, she either needed to repay it or shut the manor down. Yurin firmly told him to discuss such matters with her directly instead of harassing innocent patients. Without warning, Jael threw the patient aside and violently grabbed Yurin's wrist, causing her to cry out in pain. He admitted that he originally did not wish to resort to force. However, considering her appearance, selling her to a brothel would eventually repay the debt after several years. Hearing that, Jin Soa rushed forward and struck Jael while screaming for him to release his sister. Jael merely smiled before kicking Jin Soa violently to the ground. Seeing her brother hurt, Yurin shouted his name in panic. The surrounding patients immediately intervened as well. Several of them grabbed Jael and begged him not to take Yurin away. One desperate patient even bit Jael's arm while declaring that since he was dying anyway, he would drag Jael down with him. As the room descended into chaos, Yurin shouted for everyone to stop. Sitting helplessly on the floor, she insisted that the matter was not the patient's burden to bear. She begged Jael not to harm them and agreed to leave with him willingly. Jin Soa tearfully demanded to know what she was saying. Yurin forced herself to smile sadly and assured him she would somehow repay the debt, telling him not to worry about her. Jael then grabbed her and prepared to leave. The patients watched helplessly while Jin Soa broke down crying. Just then, another voice suddenly stopped them. Both Jael and Yurin turned around. Wrapped lazily in a blanket, Yeonho calmly stated that Jael could not take her away. Jael frowned and demanded to know who he was supposed to be. Still wrapped in the blanket, Yeonho casually introduced himself as Yeonho. The entire room fell silent for a moment. Jael scoffed and ordered Yurin to keep moving while wondering whether Yeonho was simply an idiot. Yeonho repeated himself calmly. Jael could not take her. Confused, Jael asked why. Yeonho answered with complete seriousness that if Yurin left, then nobody would prepare his meals anymore. Jael stared at him blankly for a moment before asking whether Yurin really cooked for him personally. Yeonho answered that she did because he was a guest. Growing irritated, Yeonho then asked whether Jael himself was stupid for not understanding something so simple. Furious, Jael called Yeonho a homeless beggar before throwing a punch toward him, declaring that he would make sure Yeonho never ate again. As Jael tried to punch him, Yeonho casually told him to stop. Before anyone could react, Yeonho slammed Jael into the ground with a single strike. Everyone in the room froze in shock. Scratching his head afterward, Yeonho calmly asked whether Jael was all right, casually remarking that accidents like this sometimes happened. Groaning as he stood back up, Jael finally realized Yeonho knew martial arts and immediately demanded to know where he came from, calling him a martial master. Yeonho casually denied being a martial master at all. Jael then warned him not to interfere. According to him, the debt contract was legitimate, meaning the government itself would support the Black Earth clan. Yeonho replied that he could not simply ignore the matter because he still needed someone to cook his meals. Jael assumed that was merely an excuse to protect Sacred Hand Manor and questioned whether Yeonho truly intended to interfere in the affairs of the Black Earth clan. Repeating the clan's name curiously, Yeonho asked what exactly they were. Jael explained that the Black Earth clan was the organization Sacred Hand Manor owed money to, so they would never abandon the debt. Yeonho calmly answered that he had no intention of interfering directly. However, if money was the issue, then the matter could still be resolved. Suspiciously, Jael asked whether Yeonho intended to repay the debt himself. Yeonho admitted he did not currently have the money, but promised he would send it within 2 weeks and told Jael to leave for now. The entire room fell silent. After staring at him for a moment, Jael agreed and warned Yeonho not to break his promise. Later, back at the Black Earth clan branch, Jael reported everything to his superior, Gokdo's son. He explained that a martial artist appeared at Sacred Hand Manor and interfered. Hearing that, Gokdo's son frowned and remarked that a guest appearing there could complicate their plans. He then mockingly asked whether Jail ran away the moment he learned Yeonho was a martial master. Jail immediately denied being afraid. He explained that Yeonho promised to repay the debt within 2 weeks, so he thought it was smarter to report the situation first before acting. Instead of calming down, Gokdo's son became even angrier. He shouted that Jail was originally sent there to use the debt as an excuse to destroy Sacred Hand Manor's business entirely. Jail tried explaining that identifying Yeonho first seemed more important. However, Gokdo's son furiously cut him off and threatened to cut out his tongue for speaking too much. According to him, if their plans failed, they would all be reduced to ashes. Trembling nervously, Jail asked whether he should simply kill Yeonho instead. Gokdo's son shook his head and sighed. There was no reason to provoke a martial master unnecessarily. Instead, he ordered Jail to quietly monitor Yeonho's movements. Meanwhile, back at Sacred Hand Manor, Yeonho rested lazily in his room, while Jin-soa sat beside him anxiously. Jin-soa asked what Yeonho planned to do now. Yeonho blankly asked what he meant. Jin-soa reminded him that he promised to repay the debt within 2 weeks. Looking genuinely confused, Yeonho asked whether he really said that. Jin-soa stared at him in disbelief and demanded to know whether he even had a plan at all. With complete seriousness, Yeonho replied that he naturally had a plan. According to him, it was an ancient and reliable method for dealing with loan sharks. The atmosphere instantly became tense as Jin-soa leaned closer and seriously asked what the method was. Yeonho calmly answered that it was called running away in the middle of the night. Jin-soa immediately hit him in frustration and shouted that he could not believe he briefly trusted Yeonho to have an actual solution. Yeonho then asked how much debt Sacred Hand Manor still owed. Jin-soa estimated it was around 20 golden yang. Hearing the amount, Yeonho wondered aloud how anyone could accumulate such enormous debt. Jin-soa explained that the amount used to be even higher, but they reduced it by selling nearly all their remaining savings. After thinking quietly for a moment, Yeonho suddenly stood up and announced they were leaving. Confused, Jin-soa asked where they were going. Smiling confidently, Yeonho declared that they were going to make money. Jin-soa became even more confused and asked what exactly Yeonho intended to do. Yeonho grinned and explained that he planned to use the exact same method Jin-soa's father used to destroy the family. Sometime later, Yeonho and Jin-soa arrived at a hidden gambling den operated by the Golden Flower Sect. Inside, countless people gathered around various gambling tables. Meanwhile, Golden Flower Manor Master Kong Chunlip sat in his office feeling disappointed because business had been slow lately. He quietly wondered whether people already knew the gambling house specialized in scamming inexperienced newcomers. Part of him even suspected cheating Sacred Hand Manor years ago might have brought bad luck upon them. Suddenly, one of his subordinates rushed into the room excitedly. Kong Chunlip immediately asked whether government officials had arrived. The subordinate shook his head and instead reported that a perfect customer had appeared, a complete idiot ready to be exploited. Elsewhere inside the gambling hall, Jin-soa nervously asked whether gambling their way out of debt was truly a good idea. Yeonho calmly continued looking around the hall without concern. At that moment, a cheerful employee approached them and warmly welcomed Yeonho. Confused, Yeonho asked whether the man already knew him. The employee laughed and replied that anyone entering the gambling house came for the same reason, to enjoy themselves. Yeonho then asked what exactly he should play. The employee eagerly explained that the hall offered every kind of gambling game imaginable before personally leading Yeonho toward a table with 2 cups and several dice. He introduced the game as Inyong Dice, the most popular game in the hall. The rules were simple. Several marbles were placed beneath 2 cups, and the player only needed to guess whether the hidden number was odd or even. Yeonho immediately commented that the game sounded easy. The employee agreed enthusiastically and explained that simplicity was exactly why the game attracted so many people. With a sly smile, he added that complicated games had their own charm, but games like this allowed people to win money quickly. Since the odds were 50-50, it perfectly suited bold personalities who disliked waiting. Flattered by the praise, Yeonho immediately declared that the game suited him perfectly because he indeed hated waiting around. Watching from afar, Kong Chunlip quietly smiled in satisfaction. According to him, fooling newcomers like Yeonho was easy. The trick was allowing them to win occasionally at first, so they would grow addicted to the excitement. Once greed took hold, everything afterward became simple. Suddenly, Kong Chunlip heard people shouting that someone was practically robbing the Golden Flower Manor. Turning toward the gambling tables, he froze when he saw piles of silver stacked beside Yeonho, while the young man sat there calmly playing as if nothing unusual was happening. Meanwhile, at the Beggar's Sect, Jang Yil relaxed comfortably now that he believed Yeonho was finally gone and he would eventually recover his money peacefully. Just before winter arrived, he had even managed to find a sturdy pair of discarded doors to use for his shelter, making him feel unusually fortunate. However, the next moment, those very doors were violently shattered apart. The demon-slaying sword, Sanho, appeared before him. Grabbing Jang Yil by the collar and nearly choking him, Sanho demanded to know whether the rumors about Yeonho being alive were true. Barely able to breathe, Jang Yil desperately confirmed it and begged Sanho to release him first. Sanho immediately demanded to know where Yeonho currently was. Still gasping for air, Jang Yil explained that such information belonged to the House Sect and suggested Sanho ask them instead. Without another word, Sanho lifted him up and declared they were leaving immediately. Terrified, Jang Yil asked where they were going. Sanho coldly answered that they were heading straight to the House Sect branch and ordered Jang Yil to guide him there personally. Jang Yil could only stare at him with complete horror. Later, at the Jiang branch of the House Sect, both Sanho and Jang Yil stood before the branch leader. The woman instantly exploded in anger and cursed Jang Yil for bringing the demon-slaying sword, considered the greatest young martial artist of the Orthodox Murim, directly into their sect. Jang Yil hurriedly tried explaining that he had no choice, but she immediately cut him off and told him to shut up, declaring that both of them were going to get killed at this rate. Back at the gambling house, the crowd buzzed excitedly as people realized Yeonho would soon surpass 1,000 silver niang if he won again. The host felt intense pressure building because another loss would cost the gambling house a fortune. At the table, Yeonho calmly placed his next bet on even. As the host revealed the marbles beneath the cup, cold sweat ran down his face. Yeonho had already won 9 consecutive rounds. When the cup finally lifted, from marbles appeared. Yeonho won again. The crowd instantly erupted into chaos. People shouted that he was the god of gambling, while others claimed they had never witnessed anything like it before. Beside him, Jin Soa excitedly slapped Yeonho's back and celebrated the victory. Meanwhile, Yeonho simply sat there smugly. Inwardly, he recalled how his training allowed him to dodge flying rocks merely by listening to sound alone. Compared to that, determining whether marbles were odd or even based on the shaking sound was extremely simple. As the host prepared another round, Yeonho quietly yawned and thought that he should probably stop soon. One more win would give him all the money he needed. However, before the game continued, Kong Chunlip personally stepped forward. Both Yeonho and Jin Soa looked at him curiously. With a polite smile, Kong Chunlip greeted Yeonho warmly and remarked that he never expected such an important guest to appear. Someone nearby immediately recognized him as the master of Golden Flower Manor. Yeonho casually replied that he was nobody important and merely an ordinary person. Kong Chunlip smiled politely and answered that anyone capable of making the games entertaining deserved respect. Yeonho honestly admitted that he did not even find the game very interesting. Internally, Kong Chunlip nearly exploded with anger. Yeonho had already taken over 1,000 silver niang from them and still dared to say the game was boring. Keeping his smile intact, Kong Chunlip invited Yeonho to participate in a much larger game instead. Hearing the words bigger game, Yeonho showed slight interest. Kong Chunlip immediately pushed further, claiming that the truly exciting games had not even started yet and would be far more entertaining. However, Yeonho immediately refused, saying he did not want to bother. Meanwhile, Jin Soa hurriedly stuffed their winnings into a bag. Watching this, Kong Chunlip realized that if things continued normally, Yeonho would simply walk away with 10 gold niang. He absolutely could not allow that to happen. Placing a hand on Yeonho's shoulder, Kong Chunlip insisted that Yeonho could not leave yet. If he stayed and participated in a larger game, he would personally give him an additional 5 gold niang. Yeonho calmly raised the amount to 10 instead. Although Kong Chunlip hesitated, he eventually agreed under one condition. The game would continue until one side lost everything. Thinking it would be too troublesome to return again later, Yeonho accepted as long as the promised 10 gold niang remained guaranteed. Kong Chunlip laughed inwardly, convinced Yeonho had fallen completely into his trap. He then summoned someone special. A scarred man carrying multiple dice slowly approached the table. This man was Dakbai, the one-armed gambling king. Looking at the mountain of silver surrounding Yeonho, Dakbai admitted that anyone capable of winning that much certainly qualified as a genuine gambler. Yeonho casually asked whether Dakbai would be his next opponent. Dakbai confirmed it. When Yeonho asked what game they would play, Dakbai stylishly tossed several dice onto the table and announced that dice gambling would decide the winner. The crowd immediately began whispering among themselves. Some questioned whether dice were too simple, while others argued that such simple games revealed true gambling skill more clearly than anything else. Several spectators confidently declared that there was no way Yeonho could defeat Dakbai. Meanwhile, Yeonho simply yawned lazily. Dakbai then explained the rules. Both sides would roll dice, and whoever achieved the higher result would win. The game would continue until one player completely ran out of money. Kong Chunlip added another condition. If Yeonho lost all his money, he could continue borrowing more. However, if the gambling house lost, only the winner would decide whether the game continued. Yeonho casually agreed without concern. Kong Chunlip then officially declared the start of the match as the entire gambling hall watched with excitement. Standing behind Yeonho, Jin Soa nervously placed both hands on his shoulders and asked whether he could really win. Without even looking back, Yeonho calmly asked whether Jin Soa had ever seen him lose before. A short while later, every single coin they possessed was gone. Jin Soa bit his nails anxiously while Yeonho sat there drenched in sweat. Jin Soa weakly pointed out that Yeonho had already lost 10 consecutive rounds. Pale-faced, Yeonho quietly confirmed it. Jin Soa reminded him that he trusted him only because Yeonho confidently told him to. Still sweating heavily, Yeonho awkwardly admitted that he remembered saying exactly that. Jin Soa nervously remarked that at this rate, they were going to end up completely bankrupt. Across the table, Dakbai calmly held the dice and announced that the next round would be the final game, with a stake of 2,000 silver niang. The crowd immediately burst into laughter, mocking Yeonho for losing everything and preparing to drown himself in debt. Smirking confidently, Dakbai rolled the dice while Yeonho lazily watched with his head resting on one hand. The dice stopped rolling. Every single die landed on 6. The entire gambling hall exploded in shock. Meanwhile, Jin Soa grabbed his own head in despair. Dakbai calmly looked toward Yeonho and asked whether he still intended to continue gambling. Yeonho quietly answered that he would. Dakbai remarked that the outcome already seemed obvious. Yeonho casually replied that he was not so sure about that. At that moment, Jin Soa suddenly called out to him, addressing him respectfully as young master. Yeonho blinked in surprise and asked whether Jin Soa actually trusted him. Tilting his head slightly, Jin Soa answered that there was nobody else he trusted more at that moment. For a brief second, Yeonho looked genuinely moved. Resting his forehead against Jin Soa's head, he quietly admitted that nobody had ever said something like that to him before. Then, taking the dice into his hand, Yeonho slowly exhaled. If he won this round, he would gain 40 gold niang. With an unusually serious expression, he rolled the dice. The entire gambling hall fell silent as everyone watched them tumble across the table. A moment later, every die stopped. All of them showed 1. The absolute lowest score possible. Yeonho stared blankly at the table with his mouth hanging open in disbelief, while Jin Soa immediately exploded and cursed him in frustration. Elsewhere, a shadowed man sat calmly in a chair while asking about Yeonho's identity. Kneeling before him, Guokdo's son admitted they still failed to uncover who the boy truly was. The mysterious man remarked that a young martial artist suddenly appearing out of nowhere was suspicious enough already. Without hesitation, he ordered Do's son to kill Yeonho. Do's son looked confused and argued that they still had no idea how skilled Yeonho actually was. Smiling darkly, the man assured him that stronger fighters would be provided if necessary. There was no reason to drag the matter out further. Then he repeated the order. Kill Yeonho. Back at the gambling house, Jin Soa nearly lost his mind while Yeonho continued staring blankly at his own hands. Smiling faintly, Dakbai remarked that Yeonho simply suffered from bad luck this time. Still staring silently at the table, Yeonho finally looked toward Kong Chunlip and asked what happened next. Kong Chunlip politely explained that since Yeonho lost all his money, He now needed to repay the 10 gold niang he borrowed earlier. However, Yeonho clarified that he was not asking about the debt. He wanted to know how much money he needed if he wished to continue gambling. Kong Chunlip answered that he would need 40 gold niang to continue playing. Yeonho immediately confirmed that bringing 40 gold meant the games could continue. Kong Chunlip nodded and explained that although the gambling house normally controlled whether a game continued, they would naturally continue if Yeonho brought enough money. Yeonho then asked whether he could guarantee that promise. Kong Chunlip confidently answered that trust was essential for operating a gambling house. Hearing that, Yeonho slowly smiled. Beside him, Jin Soa immediately sensed that Yeonho was planning something dangerous. Without warning, Yeonho called someone inside. Everyone turned toward the entrance. Ha Defong entered the hall accompanied by servants carrying several heavy boxes. Apologizing politely, Defong explained that preparing so much gold took time. Yeonho immediately shouted at him for arriving late, complaining that he almost became a slave because of the delay. Defong casually brushed the complaint aside and remarked that Yeonho never seemed like the type to become someone's slave anyway. Sweating nervously, Kong Chunlip asked Defong why he suddenly appeared there. Defong answered that he simply brought the money Yeonho requested. Stepping forward confidently, Yeonho reminded Kong Chunlip of the earlier agreement. As long as he possessed money, the games would continue and the stakes would double every round. Then Yeonho calmly proposed increasing the next bet dramatically. Kong Chunlip froze completely. Without hesitation, Yeonho declared that the next round would be worth 100 gold niang. Stammering in disbelief, Kong Chunlip repeated the amount aloud while wondering whether he truly heard correctly. Seeing his reaction, Yeonho casually asked whether he was scared. Internally, Kong Chunlip admitted that he absolutely was. Quickly turning toward Dokbai, he nervously asked whether he could handle it. Dokbai calmly questioned whether Kong Chunlip doubted the gambling king himself. Kong Chunlip immediately denied it and insisted he trusted him completely before officially announcing that the match would continue. Dokbai then remarked that Yeonho had transformed the game into something much larger than expected and wondered whether this had been his plan all along. Yeonho looked at him blankly and asked what he was talking about. Dokbai pointed out that Yeonho summoned the Milky Way Manor Master ahead of time, clearly preparing for this moment. Yeonho casually answered that his mother always taught him to keep plenty of money prepared no matter the situation. Taking the dice into his hand, Yeonho announced that he would roll first. He tossed the dice high into the air. The entire hall held its breath as the dice bounced across the table. One by one, 5 dice stopped on 6. Every eye immediately focused on the final die. After wobbling briefly, the last die landed on 5. The crowd murmured in amazement. Although it narrowly missed perfection, a total score of 35 was still unbelievably high. Picking up his own dice, Dokbai calmly remarked that it was unfortunate Yeonho fell short by only a single point. Yeonho casually answered that 35 still seemed incredibly difficult to beat. Dokbai laughed confidently and declared that it made no difference. Even if Yeonho underestimated him, he would now learn why people called him the gambling king. Then Dokbai rolled the dice. Again, 5 dice landed perfectly on 6. The crowd collectively held its breath as the final die continued spinning. Beside Yeonho, Jin Soa anxiously asked why he remained so calm. If they lost now, they would lose absolutely everything. Shaking violently, Jin Soa desperately asked whether Yeonho truly believed they could win. Yeonho squeezed his eyes shut and suddenly asked whether Jin Soa's sister happened to dance well, casually remarking that she would probably be sold away if they lost. Jin Soa immediately screamed at him, demanding to know why he was saying nonsense at a moment like this. At last, the final die stopped moving. The gambling hall fell silent. The final result was 4. For a brief second, nobody spoke. Then the entire hall exploded into chaos. Yeonho had won by exactly 1 point. Meanwhile, Yeonho himself sat frozen in place with wide eyes, unable to believe he actually survived. Jin Soa immediately hugged him tightly while shouting that they had just won 100 gold niang. Yeonho quickly shoved him away and reminded him that he was the same person who cursed him only moments earlier. Nearby, Kong Chunlip grabbed his own head in despair as the reality of losing 100 gold niang finally crushed him. Kong Chunlip grabbed Dokbai and reminded him that he confidently claimed victory was guaranteed. Dokbai calmly replied that if he himself was called the gambling king, then Yeonho deserved to be called the gambling god. Hearing that, Kong Chunlip could only curse in frustration. At that moment, Hot Defong stepped forward, drawing everyone's attention. He formally declared that with this victory, all debts Sacred Hand Manor owed to Golden Flower Manor were completely repaid. Everyone present had witnessed the outcome of the game themselves. Dokbai then respectfully bowed toward Yeonho and admitted it was an excellent match. Yeonho returned the bow with equal respect. Afterward, Defong informed Yeonho that he would temporarily safeguard all the winnings at Milky Way Manor. Yeonho casually agreed. Meanwhile, Jin Soa approached Yeonho looking completely exhausted. He admitted he felt drained just from watching the gambling match and asked whether Yeonho was all right. Yeonho answered honestly that he also felt tired. As they prepared to leave, Yeonho told Jin Soa not to worry since Defong would handle the money. All he wanted now was good food and proper sleep. Jin Soa immediately said he knew a good place nearby and offered to guide him there. However, before they could leave, Jin Soa accidentally bumped into someone. Several men stood blocking their path with Guokdo's son at the front. Yeonho looked at them curiously, while Defong quietly warned him that they appeared to belong to the Dark Earth sect. Coldly staring at the group, Do's son asked which one of them was Yeonho. Elsewhere, Sanho finally arrived at the Great Hanam Institute, where Yunji greeted him personally. She explained that Yeonho was no longer there because he had already departed for Hubei alongside the Swift Dragon Escort Bureau. After hearing that, Sanho thanked her and immediately told Jang Yil they were leaving again. Shocked, Jang Yil asked where they were headed now. Sanho calmly answered that they were going to Hubei. Jang Yil instantly panicked and loudly protested that nobody ever agreed he would accompany Sanho. Rolling dramatically across the ground, he cried that he had already traveled all the way there without proper food or water. If Sanho insisted on dragging him further, he might as well kill him now. Watching the scene, Yunji sighed helplessly and suggested they rest for the night before departing. Sanho initially refused. Hearing that, Jang Yil became even more horrified and desperately begged him to stay. Yunji then explained that allowing guests to leave at night would damage the Institute's reputation. She promised to prepare food and baths for them and asked them to depart the following morning instead. Jang Yil continued rolling on the floor while claiming he would die either way. Finally, Sanho relented and thanked Yunji for allowing them to stay. Later that night, Sanho and Jang Yil relaxed in a large bath together. Jang Yil jokingly remarked that if the beggar sect ever discovered one of their members enjoying a luxurious bath like this, their sect leader would probably foam at the mouth. However, Sanho remained silent, lost in thought. Trying to lighten the mood, Jang Yil complimented Sanho's impressive physique and asked whether the enormous scar across his body came from fighting the tailless phantom demon. Sanho calmly replied that the wounds from fighting that monster were insignificant compared to this scar. Stunned, Jang Yil wondered what kind of demonic martial artist could leave a scar worse than the phantom demon itself. A faint smile appeared on Sanho's face as he remembered a young Yeonho crying desperately while begging him to wake up. Quietly, Sanho explained that the scar came from time when Yeonho still did not understand how terrifying a sword truly was. Back at Golden Flower Manor, Do's son once again demanded to know which one was Yeonho. Yeonho casually pointed at himself and answered that he was Yeonho. Do's son stared silently at him for several seconds before turning toward Jail and asking whether this was truly the same person. Jail confirmed it immediately. Do's son angrily lashed out, complaining that Yeonho looked far too young. Jail reminded him that he already explained Yeonho was young from the beginning. Do's son argued back that Jail also claimed Yeonho was a martial master, making it sound as though he greatly exaggerated because Yeonho still looked like a child. Turning back toward Yeonho, Do's son declared that even children had to pay for interfering in Dark Earth sect business. He ordered his men forward. Before they moved, Yeonho suddenly told everyone to wait. At the same moment, Defong handed Jin Soa a brush and paper. Yeonho instructed Jin Soa to sign the document. Confused, Jin Soa hesitated. Yeonho told him he would explain everything later and urged him to sign first. After some hesitation, Jin Soa finally obeyed. Facing Do's son again, Yeonho calmly asked how much debt Sacred Hand Manor supposedly owed. Do's son answered that the total amounted to 20 golden niang and 50 silver. The next moment, 2 heavy boxes were placed directly in front of him. Surprised, Do's son asked what they were. Yeonho calmly explained that the boxes contained the debt repayment. He instructed Do's son to write an official guarantee confirming the debt was settled before taking the money. As Do's son stared at the overflowing gold inside the boxes, saliva nearly dripped from his mouth. He slowly asked whether Yeonho truly believed the matter could be solved with just money. Yeonho calmly replied that he even included slightly more than the original amount owed. Jael quietly leaned toward Do's son and reminded him that they were never there for the debt itself. Their real purpose was destroying Sacred Hand Manor. Despite hearing him, Do's son kept staring greedily at the gold. Finally forcing himself to look away, Do's son claimed that money was not the true issue. He simply could not allow outsiders to interfere with their business. Yeonho then asked directly whether Do's son wanted a fight. Smiling coldly, Do's son answered that this was not a fight. It was punishment. Immediately afterward, he ordered his men to take Yeonho's head. The men charged forward from every direction at once. However, their swords struck nothing but empty air. The next instant, Yeonho casually sat atop their blades while looking down at Do's son. Calmly, he remarked that Do's son was going to regret this decision. The attackers froze in shock. Without giving them time to react, Yeonho launched his counterattack. He punched one man directly in the face, smashed another across the neck with his elbow, and sent multiple opponents flying simultaneously while remaining completely steady himself. Watching the scene unfold, Do's son could only stare in horror with his mouth hanging open. Jael quietly reminded him again that he already warned everyone Yeonho was a martial master. Yeonho then casually remarked that he wanted to finish everything quickly, so Do's son should call out the people hiding in the back as well. Sweat instantly formed across Dawson's face as he asked how Yeonho discovered them. Without answering, Yeonho simply waited. Realizing there was no point hiding anymore, Do's son ordered the hidden men to step forward. Several figures dressed entirely in black slowly emerged with swords drawn. As Yeonho observed them carefully, they strangely felt familiar to him. Curiously, he asked whether they had met before. However, before anyone answered, a sudden hidden attack struck Yeonho from behind. Yeonho leaned backward just in time, barely avoiding the sudden strike aimed at him. After stepping back and regaining his balance, he admitted that the attack genuinely startled him. He originally thought this would be an easy fight, but the speed of the attack immediately changed his mind. Looking at the hidden attackers, Yeonho wondered whether they were using the hidden sword technique. He then remembered his master explaining that technique long ago. It was an assassination art designed to kill targets before they even realized they were being attacked. Back then, his master asked what Yeonho would do if he ever encountered assassins using such techniques. At the time, Yeonho had no answer. His master then told him that anyone trained in the hidden sword technique was already a murderer who had taken countless lives. Because of that, Yeonho should never hesitate against them. If he ever met assassins like those, he must eliminate them immediately. Realizing there was no choice but to become serious, Yeonho turned toward Ha Defong and asked for a sword. Defong handed one over instantly. Drawing the blade slowly, Yeonho warned everyone nearby to step back because things were about to get noisy. Meanwhile, the assassins were equally shocked that Yeonho managed to dodge the hidden attack. One of them warned the others not to underestimate him because their opponent was clearly a martial master. The assassins attacked together from every direction at once. Yeonho tightened his grip on the sword and slowly closed his eyes. A violent aura erupted around him, forcing the assassins to shield their eyes. At that moment, Yeonho remembered more of his master's teachings. A swordsman must never allow himself to be shaken. Even when an enemy's blade approaches directly, his spirit must remain firm and unmoving. Taking a deep breath, Yeonho planted his foot firmly into the ground and swung his sword. Two assassins fell instantly from a single slash. Another attacker rushed toward him from the front, but Yeonho blocked the strike effortlessly before slicing the assassin's sword cleanly in half. A second later, the assassin himself collapsed. Without pausing, Yeonho moved toward the next opponents. Two assassins attacked simultaneously, but Yeonho calmly raised his sword overhead. A flash of light burst from the blade. With one powerful downward slash, both assassins were cut down together. Another assassin charged straight toward Yeonho with his sword extended. Yeonho poured energy into his blade and unleashed a strange technique while slipping past the attacker in one smooth movement. The assassin immediately coughed blood and collapsed. Only one assassin remained, standing at a distance. The final attacker hesitated in fear. Yeonho slowly gathered energy into his sword, forming a glowing purple sphere around the blade. The assassin stared at the light with wide eyes. Then Yeonho raised his sword again. His aura surged wildly as multiple glowing crosses of light appeared above him. Holding the sword firmly overhead, Yeonho brought it down in a single motion. The crosses of light shot forward instantly. Blinding beams rained down upon the final assassin from above, destroying everything in their path. Ha Defong instinctively raised his arms to shield himself, while Jin Soa stood frozen in complete shock. Moments later, silence filled the Golden Flower Manor. Every assassin lay defeated on the ground. A glowing cross-shaped scar remained burned into the floor where Yeonho's attack landed. Standing calmly with his sword in hand, Yeonho seemed almost overlapped by the faint image of his master behind him. He explained that he had severed the assassin's chi veins and permanently sealed their martial arts, ensuring they could never hurt anyone again. Looking down at the fallen assassins, Yeonho admitted they somehow felt strangely familiar. Still, he brushed the thought aside and assumed he would understand the reason eventually. Then he slowly turned toward Guok Do's son. Immediately, both Do's son and Jail stiffened in fear. Clenching his fist lightly, Yeonho reminded Do's son that he was the one talking earlier about punishment. Yeonho explained that his master always taught him never to quietly endure humiliation. Allowing others to trample over him without resistance would only disgrace his master's teachings. The moment he heard that, Do's son immediately dropped to the ground and begged for mercy. He insisted that people sometimes made mistakes and promised that if Yeonho spared him, he would change his life completely and become a good person. Yeonho calmly answered that wanting to improve oneself was admirable. However, after everything Do's son had already done, there was no reason for anyone to believe him. Nervously, Do's son asked what Yeonho intended to do. Yeonho answered that killing him would be excessive. Instead, he planned to repay him eye for an eye. Pointing toward the fallen assassins behind Do's son, Yeonho hinted at exactly what he meant. Realizing Yeonho intended to destroy his martial arts entirely, Dawson's face turned pale. Yeonho smiled and admitted he appreciated people who understood quickly. Desperately, Do's son begged for another option. Yeonho simply crossed his fingers into an X shape and replied that there was none. At that moment, Do's son truly realized he was finished. Suddenly, a brilliant explosion of light burst throughout Golden Flower Manor. Moments later, Do's son lay collapsed face first on the floor. Afterward, Yeonho turned toward Jail and calmly ordered him to guide him to the Dark Earth Sect's main base. That same day, the Dark Earth Branch Sect, once considered the strongest organization in Hubei, completely fell apart. Meanwhile, back at Sacred Hand Manor, Jin Yurin stood anxiously outside while worrying about where her brother disappeared to. Suddenly, Jin Soa burst through the entrance excitedly while shouting for her. Confused, Yurin asked why he looked so worked up. Unable to contain himself, Jin Soa announced that all of their debt had finally been repaid. At first, Yurin assumed he was joking or dreaming. However, Jin Soa insisted it was true and quickly explained everything that happened in detail. After listening carefully, Yurin asked once more whether all of it was really true. Jin Soa nodded firmly and declared that Sacred Hand Manor was finally free from debt, all thanks to Yeonho. Hearing that, Yurin quietly held her hands against her chest in relief. She admitted she was genuinely happy and said they now owed Yeonho an enormous debt themselves. However, her expression soon became serious again. She immediately scolded Jin Soa for attempting to solve their financial problems through gambling. Still, since he was not the one personally gambling, she reluctantly decided to overlook it this time. Even so, she firmly ordered him never to go near a gambling house again. Jin Soa fell into deep thought before asking whether the method truly mattered that much. Jin Yurin answered firmly that anyone who abandoned the orthodox path would eventually hit a wall. She then asked him whether he was really comfortable with gambling after witnessing what happened to their father. Jin Soa argued that if not for Yeonho, Yurin might have been dragged away to the escort house. So could she still call it wrong? Without hesitation, Yurin answered yes. To her, a physician must always follow the orthodox path, no matter the circumstances. After thinking quietly for a moment, Jin Soa finally told her that she was too rigid. He pointed out that he did everything he could for her, yet all she saw was something to criticize. Yurin replied that everything she said was for his sake. But Jin Soa argued that if they continued living only according to her ideals, they would remain trapped in that miserable place forever. He admitted that this was no longer simply about restoring the manor. He wanted to live his own life as well. After that, both siblings stood silently beneath the night sky. The following day, at the Great Hanam Institute, Yuan welcomed both Sanho and Jang Al warmly despite their sudden arrival. After greeting him respectfully, Sanho thanked Yuan for receiving them without prior notice. Yuan calmly replied that since Sanho was Yeonho's older brother, there was naturally no reason to turn him away. Sanho then apologized in advance for any trouble Yeonho might have caused. However, Yuan denied there being any need for apologies and instead asked whether Sanho came to find Yeonho. When Sanho confirmed it, Yuan requested a moment to speak honestly. Sanho agreed. Yuan then asked whether Sanho truly understood the potential Yeonho possessed. According to him, Yeonho's talent was not something that could be restrained or confined. From what Yuan observed, Sanho seemed like the type of person who would try to guide Yeonho according to his own standards and expectations. But if he did that, he would only ruin him. Yuan explained that forcing a great horse into a small stable only ended with everyone getting hurt. Instead, Yeonho needed freedom. Only then could he someday become a horse running freely across the open plains. Sanho listened quietly with a confused expression before eventually thanking Yuan for the advice and saying he would think about it carefully. Later, while leaving the institute together, Jang Al complained about Sanho's gloomy expression even after they had been treated well and properly fed. But Sanho remained lost in thought. Eventually, he asked Jang Al how Yeonho acted the last time they met. Jang Al answered honestly that Yeonho only treated him decently because he happened to be Sanho's younger brother. Otherwise, he barely even seemed human. According to Jang Al, Yeonho was lazy, sly like a politician, and shameless enough to resemble someone from the unorthodox faction. However, while continuing to complain about Yeonho, Jang Al suddenly noticed Sanho quietly thinking instead of reacting. Sanho already understood something others could not. Ordinary people would never be able to properly recognize Yeonho's true talent. And more importantly, Yeonho had changed drastically from the child he used to be. Back at Sacred Hand Manor, Yeonho finally woke up from another long sleep. Stretching lazily, he wondered aloud how long he had been unconscious this time. After jumping down from bed, he cursed the sleep training art because every time he woke up, it felt like he had been beaten in reality. At that moment, Jean Yurin approached him and quietly thanked him for everything he had done for Sacred Hand Manor. Startled by her sudden appearance, Yeonho nearly jumped in surprise. Then Yurin suddenly knelt before him, saying she could never truly repay what he had done for them. Panicking immediately, Yeonho begged her to stand up and asked what she thought she was doing. Ignoring that, Yurin carefully asked whether she could request one favor from him. Hearing that, Yeonho muttered that perhaps his ancestors truly were cursing him. Yurin then asked him to help change Jin Soa's mind. Seeing Yeonho's confused expression, she explained that Jin Soa was supposed to inherit Sacred Hand Manor, restore its reputation, and fulfill their father's dying wish. But now his resolve was wavering. She wanted Yeonho to guide him back onto the proper path. However, Yeonho admitted he did not understand her reasoning. To him, becoming a great physician and reviving Sacred Hand Manor were two completely separate goals. Then he directly asked her which mattered more. Caught off guard, Yurin hesitated and asked whether she truly had to choose between them. Yeonho calmly answered yes. After thinking carefully, Yurin finally admitted that reviving Sacred Hand Manor mattered more. Even if Jin Soa became an incredible physician, their father's dream would still fail if the manor itself disappeared. But if the manor recovered and regained its former standing, future generations would still have the chance to produce great physicians again. Hearing that answer, Yeonho nodded. Now that he understood her priorities, he explained that there was actually a very simple solution to restoring the manor. Meanwhile, back at the House Sect branch in Kiang Prefecture, Nong Nong still burned with anger over Jang Al bringing Sanho there. She swore to herself that the next time she saw him, she would kill him personally. Just then, Gong Mu rushed inside in panic and informed her that there was a major problem. Annoyed already, Nong Nong demanded to know what happened. The moment she looked up, However, she froze. Standing behind Gongmu were Yeonho's mother and father. Yeonho's father calmly asked whether she was the one in charge there. Since she had no idea who they were at first, Nong simply answered yes while wondering why strangers kept appearing lately. Then Yeonho's father introduced himself as Wi Yeonho. The moment she heard that name, Nong's eyes widened in shock as she blurted out his title, the righteous chivalrous swordsman. Wi Yeonho calmly confirmed his identity and remarked that since she already recognized him, there was no need for lengthy explanations. However, before he could continue, his wife immediately shoved him aside and told him to stop showing off. She complained that they had no time for him to act impressive. Wi Yeonho tried to defend himself, but she instantly silenced him again. Watching the exchange unfold, Nong slowly began doubting whether this man was truly the famous righteous swordsman everyone admired. Then Yeonho's mother stepped forward and explained that Yeonho had sent him a letter from there. She politely asked Nong to explain everything that had happened afterward. Inside the house sect's main hall, Gue Nong carefully confirmed whether the person they were searching for was young master Wi Yeonho. Yeonho's mother immediately confirmed that it was. Gue Nong then explained that Yeonho had likely already left for Xiangsu after previously visiting the Great Hanlim Academy. Hearing that, Yeonho's mother became worried because Xiangsu belonged to a medical clan and wondered whether her son had fallen ill. Gue Nong reassured her that she had never heard of Yeonho suffering from any illness. Standing nearby, Wi Yeonho found the situation strange. He pointed out that Yeonho was naturally lazy and not the type to secretly stay in contact with people, so he questioned how she knew his whereabouts so accurately. The moment he asked, Gue Nong panicked internally. She realized she had spoken too freely and accidentally revealed how much she knew. Then Wi Yeonho stepped forward and firmly asked her to answer honestly. Meanwhile, over at Xiangsu, Sacred Hand Manor's restoration moved forward rapidly. The former Black Spider Den building was converted into the manor's new headquarters, and the money recovered there was used to solve the financial shortages. Not long afterward, Yeonho gathered Jin Soa and presented him with a document. It turned out to be an IOU. Yeonho explained that paying off Sacred Hand Manor's debts counted as an investment. Now, Jin Soa owed him 20 taels of gold. To repay it, he would work to rebuild Xiangsu. Yeonho even offered proper wages, 1 tael of gold per year, and if Jin Soa continued for 20 years, the debt would disappear naturally. Hearing 20 years, Jin Soa was stunned, but Yeonho casually added that if he disliked the arrangement, he was free to repay the full amount immediately. Having no other option, Jin Soa reluctantly signed. As he walked away, he could not help feeling that he had unknowingly signed something suspiciously close to a slave contract. Back inside, Yeonho sat together with Ha Defong and casually remarked that they had basically secured Xiangsu heir. Outside the room, Jin Soa unintentionally overheard their conversation. Defong then asked Yeonho why he would go this far. From his perspective, the agreement was too generous. Even if Jin Soa worked hard, reviving Xiangsu within 20 years would still be difficult, and Sacred Hand Manor did not seem valuable enough to justify such support. Yeonho quietly put down his tea and explained that it was simply fate. He believed Jin Soa had the talent to shoulder great responsibilities in the future. If Jin Soa revived Xiangsu and became an outstanding physician, countless people might eventually be saved. Because of that, Yeonho wanted to trust him, support him, and give him a chance. Defong admitted he still did not completely understand, but accepted Yeonho's reasoning. Outside, Jin Soa quietly listened. He never imagined Yeonho had such expectations for him. Realizing he had misunderstood everything and complained for no reason, he quietly resolved to work harder and repay that trust. After Jin Soa finally left, Defong checked outside. Once he confirmed nobody was listening anymore, Yeonho suddenly laughed. He admitted that fooling a child with so little experience was easier than expected. Defong laughed too and said it was not really a scam. The two ended up laughing together after successfully misleading the boy. The next day, the Xiangsu signboard was raised once again. Defong officially became the steward and immediately began organizing the reopening. Preparations moved quickly. When opening day arrived, many people came to congratulate them. The manor became busy with workers running around, food supplies running low, and more staff being hired with promises of generous pay. For the first time in a long time, Xiangsu truly looked alive again. As Xiangsu Jiang's reopening ceremony began, the entire manor became crowded with visitors. A servant hurried over to Ha Defong, carrying a tray, and reported that there were no seats left. Without hesitation, Defong ordered them to open the empty patient rooms, spread mats across the main hall, and seat every guest. When another servant reported that ingredients were running out, Defong immediately told them to buy whatever was needed and keep supplies flowing. Meanwhile, Jin Soa appeared dressed properly for the first time as the young master of Xiangsu Jiang. Standing quietly, he clenched his fists and encouraged himself to stay confident. The moment he appeared, the guests immediately began whispering. Many recognized him as the legitimate heir of Xiangsu Jiang. Some commented on how much he had grown and hoped he would inherit at least part of his father's talent. Others mocked the counterfeit Sacred Hand establishment and said the true Xiangsu Jiang had finally returned. As everyone talked among themselves, another carriage suddenly arrived. The crowd quickly realized who had come. The prefect had personally appeared. Dressed formally and carrying himself with authority, the prefect stepped down while his attendants loudly announced his arrival. Everyone immediately bowed. Ha Defong respectfully greeted him. However, instead of answering, the prefect simply glanced once toward the carriage behind him before turning his attention directly to Jin Soa. Jin Soa immediately knelt and paid his respects. The prefect calmly examined him before expressing his approval at seeing Xiangsu Jiang restored. He officially acknowledged Jin Soa as the legitimate successor of the former head and publicly recognized the reopening of Xiangsu Jiang. He stated that he trusted the new head would serve the people faithfully. Jin Soa bowed deeply and promised to dedicate himself fully. The moment the declaration ended, firecrackers exploded outside. The crowd burst into celebration. People praised the return of Xiangsu Jiang and called it not only the pride of Wuhan, but something all of Hubei could celebrate. Before leaving, the prefect turned back and instructed people to support Xiangsu Jiang often, saying that healthy people strengthen the country. Soon after, his carriage departed. Inside Xiangsu Jiang, celebrations continued. Standing there quietly, Jin Soa remembered his father. He silently promised that he would do well and hoped his father would continue watching over him. Then the scene shifted inside the departing carriage. The prefect, now sweating heavily, quietly asked whether that was enough. Across from him sat Yeonho, relaxed and sitting comfortably like the true owner of the carriage. Yeonho nodded and said it was perfect. The prefect reminded him not to forget their agreement. Yeonho smiled and agreed. Then he casually lifted a ledger and tapped it lightly. With a relaxed expression, he remarked that he would hold onto the bribery records for now, because it would become troublesome if the prefect changed his mind later. The prefect could only grit his teeth. Realizing the Black Spider Den's records had ended up in Yeonho's hands, he bitterly accepted that he would need to stay quiet for a while. Yeonho cheerfully waved him off and wished him a safe journey. The next morning, Jin Soa stepped outside and froze. An enormous line stretched far outside Xiangsu Jiang. People had gathered from all directions for consultations. Jin Soa stared in disbelief and wondered where the line even ended. Beside him, Ha Defong trembled excitedly. He claimed he could smell something. Confused, Jin Soa asked what he meant. Defong replied that it was the smell of money. Excitedly, he told Jin Soa to collect every coin they could. Immediately annoyed, Jin Soa demanded to know what he meant by that and complained that the old man only cared about profits. Meanwhile, elsewhere inside the counterfeit Sacred Hand establishment, the atmosphere was completely different. Someone angrily demanded to know why they did not have a single patient. A fat man nervously explained that Xiangsu Jiang had reopened and all the patients had gone there. The skinny man slammed his hands onto the table in disbelief. He could not understand how Xiangsu Jiang had returned when its previous head had died long ago. When he learned that the son reopened the clinic, he became even angrier. He pointed out that the father's gambling debts should still exist and questioned where the money came from. Everything had gone smoothly after the previous head went bankrupt. Now all their plans were falling apart. The fat man nervously asked what they should do. The skinny man answered coldly. This entire operation had been assigned by their young master. If it failed, they would be blamed. When the fat man pointed out there was nothing they could do anymore because the opportunity had already passed, the skinny man slammed a knife into the table. He declared that if a knot could not be untied, then it should simply be cut apart. And with that, their attention turned toward Xiangsu Jiang once again. The fat man stared in horror and asked what exactly he meant. The The skinny man calmly explained that the young head of Shangsu Jiang had only barely managed to restore the manor. If something unfortunate happened tonight, if bandits suddenly broke in and killed him, then that would simply be a tragic accident. He told the others to prepare a generous funeral donation. The scene shifted to the Venerate Heaven Orthodox Murim Alliance. Inside the hall sat Sama Chinsi, leader of the Min Queen faction, arms folded as he listened to a report. Across from him sat a silver-haired man who informed him that Green Forest had made contact with the Iron Blood sect. Interested, Sama Chinsi repeated the statement. The silver-haired man explained that Pang Dojuk of the Pang clan had confirmed it personally. Although he had been pursued by Green Forest's 10 swords, he escaped after receiving unexpected help. Sama Chinsi smiled. If even the 10 swords had moved, then Green Forest and Iron Blood sect cooperating was likely real. He reflected that Jianghu had remained stable for nearly 20 years. During that time, factions had accumulated too much power. And when power accumulated too long, eventually it overflowed. The current balance of the martial world rested between the Orthodox Murim Alliance in the east and the Heavenly Will Alliance in the west. Even a small conflict between the two could turn into large-scale bloodshed. The silver-haired man added that the Heavenly Will Alliance remained inactive for now, but Iron Blood sect had long maintained friendly relations with them. If Green Forest acted under that protection, the situation could become much larger than expected. Sama Chinsi frowned. If conflict reached that level, the entire Jianghu would suffer. Then he returned to another matter. He asked about Pang Dojuk defeating the 10 swords. The silver-haired man corrected him. According to reports, a young man named Wi Yeonho had been the one who intervened. Sama Chinsi immediately became interested. The silver-haired man explained that Yeonho was reportedly the second son of the Guangdong Wi clan and the child of Wi Jianghan. He had disappeared years ago and only recently resurfaced. Sama Chinsi laughed. So the upright sword had secretly been raising a monster. The silver-haired man continued. The eldest son, Sanho, was already famous throughout Murim. With 2 sons like that, in another decade, the Guangdong Wi clan might become the strongest noble clan in the land. Sama Chinsi stood and smiled. If Yeonho truly inherited the upright sword's bloodline, then surely the boy would accomplish something extraordinary in Jianghu. The scene returned to Shangsu Jiang. Yeonho was sleeping lazily on the roof, while Ha Defong sat below. After a long nap, Yeonho opened his eyes and asked where Jin Soa had gone. Defong replied that he had fainted earlier and was resting. Yeonho casually told him to prepare restorative medicine and make sure the boy did not get sick. Defong assured him everything was already arranged. Then, Yeonho remembered something else. He reminded Defong about their wager and said it seemed they would now have to split the winnings. Confused, Defong asked what he meant. At that exact moment, outside Shangsu Jiang, a group of black-clothed assassins rushed forward carrying weapons. Inside, Yeonho accepted a gold ingot from Defong and casually pointed outside. He reminded Defong that he had predicted they would come today. Defong sighed. He admitted he expected them to wait at least 3 days. Since Yeonho predicted this already, he asked whether preparations had been made. Yeonho jumped down from the roof, carrying nothing but a broom. He calmly answered that 1 broom was enough. After all, who would dare touch his pile of gold? Holding the broom like a sword, Yeonho stepped into the courtyard. Looking at the incoming assassins, he actually seemed pleased. He rolled his shoulders and prepared to meet them head-on. Meanwhile, back at the house sect in Qiang, Gui Nong Nong turned pale. Wi Jianghan had asked a simple question. His son was naturally lazy and not someone who secretly exchanged letters or maintained private contact with young women. So how did she know his location so precisely? Gui Nong Nong froze. She awkwardly tried to answer while panicking internally. Caught up in the conversation earlier, she had revealed far more than she intended. Now it sounded as if she had been secretly monitoring young Master Yeonho. One wrong answer here, and she felt like she might truly be in trouble. Across from Gui Nong Nong, Wi Jianghan suddenly raised his voice and demanded that she answer honestly. But just as he was striking the pose of a famous righteous figure of Jianghu, his wife pinched his shoulder hard. He immediately lost all dignity and cried out in pain. Sangha glared at him and scolded him for interfering again. Then she turned toward Gui Nong Nong and spoke much more gently. She pointed out that there was nothing unusual about a young woman paying attention to the movements of a grown man. Hearing that, Gui Nong Nong froze and quietly realized she had been overthinking the situation. Sangha stepped closer, took her hand warmly, and asked whether Yeonho was currently in Hube. Gue Nong Nong nodded. Sangha then asked if she could tell them exactly where Xiangsu Jiang was. Gue Nong Nong explained that finding the place itself was easy, but there was no guarantee Yeonho would still be there for long. Previously, he had not remained at Hanlan Great Academy for very long either. Still, if someone from the Hao clan guided them, they would not get lost. She offered to accompany them personally. Watching quietly from the side, Wei Jianghan evaluated her. Despite knowing who he was, she remained calm and respectful. She seemed intelligent, composed, and decisive. After a moment, he stated that this favor would be considered a personal debt rather than one owed by the Hao clan. As long as her future request did not violate righteousness or morality, he promised to repay her. Then he casually asked who would act as the guide. Sangha sighed at her husband's lack of awareness. She stepped forward again and asked Gue Nong Nong her age and about her family. Gue Nong Nong answered that she was 26 and that her father was healthy, but her mother had passed away when she was young. Sangha softened immediately. She embraced her gently and comforted her, saying she must have endured a lot. Then she asked if she would truly be able to handle such a long journey to Hube. Caught off guard, Gue Nong Nong answered yes. Sangha smiled and admitted she would be grateful if Gue Nong Nong personally accompanied them. As Gue Nong Nong thought about it, her thoughts became complicated. The upright sword, Wei Jianghan, the famous eldest son, Sanho, and now Yeonho. With people like this, the Guangdong Wei clan could someday stand at the very top among noble families. Realizing the opportunity in front of her, she bowed politely and assured them she was healthier than she looked. She promised to prepare immediately. After she left, Wei Jianghan looked confused. He wondered whether she was truly paying special attention to Yeonho. Sangha immediately warned him not to be dense. She reminded him that Yeonho was not the sort of man who would settle down naturally. Now that he had returned, perhaps they should think ahead. Even without love, people could become close over time. Traveling together often created affection. She admitted the girl was slightly older but smart and capable. Someone clever enough might actually be able to manage Yeonho. Watching his wife calmly plan their son's future, Wei Jianghan quietly concluded that women were terrifying. The next morning at Xiangsu Jiang, Yeonho sat in the dining hall eating bowl after bowl of noodles. Meanwhile, Jin Soa was collapsed across the table, groaning from exhaustion. Yeonho casually asked why he was not eating. Jin Soa complained that he felt half dead and wondered if this pace would really allow him to become a great physician. Still eating, Yeonho pointed out that medicine had no true prodigies. The physician who treated the most patients and gained the most experience would improve the fastest. Jin Soa admitted those words sounded nice. Yeonho insisted he meant it. Then Jin Soa suddenly remembered something. He asked what happened last night. Yeonho answered naturally that nothing happened. Jin Soa muttered that he thought he heard people screaming. Yeonho quietly smiled to himself. In reality, he had rounded up the attackers and handed them over to the authorities. Continuing to eat, he casually declared that at this rate, all of Hube might eventually become Xiangsu Jiang's territory. Just then, someone peeked through the doorway and announced that a woman had come looking for them. The newcomer was Jin Yuron. Jin Soa immediately stood up in surprise. But instead of greeting him warmly, Yuron looked directly at her brother and demanded an explanation. Without giving him time to speak, she ordered him to stop whatever he was doing and come back. To her, medicine was an art meant to save people, not a business built on profit. She could not accept medicine being treated like commerce. Then she told him to stop standing around and start packing immediately. Jin Soa's expression darkened. Gathering his courage, he asked whether physicians were not human too. Everyone wanted to earn money, gain recognition, and establish themselves in life. So why, he asked, did physicians always have to live in hardship and survive on thin porridge forever? Yuron reminded him of their father's teachings and the values their ancestors had upheld. But Jin Soa argued back. Their ancestors had also lived in a grand manner. That prosperity did not appear out of nowhere. Yuron interrupted him immediately. Their wealth had come naturally as a result of treating people and practicing medicine properly. It was never built from selfish ambition. She asked why he could never understand that. Unable to endure any longer, Jin Soa finally raised his voice. He said she was the one who did not understand. He admitted his current path might not be orthodox either, but at least he was not arrogant or forcing others into his ideals. If she continued living only according to her own beliefs, then Xiangsu Jiang would never truly become known across the world. He declared that he was not her puppet. She could follow her own path, and he would make Xiangsu Jiang famous through his own methods. With that, Jin Soa turned and left. Yuran reached out to stop him, but failed. Watching from aside, Yeonho quietly commented that the brat really had nerve talking to his older sister like that. Yuran slowly turned and looked at him. Her expression became colder. Yeonho immediately became cautious. Yuran blamed him directly. According to her, all of this had started because of him. That night, a carriage raced through the forest. Inside sat a man, speaking calmly. He ordered that if anything became uncertain, every trace connecting him to Xiangsu Jiang should be erased. The masked driver acknowledged the order, but asked whether he truly did not regret abandoning everything he had built in Wuhan. The man admitted he regretted it, but losing one operation was better than clinging to it and losing everything. The driver asked if the situation was truly that serious. The man explained that problems only began after that mysterious young man appeared. Small warning signs often became major disasters. Even if he personally removed Yeonho, someone that capable would not appear without powerful backing. Eventually, that backing would reveal itself. Win or lose, public attention would only grow. It was better to withdraw now. Then he quietly reflected that his elder brother had already accomplished great things. As the younger brother, this much was simply his responsibility. Before ending the conversation, he gave another order. Send word to the family. Tell them someone has appeared who may interfere with their greater plan. Back at Xiangsu Jiang, Yuran sat alone beside the lotus pond, quietly pouring herself wine. A voice suddenly interrupted. Yeonho appeared scratching his head and casually remarked that drinking alone was bad for the stomach. If she had calmed down, maybe she could spare him a cup. He sat across from her and added that wine tasted poisonous when drunk alone. Yuran sighed and said that compared to him, the wine seemed harmless. Yeonho shrugged and said he could leave if seeing him was unpleasant. That finally made her smile. She remarked that such an answer really suited him. Then unexpectedly, Yuran lowered her head and apologized. Yeonho looked completely caught off guard. She admitted she had acted unfairly. Despite everything he had done for Xiangsu Jiang, she had directed her frustration toward him. She should have apologized earlier, but felt too ashamed. Embarrassed, Yeonho quickly brushed it off and told her not to worry over such small things. Yuran hesitated before finally speaking honestly. Managing Xiangsu Jiang and dealing with Jin Soa had become exhausting. Yeonho admitted he still did not fully understand what troubled her. Then he remembered something his master once said. If someone wanted something, they had to claim it themselves. The thirsty dug their own well. Yuran looked at him in surprise. Did he mean she should rebuild Xiangsu Jiang herself? Yeonho simply asked, was that not what she always wanted? Yuran hesitated. She said Jin Soa was the legitimate heir. Yeonho answered immediately. Only because someone was the heir did not mean they alone could restore a family. Yuran quietly replied, but she was a woman. Yeonho smiled. Who decided only men could rebuild a family? And when it came to treating people and saving lives, would it being a man or woman even matter? Yuran asked quietly whether she could truly do it. Yeonho answered honestly. Nobody could guarantee it. But one thing was certain. Jin Soa becoming a great physician and Xiangsu Jiang becoming great were two completely different goals. She had tied both together and convinced herself only Jin Soa could carry that burden. If she truly wanted to create the medical manor she dreamed of, then she needed to stop waiting for someone else and build it herself. Yuran remained silent and simply looked at Yeonho. Not understanding the reason for her expression, Yeonho tilted his head and innocently asked what was wrong. Yuran smiled faintly and remarked that he truly was a strange person. Yeonho grinned and admitted he heard that often. She nodded and repeated that he really was unusual. Raising his cup, Yeonho glanced at her and spoke quietly. People who never act and only stay trapped inside their thoughts never accomplish anything. Yuran let out a small laugh and asked whether he was talking about himself. Yeonho looked up at the night sky and answered honestly. He was satisfied living as he did and had no desire for great achievements. Compared to her current situation, he felt happier because he could at least do what he wanted. Though because of that troublesome inner core left by his master, he still ended up doing things he disliked. Yuran smiled. She said his master must have been a good person if he had managed to make someone like Yeonho move. After that, both of them quietly looked up at the full moon. After a while, Yeonho quietly answered, Maybe she was right. That same night, Yeonho met Dokbi again. Approaching casually, he asked if he could join him for a drink. Dokbi seemed unsurprised and asked how Yeonho had found him. Yeonho sat down and replied that there were people skilled at gathering information and asking a few questions was enough. Dokbi poured him wine. Then he asked whether Yeonho had connections to the Hao clan. Yeonho took a sip and immediately frowned. He complained that this was already his second drinking session today, and he truly did not understand why people enjoyed bitter things. Setting the cup down, Yeonho finally asked the real question. Why had Dokbi intentionally lost? Dokbi smiled and asked whether Yeonho really believed he had thrown a game. Yeonho explained. Someone with Dokbi's skill could have reversed the outcome at the final moment. Instead, he chose not to. By all logic, Yeonho should have lost. Dokbi lifted his empty left sleeve slightly. Then he asked Yeonho what gambling meant. To him, gambling was deciding victory and defeat. People who sat at the table put everything they had into those moments. But recently, gambling houses have become filled with schemes, manipulation, and unnecessary tricks. He said he had not lost on purpose. His luck simply ended. And because of that, Shangsu-Jiang no longer had a collapse. Even if another gambling house eventually appeared, at least for now people would get to enjoy honest games. Yeonho asked whether losing everything so easily was truly acceptable. What about reputation? What about the people following him? Dokbi smiled. The most important thing was courage. If the cup emptied, fill again. If something was lost, then continue as though it had never been lost. Yeonho laughed and said it sounded suspiciously like excuses. Dokbi laughed too. If he believed that, then perhaps it really was. As Yeonho watched him, he quietly thought to himself, this man lived in a world obsessed with winning and losing, yet somehow refused to be controlled by either. That felt strange. Then, Yeonho admitted something. Recently, he had met many kind people, but strangely, he never truly understood them. He understood their words, but could not feel the reality behind what they sought. Yet speaking with Dokbi felt different. It felt like something rigid inside him had loosened. Dokbi smiled and answered simply. People were always like that. Even facing identical situations, everyone chose different paths and continued betting their lives on them. That was life. Then he smiled and added, their match had been enjoyable too. The two continued drinking and talking until dawn. The next morning, Haedebong suddenly ran into Shangsu-Jiang in panic. Jin Soa immediately asked what happened. Breathing heavily, Debong revealed a letter. Yeonho had disappeared. Inside was a short message. He wrote that staying forever would be strange, so he was leaving. He did not think he could help Shangsu-Jiang much anymore, so everyone should manage things themselves. He reminded them not to become too greedy for money. He added that Jin Soa would become an outstanding physician. As for Steward Haedebong, he trusted him to manage the manor properly. Then came a postscript. Gather the money carefully. When the time came, he would return and collect it. Jin Soa immediately asked Debong to send people searching. Knowing Yeonho's personality, he could not have gone far. He had to still be somewhere nearby. The scene shifted again to a poor village. Yuran was making house calls and treating patients. After finishing treatment, she told the villagers that this should be enough for now. The villagers thanked her sincerely. They said she had traveled all the way to such a remote place just to help them. Calling her a true healer, they expressed their gratitude. Yuran smiled softly. Leaving behind medicine, she explained that if pain returned, they only needed to apply the salve. Then she quietly prepared to move on to the next patient. Yeonho quietly watched Yuran treating villagers. Looking at her going from house to house without hesitation, he thought to himself that nobody could stop this young lady once she made up her mind. After the treatment ended, Yeonho casually asked if the medicine she used was really that effective because he wanted to try it himself someday. Surprised, Yuran looked at him. Sometime later, the two arrived near a quiet well. Yeonho clicked his tongue and looked at her. She was from a family of physicians, yet she was making house calls for free. Did she even realize how much money she had already spent? Why insist on choosing such a difficult road? Was saving people some sacred duty? Yuran smiled gently. She answered using his own words against him. Those who only think and never act accomplish nothing. So she had decided to rebuild Shangsu-Jiang in her own way. Hearing that, Yeonho smiled with satisfaction. Without another word, he handed her a pouch. Confused, she opened it. Inside were pieces of jewelry. Her eyes widened. Could the necklace returned earlier also have come from him? Yeonho casually explained that she kept selling things that looked important to her, and it bothered him. Then he asked her not to sell them anymore. Yurin held the pouch tightly and quietly promised. Satisfied, Yeonho turned away and announced he would leave. Yurin was surprised. She asked where he intended to go. Yeonho sighed. Because of his master's wishes, he could not stay in one place too long. If fate allowed, they would meet again. As he started walking, Yurin suddenly stopped him. Holding a small blue cloth cord in both hands, she offered it shyly. It was only a simple gift, but she hoped he would accept it. Since he always tied his hair, she thought he might use it. Yeonho accepted immediately. He tied it into his hair and smiled. He promised he would use it well. Yurin thanked him softly. As Yeonho walked away, a faint smile appeared on his face. Yurin would walk her own path. Jinso would walk his, and he would continue walking his. But after some distance, his laziness returned. Yeonho groaned dramatically. His legs felt like they were about to fall off. If he had known, he would never have acted so cool while leaving. He should have brought a horse. Then, he spotted an old gray-haired man leading a covered wagon. Without hesitation, Yeonho threw himself onto the ground and rolled dramatically toward him. The old man immediately broke into a sweat. Yeonho raised one finger and politely begged for a ride. The old man awkwardly asked whether Yeonho expected a free ride. Yeonho shamelessly agreed. After staring for a moment, the old man sighed and allowed him aboard. The moment permission was given, Yeonho jumped into the wagon and thanked him, then immediately lay down and started sleeping. By evening, the wagon reached the foot of a towering mountain range. The old man gently woke him. Yeonho rolled over and slowly sat up. The old man warned that there were no houses nearby. Still sleepy, Yeonho replied casually. If necessary, he could sleep in a tree or dig a hole. He thanked the old man for bringing him this far. The old man nodded and continued on. Yeonho bowed farewell. Their brief encounter ended there. As the wagon continued, the old man quietly muttered that Yeonho was an interesting youth. Then suddenly, his expression changed. His eyes turned cold. He quietly called out, "Scarlet Moon." At once, a one-eyed figure in red dropped from a tree and knelt. The old man removed his disguise. Beneath the mask was another older face marked with long scars. Coldly, he explained that the young man had already noticed Scarlet Moon's presence. Scarlet Moon was stunned. The old man ordered him to follow Yeonho and investigate. He wanted to know the young man's true identity. Scarlet Moon immediately obeyed. Back at Yeonho's location, he stood beneath a large tree and looked upward. He muttered that he had slept there for 2 nights already. Just then, he noticed movement. Someone was running toward him. A woman dressed lightly for travel sprinted through the forest with a sword hanging at her side. Breathing heavily, she continued running while thinking she had already pushed both her stamina and inner energy to their limits. The girl continued running through the forest. Her breathing was becoming unstable, and she realized she could not maintain this pace much longer. She needed a place to hide. Looking around quickly, she noticed a tall tree and immediately decided to climb. As she moved higher into the branches, she prepared to use a breath-suppressing technique, a stealth method that regulated breathing and concealed one's presence completely. But even while activating it, she felt uneasy. Someone else was here. Carefully turning her head, she froze. Lying comfortably among the branches was not a wild animal or another pursuer. It was Yeonho, fast asleep. Her face instantly turned pale. At that exact moment, Yeonho slowly opened his eyes and yawned. Still half asleep, he vaguely saw the outline of a beautiful woman in front of him. Before he could react, the girl suddenly covered his mouth. Speaking quietly, she warned him not to make any noise. She explained that enemies were chasing her, and if they discovered them, he would also be dragged into danger. Below the tree, voices echoed. A man carrying a spear searched the area, while another with twin swords ordered the surrounding men to spread out. The search party moved away. Only then did the girl remove her hand. Yeonho breathed deeply and looked annoyed. Then he quietly complained that she should move because she was heavy. Startled, the girl realized she had been sitting directly on his lap. She immediately jumped away in embarrassment. Yeonho sat up lazily and stretched. He complained that he had been sleeping peacefully before all this happened. The girl immediately knelt and apologized sincerely. Then she warned him that staying there was dangerous. They needed to leave. Yeonho packed his belongings and simply asked why. The girl explained that the people chasing her would not spare witnesses. Since he got involved because of her, she would take responsibility and escort him to safety. Without much thought, Yeonho followed. As they walked through the forest, she introduced herself. Her name was Ximen Dian of the Ximen clan. She also revealed that she belonged to the Venerate Heaven Orthodox Murim Alliance and was currently carrying out a mission. Yeonho casually introduced himself in return. Seeing her situation, he admitted he originally thought she was some kind of bandit. Dian ignored the comment and explained that she had no way to prove her identity right now. But if he met those chasing her, he would understand. Yeonho then asked who exactly they were. She immediately lowered her voice and warned him not to speak loudly. But Yeonho insisted. Eventually, her expression hardened. She revealed they were remnants of the demonic cult. Yeonho paused. He remembered hearing that the demonic cult had already been destroyed. Dian explained that these were surviving remnants. Yeonho quietly muttered that this was troublesome. Annoyed, she pointed out that she had been saying that from the beginning. But Yeonho shook his head. That wasn't what he meant. Then, he suddenly raised his voice. Since he knew who she was now, the others hiding nearby should stop pretending and come out. Immediately, cold eyes appeared within the forest. Several figures emerged silently. A voice asked how Yeonho had noticed their presence. Behind him, Dian clenched her teeth. The demonic cult. One of the men questioned Yeonho and asked whether he was also connected to the Orthodox Murim Alliance. Yeonho calmly denied it. He explained that if anything, he preferred avoiding involvement with people like them. The man only smiled. Whether that was true or not no longer mattered. They intended to silence both of them. He drew his sword and said they could continue talking after capture. Before things escalated, Dian stepped forward. She offered herself instead. Yeonho knew nothing and should be released. In exchange, she would tell them everything she knew. The cult members seemed interested. But then, Yeonho suddenly leaned out from behind her and casually pointed out a problem. He already knew they were demonic cult members. Dian nearly lost her temper. Why would he say that now? Yeonho answered honestly. He was only helping. He did not want anyone forgetting important details. The cult members stared at him as if he were insane. Then Yeonho smiled and calmly finished. Now that he knew they were members of the demonic cult, there was no chance he would simply walk away. Yeonho reached behind his back and slowly pulled out the long object he had been carrying. Holding it against his chest, he said that his father had repeated one thing countless times. If he ever encountered members of the demonic cult, he should never let them walk away. Dian immediately became flustered. She turned and quietly warned him that these were not ordinary bandits. She questioned who his father was to leave behind such reckless teachings. Yeonho answered calmly. His father belonged to the Guangdong Wi clan. There was a Y in the name. The atmosphere instantly changed. The demonic cult members froze. Their expressions stiffened as realization struck. The upright sword. Wi Yeonho. One of them swallowed nervously and muttered that he had never even imagined facing the child of that man. Without hesitation, he attacked. His sword came down while shouting that if Yeonho wanted to rely on his father, he could go cry to him in the afterlife. Yeonho moved instantly. With his left arm, he pushed Dian aside and slipped out of the attack. Dian could only watch in alarm. But Yeonho's expression had changed. The lazy, indifferent face disappeared. His eyes turned cold. The wrapped object in his hands suddenly rose. Steel collided. The attacking cultist's eyes widened. The sword had been blocked. He immediately jumped backward. The cloth wrapped around Yeonho's weapon loosened and fell away. Inside was a sword. Yeonho looked at the blade and casually remarked that while he could never call himself a great son, listening to his father at moments like this seemed reasonable. He slowly drew the sword. Cold light reflected across the forest. Pointing the blade forward, he calmly warned them to prepare themselves because his sword might end up being even sharper than his father's. Not far away, on a cliff overlooking the battlefield, the old wagon driver watched silently. Behind him stood Scarlet Moon. The old man observed Yeonho shielding Dian and quietly repeated his name. Scarlet Moon explained that he appeared to be the hidden son of the upright sword. The old man found that difficult to understand. Someone with talent like this should already have been famous throughout Murim. Scarlet Moon explained that Yeonho had disappeared for years, and there were rumors that he became entangled with the notorious Devil Co. Jew. The old man narrowed his eyes. Whatever happened during those missing years, it had clearly changed the boy. His gaze shifted to Yeonho's sword. The weapon emitted an unusually cold aura. Meanwhile, Dian stared blankly. She could not understand what she was seeing. She had assumed Yeonho was simply a strange and lazy traveler. Then the battle began. Yeonho stepped forward. In a single movement, he crossed the distance. One cult member hurriedly raised his sword to block. But Yeonho never intended to clash directly. His body twisted. His sword arm shifted. Then, his elbow crashed into the center of the man's chest. The cultist collapsed instantly. Another attacker appeared from behind, wielding twin short swords. He swung downward, but struck empty ground. Before he could react, Yeonho appeared beside him. A kick landed directly across his face. The man spun and crashed to the ground. Only seconds had passed. Two opponents were already defeated. The remaining cultists attacked together. One used a spear. Another charged with a broadsword. Their attacks came at the same time. Yeonho simply rotated through the air and avoided both. Then, one foot drove into the spearman's groin. The other smashed into the broadsword user's back. Both collapsed. Yeonho landed lightly. After standing still for a moment, he swung his sword downward. Thin lines of sword energy cut across the ground. The cultists suddenly cried out. Blood appeared at their wrists and ankles. Yeonho had deliberately severed their tendons. The fight should have ended there. But something changed. One swordsman raised his trembling hand. Black-red energy erupted from his arm. Veins spread across his body. His eyes became unnatural. He slammed his palms into the earth and shouted for everyone to rise. One by one, the fallen cultists changed. Their veins bulged. Their expressions twisted. Even with damaged tendons, they stood again. They had activated some forbidden technique to force their bodies beyond their limits. The atmosphere became heavier. Even Diane realized the real fight had only just begun. Yeonho looked at the four cultists surrounding him. Rather than showing caution, he smiled. He casually remarked that even after having their tendons cut, they still managed to stand. One of the cultists bared his teeth and mocked him. It seemed his father had not taught him everything about the demonic cult. Yeonho rolled his shoulder and replied lightly that there was no need for explanations. If cutting tendons wasn't enough, he would simply cut off their legs next time. Problem solved. The moment he finished speaking, all four attacked at once. As they charged, Yeonho remembered his master's teachings. Real combat was different. Mercy only created regret. If one entered Murim's dangerous waters, hesitation had to be abandoned. Against enemies, there should be no thought of sparing them. His expression cooled. The first attackers reached him. One carried a spear. Another wielded twin short swords. Yeonho stepped forward. His blades swept across. Blood scattered. The spearman was sent flying, while the swordsman with twin blades suffered far worse. His body collapsed violently. Only his arms still seemed to travel elsewhere. The remaining two attacked immediately. One swung a broadsword. The other released blade chi. Two attacks crossed toward Yeonho. Watching them approach, he calmly commented that attacks moving that slowly would struggle to hit even a turtle. Then, he suddenly remembered Diane behind him. With mild annoyance, he realized he actually had to protect someone. His sword moved. Light spread. After images formed around the blade. His master's words echoed again. A river never fights the current. Flow with it. Return what comes. Do not oppose the flow. To the cultists, it looked less like combat and more like watching someone dance. Yeonho moved through the attacks naturally. The incoming force returned to its owners. His master's final lesson followed. Once the water passes, misfortune returns to the one who released it. From above, the old man and Scarlet Moon silently watched. Dust spread across the battlefield. The old man showed no anger. Instead, he smiled faintly. When the dust settled, the battle was already over. The four cultists had been completely defeated. One lay inside a crater. Another barely remained conscious. Only the swordsman carrying twin swords on his back still clung to life. Holding his stomach, he realized everyone else was gone. His eyes changed. Using his tongue, he pushed something hidden inside one of his teeth. Yeonho immediately noticed. Turning to Diane, he quickly asked whether she wanted the man alive. Still stunned, she awkwardly answered that capturing him would probably be useful. The cultist finally moved the hidden object onto his tongue. A poison pellet. Yeonho clicked his tongue. Before the man could act, Yeonho grabbed him. He forced open his mouth and stopped him. No permission had been given to die yet. The poison pellet dropped onto the ground. Picking it up, Yeonho examined it and remarked that the demonic cult really prepared thoroughly, even hiding poison inside their teeth. For once, all those old stories his father used to repeat had actually become useful. Diane remained speechless. Since the battle began, she had only watched. Now she looked at him differently. Yeonho noticed and awkwardly asked why she kept staring. She quickly answered that she was simply surprised. But inwardly, she had already reached her conclusion. This strange, lazy young man was an unbelievably powerful martial master. Elsewhere, at Xiangsu Manor, Zhang Il arrived only to discover that Yeonho had already left. He clicked his tongue in frustration. He Debong confirmed that Yeonho had departed not long ago. Zhang Il looked back at Sanho and laughed awkwardly. He Debong became curious and asked who they were. Zhang Il introduced himself as the Qiang branch chief of the beggar sect. Then Sanho stepped forward. He introduced himself as Yeonho's elder brother. What greater reason was there to travel than searching for family? He Debong froze. Yeonho's elder brother? Without another word, he hurried inside to call the manor head. Watching him leave, Zhang Il quietly wondered if Yeonho had caused trouble again. Then he noticed something. A carriage approached. His face changed immediately. It belonged to the Hao clan. Sanho looked surprised and asked whether he could identify a clan from only the carriage. Zhang Il pointed ahead. Not because of the carriage, because the coachman himself was one of the Hao clan's retainers. Sanho looked toward the cover coachman and asked whether the Hao clan of Qiang had really followed them all the way here. Zhang Il replied that it would not be surprising. The woman leading that branch was said to be as troublesome and persistent as a snake. As the carriage stopped, the door opened. Someone stepped down. Sanho froze. It was his father. Why Zhang Han? For a moment, nobody spoke. Then Sanho quietly called out, "Father." Zhang Han and his wife looked over in surprise. They had come searching for Yeonho. Instead, they found Sanho first. Zhang Han immediately asked what Sanho was doing there. Sanho explained that he had also come looking for Yeonho. Zhang Han laughed softly and remarked that Sanho had beaten him here. Then he asked the important question, where was Yeonho? Sanho replied that he had already left. Zhang Han froze. Gone? Before he could say more, his wife slowly turned toward him. Her expression alone carried enough pressure. She reminded him that she had told him to hurry. Zhang Han immediately looked uncomfortable and quietly protested that he had not wanted this either. At that moment, He Debong arrived, together with Jinsoa. Jinsoa stepped forward respectfully and introduced himself as the current head of Xiangsu Manor. He explained that Yeonho had greatly helped their manor. Because of that, being able to host Yeonho's family, even briefly, would be an honor. Sanho quietly looked at Jinsoa. The manor head looked far younger than expected. And what exactly did he mean by receiving Yeonho's favor? Jinsoa invited everyone inside and insisted on preparing a proper meal. Zhang Han tried refusing politely, but Jinsoa became even more serious. To him, Yeonho's family was no different from his own. Sanga nodded and gently told her husband to accept. They also needed information about where Yeonho had gone. Eventually, everyone entered. Inside the reception room, the table was already overflowing with food. Zhang Han looked impressed, but Sanga barely touched anything. She quietly worried whether Yeonho was eating properly. Sanho comforted her. He had already sent requests through both the beggar sect and the Hao clan. They would find Yeonho's location eventually. For now, she needed to take care of herself. Hearing that, Sanga admitted her health had not been great recently. Immediately, Jinsoa stood up. He looked genuinely alarmed. If her health was poor, why had nobody said so earlier? This was a physician's manor. He Debong hurried over. He suggested calling a female physician immediately. But Jinsoa objected. Ordinary treatment would not do. They had to bring the best female physician available. The Wi family exchanged confused looks. Before anyone could ask, the atmosphere changed. A pressure settled outside. Zhang Han and Sanho stood at once. Something was wrong. Outside, figures were entering. Cold, killing intent spread through the courtyard. Jinsoa's expression collapsed. He recognized them. Guok Dawson, the leader of Black Spider Den Guok Dawson laughed. That troublesome brat had finally left. Now, nobody would protect this place. Jinsoa stepped forward and demanded to know who they thought they were. Guok Dawson revealed that he had borrowed support from another force. Today, he intended to wipe everything out and seize Hube completely. Jinsoa quietly cursed. Things had gone wrong. Zhang Han looked at Sanho and calmly remarked, they should at least repay the manor's hospitality. Before anyone reacted, Sanho had already moved. Jinsoa and He Debong watched in shock as he stepped forward. His sword rose slowly. His face became cold. He stated simply he would resolve this. Across from him, Guok Dawson had no idea who he was facing. Without hesitation, he ordered the masked assassins forward. Several black-clad fighters wearing bird-shaped masks and iron claws rushed in. Sanho remained perfectly calm. He rotated his sword once. A pale blue sword aura slowly spread around the blade. The assassins still did not understand. They charged forward without hesitation, straight toward him. Jang Han watched the scene unfold and let out a quiet laugh. Those blackbirds kept charging forward without understanding who stood before them. In a world as wide as heaven and earth, some people still mistook a dragon for prey. Sanho stepped forward. His sword moved in calm, flowing arcs. Each turn connected naturally into the next. The technique he performed was known as Soaring Dragon Crossing Heaven. The moment his sword reached its final motion, dragon-shaped sword energy surged outward. Claws of light tore through the air. The bird-masked assassins were shredded before they could react. The strike happened so quickly that few people even understood what they had witnessed. By the time Sanho quietly returned his sword to its sheath, the battle was already over. Bodies dropped across the courtyard. Silence followed. Those who had never seen Sanho's martial arts stood frozen. Even breathing felt difficult. Nearby, Jang Han folded his arms and smiled with visible satisfaction. Guok Dawson stared at Sanho in terror. Sweat poured down his face. His voice shook as he asked whether he was truly Wi Yeonho. Sanho's expression did not change. He simply pointed toward the broken entrance gate. First, repair the gate. Then, lead the way to Black Spider. Den. Guok Dawson immediately agreed. Elsewhere at the Xinjiang branch of the Orthodox Murim Alliance, Ximen Dian arrived, carrying someone over her shoulder. Beside her walked Yeonho. A branch officer named Gong Sanyang came out in surprise and asked what had happened. Dian introduced herself and dropped the unconscious captive onto the ground. She explained that she had captured a demonic cult member, but escorting him alone was difficult. She wanted assistance transporting him. Gong Sanyang looked embarrassed. The branch currently lacked manpower. They could only provide a carriage. Dian was stunned. How could an Orthodox Alliance branch be short-handed? Gong Sanyang awkwardly explained. Rumors had spread that a martial manual connected to an ancient master had appeared nearby. Most people had gone searching. Dian frowned. People abandoned their duties over a manual? Gong Sanyang quietly added, this was no ordinary manual. It supposedly belonged to the Sword Sovereign. Dian was startled. Even Yeonho looked interested. He asked who the Sword Sovereign was. Dian looked surprised that he had never heard the name. Yeonho honestly admitted that he knew famous figures like founders of great sects, but this was his first time hearing about the Sword Sovereign. Dian explained, some legends survive because sects preserve them. Their students spread their stories generation after generation. But the Sword Sovereign left behind neither sect nor followers. His reputation slowly disappeared. Yeonho became curious. If he was truly powerful, why did nobody remember him? Dian explained that according to rumors, the Sword Sovereign had an unusual personality and eventually separated himself even from his own clan. Yeonho quietly looked at the sky. For some reason, that description felt strangely familiar. That evening, a carriage was prepared. Unexpectedly, Dian ended up driving while Yeonho comfortably occupied the inside. She asked why he insisted on coming along. She had already said she was heading toward Luoyang. Yeonho lazily answered that he had nowhere particular to go. Following her seemed convenient. Dian then asked another question. If the Sword Sovereign's manual really existed, shouldn't he try searching for it? Yeonho answered from inside the carriage. His master always said manuals and techniques meant nothing if you could not properly digest what you already possessed. And honestly, he had no desire to climb mountains. Dian silently translated his words. He was simply too lazy. As night arrived, they stopped and built a fire. The two sat across from one another. After a while, Dian asked if Yeonho truly came from the Guangdongwei clan. Then she asked, what relation was the Scarlet Demon, Sword Sanho, to him? Yeonho answered casually. That was his older brother. Dian smiled. So she had unknowingly traveled with Sanho's younger brother. Yeonho became curious. Did she know Sanho? Dian nodded. She and Sanho had once trained under the same lineage. Yeonho laughed lightly. Then that made her his senior sister. The fire crackled quietly between them as the journey continued. Dian nodded and introduced herself as Sanho's senior disciple. Then she stretched her shoulders and casually complained that driving the carriage all day had left her covered in dust and with an aching back. Yeonho listened quietly before giving a simple answer. If she was tired, she should rest early. Dian smiled inwardly. The moment she mentioned being connected to Sanho, his attitude became noticeably more respectful. She even found it slightly amusing. But the moment passed quickly. Yeonho climbed back into the carriage, shut the door, and calmly announced that he would not chat anymore, and she should sleep soon. Dian's expression froze. After staring at the closed carriage for a while, she muttered under her breath. Compared to Sanho's reputation as a refined gentleman, this younger brother really was something else. Not long after, 3 cloaked figures appeared nearby. The one in front politely asked for shelter. They explained they had lost their way in the mountains while pursuing someone and hoped to rest for the night. Before continuing, they removed their hoods and introduced themselves as disciples from the Blessing Sect. Dian immediately recognized the sect and welcomed them. After exchanging greetings, she asked what brought them into the mountains. The leader answered seriously. They were pursuing a notorious demon. Dian asked who. The answer came calmly. Co Jwack. The atmosphere froze. Suddenly, the carriage door burst open. Yeonho stepped out. The group instinctively drew their swords. Yeonho stared at them and asked again, who did they just mention? When they repeated the name, Co Jwack, Yeonho's expression changed completely. His hands clenched. His smile became dangerous. 5 years had passed, yet he still had not forgotten that man. In his mind, everything troublesome in his life started because of him. If not for that shameless lecher, his life would never have turned out this way. Yeonho stepped closer and demanded to know where Co Jwack was. The disciples felt pressured by the sudden change in his presence and explained that they only knew Co Jwack had headed toward Luoyang and should still be nearby. Without hesitation, Yeonho announced they were leaving immediately. Dian quickly stopped him. Traveling through the mountains at night was dangerous. Yeonho looked back and replied without hesitation. Dangerous? He was the dangerous one. Elsewhere, Co Jwack himself was running through the mountains. His thoughts were chaotic. Things had started well. Some people had found him in hiding and offered him money in exchange for the secrets of his techniques. He accepted. Life had briefly become comfortable again. But then, the discovery of the Sword Sovereign's remains caused martial artists to flood the region. His whereabouts were exposed. Now he could only escape. Clutching a manual tightly, Co Jwack convinced himself that once he mastered the gathering yang reinforcement technique recorded inside, one day nobody would dare look down on him again. Just then, someone appeared in front of him. A young woman dressed in pink robes blocked his path. Holding her sword, she introduced herself. She was Liwa, the second disciple of Mount Hua. She stated her name plainly, so he would know who was sending him to the Yellow Springs. Co Jwack acted confused and asked what crime he had committed. Liwa showed no interest in arguing. She declared that his actions were unforgivable even if he died 100 times. Today, she would punish him personally. Co Jwack narrowed his eyes and smirked. He warned her not to underestimate him. At once, her sword moved. A brilliant technique unfolded. What first looked like pink lightning was actually sword energy shaped like plum branches and unopened blossoms. The technique, Plum Blossom Path, spread through the night as the battle began. Seeing the attack, Co Jwack sneered. He mocked Liwa's technique, saying she still could not make the plum blossoms fully bloom. Flowers like hers meant nothing. Placed before someone obsessed with beauty, they would simply be picked and scattered. The moment he finished, his hand moved. Pink petal-like palm force burst forward. It was the love flower palm. Liwa immediately tried to counter. Her sword moved quickly, and she defended with everything she had, but the gap was obvious. The palm force broke through. Her body was thrown backward. Her sword flew away. She barely managed to stand while holding her stomach. Blood dripped from her lips. Her insides felt twisted apart. Co Jwack slowly walked toward her. Then he looked down and mocked her. A child who still knew nothing dared challenge him. Tonight, he would make her bloom properly. On her abdomen, a dark 5-petaled flower mark had appeared where the palm struck. Her body refused to move. As Co Jwack crouched and lifted her chin, Liwa could only cry out silently in her heart for her master. Then, someone appeared behind him. A cheerful voice echoed. "Found you." Co Jwack glanced over his shoulder. His expression stiffened. It was Yeonho. Even now, that irritatingly carefree face remained exactly the same. Yeonho stared and asked directly, "You're Co Jwack, right?" Co Jwack sighed. So another hunter had arrived. He mocked Yeonho and asked why such a young fool would chase fame by seeking death. Then he admitted it. Yes, he was Co Jwack. What was Yeonho going to do? Yeonho tilted his head back and laughed. First, he would beat him up. Then they could talk. The moment he finished, his body blurred. Co Jwack immediately sensed danger. Before he finished reacting, Yeonho's voice appeared behind him. Co Jwack spun and launched Love Flower Palm. The strike pierced straight through Yeonho's body, sending him flying. Liwa's expression changed. She thought another innocent person had fallen. But what Co Jwack hit was only an afterimage. A fist crashed into his face. His cheek folded inward. His body spun through the air and rolled across the ground before stopping near Liwa. Co Jwack coughed and struggled to stand. Yeonho remained where he was, smiling. Good. Now get up. His grudge would not disappear from just that. Then Yeonho's expression slowly darkened. Everything. It's all because of you. He rushed forward again. Co Jwack panicked. He raised both hands and shouted that he did not even know who Yeonho was. Yeonho ignored him. Another punch exploded across Co Jwack's face. He shouted at him to stop talking. Co Jwack flew back again. But even after hitting him, Yeonho still looked unsatisfied. He stared at his own hands. Something felt wrong. This wasn't enough. Then he noticed 2 stones nearby. His eyes lit up. He picked them up and rubbed them together. Over these 5 years, he had learned one important truth. Getting hit by rocks hurts more than getting punched. His eyes glowed with dangerous excitement. At that moment, Dian and the Blessing Sect group finally arrived. They froze. Yeonho was sitting on top of Co Jwack, hammering him with both hands. Dian stared blankly. What exactly happened here? She rushed forward and grabbed Yeonho from behind. If he continued, this would become murder. Yeonho still gripped the stones tightly and shouted for Co Jwack to die. Everything miserable in his life, he blamed on that lecher. Dian suddenly realized that ruined man underneath was actually Co Jwack. After seeing his face, she silently admitted she had never imagined a human face could become distorted to that extent. Once Yeonho finally calmed down, Dian suggested taking Co Jwack to the Orthodox Murm Alliance. Any more, and he would really die. Yeonho tossed the stones aside. Fine, they would do it that way. That night, the Blessing Sect disciples tied up Co Jwack and quietly commented that they never imagined someone like him could end up in such a miserable state. Nearby, Liwa suddenly coughed violently. Dian immediately approached and asked if she was all right. Her complexion looked terrible. Liwa awkwardly answered that she was fine. Yeonho, who had been silent until now, observed her for a moment before walking over. He told her to give him her wrist. Liwa instinctively refused and said she would recover. Yeonho sat down anyway and took her hand. If she delayed regulating her chi and blood, there could be permanent consequences. Watching from behind, Dian realized again that Yeonho knew more than she expected. She had assumed he was simply reckless, but he even understood some medical principles. After checking Liwa's pulse, Yeonho rubbed his chin and sighed. Unfortunately, this was outside his specialty. Liwa became nervous. Yeonho explained calmly. The injury itself was not immediately fatal, but if left untreated, there was a chance she could lose all of her martial arts. Liwa was shocked. She quickly asked whether there was a cure. Yeonho scratched his face and explained honestly. It could be treated, but since he knew almost nothing about acupuncture, there was only one option. He would have to directly send energy into her dantian area. After hearing that, Liwa became embarrassed. Allowing a man she had just met to do that felt uncomfortable, but losing her ability to use the sword frightened her more. After hesitating, she agreed. But before anything even began, the accumulated injury suddenly surged. She coughed up blood and fainted. Yeonho immediately moved. There was no more time. He lifted her carefully and began treatment. Blue internal energy flowed from his hand. Slowly, he placed his palm over the flower-shaped injury. The moment his energy entered, Liwa's entire body tensed. Pain spread through her channels. Her breathing became unstable. Yeonho calmly warned her not to open her mouth or her energy circulation would collapse. Time passed. Gradually, the dark flower mark faded. Liwa could feel an unfamiliar yet stable current moving through her body. She had never experienced energy like this before. After nearly half an hour, the wound disappeared completely. Only then did Yeonho withdraw his hand. It was finished. Sweat covered both of them. Liwa slowly opened her eyes. Yeonho explained that she only needed rest now and there should not be lasting problems. Liwa awkwardly adjusted her clothes and quietly thanked him. The next morning, sunlight spread over the mountains. Birds circled overhead. Nearby, Co Jwack remained tied up and sprawled across the carriage roof. Dian stretched and complained that sleeping outside had left her entire body sore. She turned and asked Liwa if she slept well. Liwa smiled politely and answered that she rested comfortably. Later, after everyone properly woke, Dian checked on her condition again. Liwa revealed she already felt much better. Dian suggested resting longer. At that moment, a man's voice interrupted. If someone complains over such a small injury, they are not worthy of being his disciple. A man wearing robes similar to Liwa's appeared. He smiled faintly. Liwa immediately stood and bowed respectfully. She greeted her master. Dian froze. If this was Liwa's master, then this could only be the famous Plum Blossom Sword Ghost, Gong Mugon. She immediately greeted him respectfully. Gong Mugon looked at her with curiosity and asked whether she was related to Xaiman Sa. Dian explained that the man was her father. Gong Mugon nodded. Then he asked another question. If Dian had not healed his disciple, then who did? Curious, he asked them to explain exactly what happened. Elsewhere, Zhang Il appeared proudly and raised 5 fingers. He declared that the beggar sect had discovered Yeonho's whereabouts before the Hao clan. Sanho calmly lifted his teacup and looked at him. Then, with complete calm, he asked him to behave a little more quietly. Zhang Il pressed his lips together and finally spoke. The beggar sect had found a trace of Yeonho. The moment those words came out, the door burst open. Zhang Han and his wife rushed in at once. Their expressions changed immediately. Had they found Yeonho? Zhang Il quickly explained that someone had reported seeing a young man resembling Yeonho near Xinyang. Zhang Han repeated the place in surprise. Xinyang. Nearby, Sanho quietly lifted his teacup and sighed inwardly. His father's reactions really were no different from an excited beggar. Zhang Han clenched his fist and immediately declared they would depart for Xinyang. At that moment, Jin Soa ran inside after hearing the commotion. He asked what happened and whether something had broken. Zhang Han happily explained that they had finally received news of Yeonho. Jin Soa immediately became anxious and asked where young Master Yeonho was now. But before he could continue, someone stepped forward. Jin Yurin. She calmly stopped him from speaking recklessly in front of guests. Then she stepped forward and introduced herself properly. She bowed and introduced herself as Jin Yurin, eldest daughter of Holy Hand Manor. Zhang Han greeted her politely, but Senga became curious. She asked what Yurin meant when she mentioned receiving great favor. Yurin smiled softly. Young Master Yeonho had once saved her life. Actually, once was not enough to describe it. The debt she owed him was difficult to repay. Zhang Han quietly looked beside him and immediately noticed his wife's eyes sparkling. She had clearly started imagining something again. Senga instantly stepped closer. If that was the case, why had she come today? Yurin answered politely. She wanted to examine and treat the lady's condition and repay a small part of the kindness she had received. Senga's interest only grew. She immediately began asking her age, whether she was engaged, and what she thought of Yeonho. Yurin instantly broke into a sweat. She could barely answer. Meanwhile, Zhang Han and Zhang Il watched silently. Women truly were terrifying. Back in the forest after Dian finished explaining everything, Gong Mugon quietly stroked his chin. His eyes moved towards Co Juak tied on top of the carriage. Liwa explained that the young man had subdued that man in a single move. Capturing him looked easier than catching a mouse. Gong Mugon looked thoughtful. One move? Then he turned toward Liwa. Had she lowered her guard during the fight? Liwa lowered her head and answered no. Gong Mugon looked displeased. If she had fought seriously and still lost, then her opponent's strength could not be ignored. But that did not excuse her defeat. If she had died while fighting, he could have praised her resolve. But being rescued after defeat, that disappointed him. He ordered her to return to Mount Hua. Liwa immediately knelt and accepted the punishment. Gong Mugon decided to leave the matter there for now. What mattered first was meeting the person who saved his disciple. He walked toward the carriage, then politely called out, "Little brother, are you awake?" No answer. He knocked again. Still nothing. Only soft snoring came from inside. Eventually, the carriage door opened. Yeonho lazily poked his head out. His hair was messy and his eyes half closed. He looked annoyed. Why was someone bothering people so early? Gong Mugon's expression twitched. Still, he reminded himself to endure it. After all, this person had saved his disciple. He explained politely that he had come to personally thank him. Yeonho blinked. Your disciple? Gong Mugon pointed toward Liwa and explained. That was the girl he had saved. Before anyone could react, Yeonho quietly shut the door again. Then his voice came from inside. "Ah, so that's what this is." Gong Mugon froze. A vein appeared on his forehead. He called again, asking Yeonho to come out so he could properly express his gratitude. A heavy pressure spread outward. Liwa and Dian instinctively raised their arms. Then, the carriage door opened slightly. Yeonho peeked out again and answered casually. He was sleepy. A small nod was enough. If there was something to say it from there. Gong Mugon slowly withdrew his aura and finally spoke in a calmer tone. He thanked Yeonho for saving his disciple and asked if he could know the identity of his master. Yeonho lazily sat up inside the carriage and tied his hair back. Then he answered simply. Even if he explained it, Gong Mugon still would not know. Gong Mugon stepped forward and said that his knowledge of the martial world was broad enough that Yeonho did not need to worry. But Yeonho calmly repeated the same answer. Even with that knowledge, he still would not know. The answer only irritated Gong Mugon further. He asked if Yeonho truly had no intention of speaking. Yeonho looked confused instead. It was not that he refused, it was simply that the answer would not make sense to him. Why ask repeatedly if he already said so? At that point, the veins on Gong Mugon's neck became visible. Still suppressing his temper, he finally proposed something else. If words would not work, then perhaps swords would. He requested a match. Surely someone so confident in martial skill would not reject a brief exchange. Immediately, Liwa hurried forward and nervously reminded her master that an unofficial duel with a stranger was improper, especially with someone who had just saved her. Gong Mugon turned sharply. His expression cooled. As someone carrying Mount Hua's reputation, his pride mattered. Between personal gratitude and the honor of Mount Hua, he considered the answer obvious. From his perspective, Yeonho refused to reveal either his master or his school. That looked less like humility and more like disregard. Liwa quietly lowered her head. She knew her master rarely withdrew once his mind was made up. Beside her, Dian stepped forward to reassure her. This would not become a duel. No respectable senior would pressure someone into fighting under circumstances like this. And besides, this was Yeonho, a man too lazy to even walk properly. There was no chance he would accept. Before she could finish, Yeonho interrupted. His master once told him, "Whatever happens, follow your heart." Then, for the first time, Yeonho stepped down from the carriage holding the cloth-wrapped sword. His expression remained relaxed, but his voice became serious. If someone challenged the sword carried between master and disciple, then he had to answer properly. For a moment, old memories surfaced in his mind. His master had never tolerated excuses. He could ignore many things, but not the sword. When it came to that, he would not back away. Gong Mugon let out a short laugh. Yeonho made it sound impressive. Still, challenging him? Yeonho calmly accepted, and even offered Gong Mugon the opening move. That nearly made Gong Mugon lose his composure. For someone of his standing, challenging a nameless junior already felt humiliating. But once spoken, he could not take it back. He pointed his sword forward, then formally asked for Yeonho's name. Yeonho introduced himself. Yeonho of the Guangdong Wai clan. That answer made Gong Mugon narrow his eyes. So, he was the son of the upright sword. Interesting. Defeating the father had always been an idea in the back of his mind. Perhaps defeating the son first would not be bad. Yeonho quietly corrected him. First, he did not use the Guangdong Wai clan sword arts. Winning against him proved nothing against the clan. Second, even if Gong Mugon won, his father would probably just be happy. He certainly would not seek revenge. Then Yeonho paused. There was one more thing. He slowly drew his sword. His declaration sounded exaggerated enough to make everyone pause, a solitary sword shining beneath heaven itself. Then he warned Gong Mugon. He might be lazy, but his sword was not. Gong Mugon moved first. His pride had already reached its limit. He rushed in and attacked without holding back. His sword targeted openings continuously. But Yeonho dealt with each strike with ease. The pace increased. Gong Mugon changed forms repeatedly and unleashed one flowing attack after another. Yeonho watched quietly. The man was definitely strong. But that was all. The sword looked elegant, beautiful, yet strangely simple. During the exchange, Yeonho found himself thinking about something else entirely. If this was considered one of the great experts, then just how absurd had his own master been? Time passed. Eventually, Gong Mugon's clothes became soaked with sweat. He finally understood. This arrogance was not empty confidence. Someone with this level of skill, at Yeonho's age, was abnormal. Breathing heavily, he admitted Yeonho was not bad. Yeonho casually replied the same. Not bad. He said it without praise or emotion. But somehow, that answer irritated Gong Mugon even more. His fighting spirit surged again. This time, he declared that he would show Yeonho how vast the world truly was, and teach him that he was only a frog at the bottom of a well. Yeonho felt the pressure change. This time, Gong Mugon was finally preparing his strongest sword. Without hesitation, Gong Mugon stepped forward once more. His eyes sharpened. The real duel was beginning. At the midpoint of the clash, the plum blossoms began to bloom. One became two. Two became countless petals. The blossoms spun through the air in a dazzling display. Liwa immediately recognized the technique. Within those constantly shifting flowers, the true sword remained hidden. This was Mount Hua's famous combination. The 24 movements of the plum blossom sword merged with the plum blossom clone technique. A sky full of blossoms descended to swallow the opponent's light. As the petals closed in, sharp sword tips gradually emerged from each one. Yet Yeonho did not move. The laziness disappeared from his eyes. He was the inheritor of Baek Muin's sword, and as its successor, he had to show the world the supremacy of the shining sword. He slowly swept his blade. The sword aura released from Yeonho began erasing the sword chi hidden inside the plum blossoms. One by one, the petals disappeared. The false images vanished. The clones collapsed, until finally, Gong Mugon's true body appeared alone. Gong Mugon stood stunned. He never imagined Mount Hua's famous sword technique would be broken so simply. But Yeonho's sword light did not stop. For the first time, Gong Mugon felt death standing beside him. He gathered everything he had left. The final wrath of the plum blossoms erupted. All remaining strength poured into one desperate collision. Yet, that brief crimson brilliance was swallowed. A white beam surged forward like a great wave. The petals scattered, and then there was nothing. Gong Mugon stared blankly. Only one thought remained. Was he still alive? Liwa rushed over in panic. But Gong Mugon remained frozen, until he felt cold steel resting against his throat. A breeze passed through the falling blossoms. Victory and defeat had already been decided. No one was injured. Dian and Liwa finally let out relieved breaths. Elsewhere, inside the Venerate Heaven Orthodox Murim Alliance, within the General Strategist Hall, the strategist Yo Hyan received reports. The tomb of the Sword Sovereign, a figure dead for 300 years, had allegedly been rediscovered. At the same time, Green Forest was becoming active. Rumors spread in Sichuan, and news emerged that the Poison King's hidden vault had appeared. Yo Hyan narrowed his eyes. Too many events, too many distractions. Coincidence no longer felt convincing. He wondered, what if someone deliberately created all of this? He immediately asked about the movements of the Beggar Sect and the Hao clan. When informed both groups were gathering toward Xinyang, he pointed at the map. If every information network converged in one direction, wouldn't every other area become blind? Someone could easily create an intelligence gap. A dangerous move. The man beside him, Yeagle Chinji, suggested announcing everything publicly. But Yo Hyan shook his head. People only believe what they want to believe. Even if warned, they would still rush toward treasure. He ordered surveillance strengthened and hoped his suspicions were wrong. Meanwhile, after losing the duel, Gong Mugon accepted defeat. But his desire for a rematch only grew. Now riding beside the carriage, he endlessly lectured Yeonho. A talented martial artist should not waste time sleeping. 12 watches exist in a day, yet Yeonho spent 4 of them asleep. Training time was precious. To Gong Mugon, this was tragic. The truth, he simply wanted another duel. Yeonho silently endured the torture. Punching him was troublesome. His father knew the man. That made things complicated. Then, the carriage suddenly stopped. A group of 5 youths appeared. All wore matching robes embroidered with dragons. Dian immediately recognized them. Hidden Dragon Martial Hall, disciples of the Venerate Heaven Orthodox Murim Alliance. The handsome youth in front stepped forward. He introduced himself as Sang Guanhung. Dian returned the greeting and recognized him as the Sword Dragon. Sang Guanhung modestly dismissed the title, but Dian's expression became serious. Hall regulations forbade disciples from leaving without permission, so she asked directly, why were disciples of Hidden Dragon Martial Hall outside? If they cannot explain themselves, she would consider this unauthorized departure. And the atmosphere quietly became tense once again. But Dian's suspicion turned out to be unnecessary. Sang Guanhong and the others had not left without reason. They had been sent as reinforcements for Mount Hua. The situation there had become unstable, and support from within the sect was delayed, forcing the Orthodox Murim Alliance to intervene. Dian quietly observed the group. Reinforcement missions were never given lightly. Only those with sufficient ability would be sent. Judging by their presence, this group had to be the famous 3 dragons and 2 phoenixes. As always, she carefully confirmed details one by one. Then she casually asked whether their master was doing well. After that, she added that a master who valued talent must think highly of disciples carrying titles like 3 dragons and 2 phoenixes. Sangwon Hong looked awkward, but he answered honestly. People often said their generation was inferior to the previous one. Their master constantly pushed them to improve. Dian realized she had touched an uncomfortable topic and quickly smiled. She said she had also been compared as seniors in the past. The difference was their standard had been set by Sanho. His excellence became the new measuring stick. His talent had simply created too large a gap. Sangwon Hong naturally knew that. After all, Sanho remained the most outstanding disciple the school had ever produced. He admitted there was still distance between them, but determination flashed in his eyes. Someday, he would surpass him. Dian smiled and praised his spirit. Young martial artists always carried ambitions. That was normal. Then, a strange sound came from the carriage. Dian immediately knew who it was. Sangwon Hong narrowed his eyes. That sounded suspiciously like someone laughing inside. He politely asked if a senior was resting there. Dian immediately changed topics and suddenly asked about his grandfather. Sangwon Hong looked confused. Dian awkwardly explained she had once met him and knew he was well connected. To her surprise, he accepted the explanation. Watching the conversation continue, Dian secretly looked toward the carriage. 3 dragons, 2 phoenixes, Blade Dragon Pang Du Yong, Fist Dragon Yen Heo, Sword Dragon Sangwon Hong, Sword Phoenix Nong Hai, Martial Phoenix Young Maria. By martial rank alone, all of them had already surpassed her. In the past, she probably would not even dare talk casually with them. Yet now, they strangely felt ordinary. She knew exactly why. Traveling beside someone like Yeonho completely ruined her standards. Eventually, everyone reached an inn. Gong Mugon finally had a chance to sit and speak with the younger generation. His mood improved immediately. Looking at the future pillars of the martial world seemed more satisfying than food. Sangwon Hong politely responded. Titles meant little. Still, his curiosity remained. Who exactly was inside that carriage? He finally asked whether they should wake the person inside to eat. Immediately, both Gong Mugon and Dian refused. Leave him alone. If he gets hungry, he'll come out himself. Sangwon Hong answered politely, but inwardly became even more curious. Who was being treated this carefully? An eccentric senior? A hidden master? While everyone talked, Martial Phoenix Young Maria suddenly spoke. She pointed out that one person had remained quiet the entire time. Everyone thought she meant Liwa, but instead, she turned toward Gong Mugon, then calmly requested instruction in Mount Hua swordsmanship. For a moment, everyone misunderstood. Surely she meant Liwa, but Maria clarified. There was another person present capable of using Mount Hua sword techniques. Gong Mugon immediately understood. His mood improved. Not long ago, Yeonho had repeatedly provoked him. Now, someone challenged him directly. Maria bowed. Not a duel, only a respectful request for guidance. Gong Mugon laughed. He admired the spirit. Still, he warned her. Trading moves with him carried danger. She could lose her life. Maria remained calm. If one pursued martial arts, risking one's life was natural. The disciples of Hidden Dragon Martial Hall knew her personality well. Nobody stopped her. Everyone quietly moved outside. Mount Hua's sword had been challenged. Gong Mugon would not treat that lightly. Standing across from each other, he warned her again. Even if this was only instruction, he had no intention of holding back. Maria answered immediately. Her sword was sharp as well. Nearby, Liwa became anxious. She quietly asked Dian whether they should stop this. Her master looked completely serious. But Dian could only shake her head. Once Gong Mugon made up his mind, almost nobody could stop him. Watching everything unfold, Dian quietly thought to herself that Gong Mugon only appeared broad-minded in front of young hero Yeonho. At his core, the Plum Blossom Sword Ghost was still exactly the same person. After hesitating for a while, she quietly moved towards Sangwon Hong, hoping he could stop this. But Sangwon Hong's expression was pale. He looked helpless. Maria was completely obsessed with martial arts. Once she decided something, almost nobody could stop her, In the courtyard, Gong Mugan raised 3 fingers. He told Maria to attack. He would allow her 3 moves. Maria nodded calmly. Then, she swung her sword 3 times in empty air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Nothing happened. Gong Mugan stared, then asked what she thought she was doing. Maria answered casually. He said 3 moves. She already used them. For a moment, silence. Then Gong Mugan laughed. He interpreted that as deliberate provocation. After being challenged repeatedly by younger people over the past few days, his patience finally snapped. Purple energy slowly began rising from his body. Liwa's face immediately lost color. She knew that expression. Her master was genuinely angry, and he had already begun using dangerous intent. If this continued, someone might actually get hurt. She desperately looked around. Who could stop the Plum Blossom Sword ghost once he became serious? Then her eyes landed on only one person, Yeonho. But before she could call, an annoyed voice interrupted. Could everyone please be quiet? Someone only wanted to sleep. Why was that impossible? Yeonho stepped out while grumbling. The moment Gong Mugan saw him, his anger disappeared instantly. He cleared his throat. His tone softened. Young hero, you're awake. Sangwon Hong froze. Just moments ago, the man looked ready to kill. Now he was suddenly polite. Something felt deeply wrong. But another strange reaction appeared. The moment Maria saw Yeonho, her expression froze. Elsewhere, back at Shangsa Manor, after examining Seng, Jean Yurine stopped the family from departing. She explained that Senga needed at least 3 days of rest and should avoid exhaustion. Because of that, the search had to be delayed. After Yurine left, Senga became even more satisfied. She praised Yurine's beauty. Zhang Han joked there was no woman prettier, then added that their eldest son should learn from someone like her. Sang A immediately corrected him. She was evaluating future daughters-in-law. Zhang Han laughed, but eventually admitted Yurine truly was exceptional. Beautiful, kind, and willing to enter poor districts personally to treat people. Then he remembered something. The tailor who had secretly followed Yurine had been caught. After questioning him, they discovered she had been protected by the Hao clan, and the person who arranged it was Yeonho. That instantly lit up Sang A's eyes. Their lazy son would never protect a woman for no reason. Surely, there was something there. Zhang Han quietly looked away. Part of him wanted to agree, but his conscience resisted. Pairing someone so talented and beautiful with Yeonho somehow felt unfair. He even compared it to damaging flawless jade. Of course, thinking things like that probably guaranteed trouble for him later. Meanwhile, back at the inn, the atmosphere became even stranger. After being scolded, Gong Mugan awkwardly explained to Yeonho that the young lady had challenged him first. Yeonho looked where he pointed, then immediately frowned. The girl looked younger than him. Senior, are you part of some organization dedicated to picking fights with children? Where was the dignity? Why did he keep competing with people young enough to be grandchildren? Gong Mugan became silent. Only Dian desperately defended him. This time, the old man really wasn't lying. Then, clink, a sword slipped from someone's hand. Everyone turned. Maria had dropped hers. She stared at Yeonho. Her lips moved. Young hero, Yeonho. Yeonho himself looked confused. Did she know him? He had never met her. Maria slowly walked forward, then carefully asked for his name. Was he Wi Yeonho? Yeonho found her reaction strange, but his identity was no secret. Yes, he was Yeonho. The instant he answered, Maria moved. Smack! A slap exploded through the courtyard. Yeonho spun through the air several times before crashing face first into the ground. Everyone froze. Normally, his body automatically reacted even while asleep. So why had he not defended himself? Yeonho jumped up instantly. Furious, he demanded to know who she thought she was. Did she think he wouldn't hit back? But Maria didn't respond. Her lips trembled. Her body shook. Then, tears appeared. Her voice broke. She said she had searched for him all this time, asked where he had been, and finally, she called him second brother. At first, everyone only heard Maria's opening words. The rest disappeared beneath her crying. Gong Mugan even laughed and remarked that a real man should take responsibility for the trouble he creates. Liwa and Dian immediately looked at Yeonho strangely. From their expressions alone, it seemed they had already concluded he was some irresponsible scoundrel. Yeonho almost exploded from frustration. 4 or 5 years he had stayed hidden and caused nobody trouble. How did things suddenly become like this? He hurriedly denied everything and even insisted he didn't know the girl. But Maria only cried harder. Second brother. Second brother. This time, Everyone heard it clearly. Yeonho froze. Something about the way she cried stirred old memories. His eyes widened. Fragments from long ago resurfaced. Before he could react, Maria rushed forward and tightly embraced him. Cold sweat ran down Yeonho's face. Carefully, he asked if she could really be Surion. The moment he said the name, her tears poured out again. She admitted it. She had been searching for him. Their parents searched. Their elder brother searched. Everyone searched. So where had he been all this time? She pounded against his chest while crying. And for the first time, Yeonho experienced a reunion with family. Even then, he cautiously asked again if she truly was his little sister. Surion looked hurt. Her second brother really couldn't recognize her anymore. Yeonho gently patted her head. When he left, she had only been a child. Now she had grown into a young woman and even became a skilled martial artist. Then another question came to him. Why was she called Jean Maria? Surion explained. That name had been given by their elder brother. Because of the reputation attached to the Wi family, revealing her identity would only draw unnecessary attention. If she wanted to focus on martial arts, keeping her identity hidden was safer. Yeonho thought about Sanho and quietly admitted that sounded exactly like something his brother would do. Surion immediately pinched him hard and complained. Did he know how much everyone suffered searching for him? Yeonho laughed awkwardly. How could he explain? For 5 years, he had lived among monsters. To tell the whole story would take days. So instead, he suggested they go inside. After that, Surion stayed attached to Yeonho and refused to leave his side. Meanwhile, the 3 dragons and 2 phoenixes watched with disbelief. The cold and distant Maria they knew was acting like a cheerful younger sister. Then they realized Surion was actually Sanho's younger sister. Suddenly, her extraordinary talent made sense. But another question appeared. If Yeonho was also Sanho's younger brother, why had nobody heard of him? Later, everyone gathered in the guest room. Breakfast was prepared. Surion sat beside Yeonho and kept piling food into his bowl. Eat this. Try this too. One person kept feeding. The other kept eating. Everyone stared. Sangwon Hong especially couldn't look away. Was everyone in the Guangdong Wi clan like this? One brother wandered freely. One sister spoiled people. The old man traveled around, causing commotion. Gong Mugon looked impressed. He joked that the Guangdong Wi clan must grow 10,000-year ginseng in their courtyard. How else could they produce talents like this? Then he openly admitted, even comparing Yeonho with his father felt difficult. The clan's future truly looked terrifying. At that point, Surion casually interrupted. She said Big Brother might be incredible, but Second Brother wouldn't help much. Everyone looked surprised. Surion explained that Yeonho rarely did anything. Even if he was strong, he mostly stayed home and avoided effort. That made Gong Mugon suddenly realize something. If Yeonho was that lazy, why had he traveled all the way to Luoyang? Yeonho answered simply. His master ordered him to. His master believed